Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing. We did a deep dive yesterday, but let me check my audio. All right, we are turning our attention to a new trial out of Massachusetts, Kelsey Fitzsimmons. She was a law enforcement officer in North Andover, and she was shot by her partner. Hold on a sec. Why is my audio so low? Let me correct this for a second. Hold on a sec. Let me just kick this up a little bit. All right. For some reason. All right. I think that's a little bit better. All right. How are we doing there? How's the audio now? Just feel like I was a little low there. Anyway, welcome in. Massachusetts versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And let's get started. All right, welcome in, everybody. So, if you missed our deep dive yesterday, we went over all kinds of things. We went over pretrial hearings, we went over news reports, press conferences. So, I do encourage you, if you want to, get caught up. It was like a 6-hour stream, so I don't think you should do that right now. Just stick with us, but. Just high level, we'll just go over some high level stuff here. So, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, she was a law enforcement officer for North Andover, Massachusetts. She got shot by her partner on June 30th of 2025. Now, you may ask, what was her partner doing in a position to shoot her? Well, she was engaged to this gentleman, Justin Aylaian. I know I'm going to butcher his last name, so I'm just going to go with Justin. He was a firefighter, and they had a child together, a son, baby C, as they're calling the child, who is about a year old now. So the child was born in February of 2025. Kelsey was shot in June of 2025. Well, apparently there was a domestic situation a couple days before while they were at an Airbnb. They were doing their bachelor and bachelorette party together, and Kelsey wanted to go to sleep, and Justin wanted to continue to party, and apparently things got ugly, and Justin claims that Kelsey punched him 3 times in the face, or punched him 3 times with a closed fist, maybe even kicked him, and thereafter, on June 30th, the day in question, he apparently texts her or calls her and says, "Hey, let's meet at the park. Bring our son. I want to talk to you." Yada yada yada. So she goes to the park, sits for 3 hours, and he never shows up. So she goes back to the apartment, and 3 officers come and give her a restraining order, and that restraining order basically states that. She has to give up her kid, she has to give up her firearms, and she's going to lose her job. And she is in the process of collecting all of the child's belongings, and apparently Justin was coming over to collect his things as well. And in the process of doing all this, she's left alone with Officer Noonan, who was her partner from before, and she pulls her firearm. And according to her, she puts the firearm to her temple and she pulls the trigger and nothing happens. Officer Noonan is saying, well, she pulled a firearm and she was pointing it at me, so he goes and he shoots. He shoots twice. Some people say even three times in some of the affidavits, 3 times. She was struck once in the chest, basically exploded her rib cage here, and she was med flight. She was flown over to Massachusetts General. So that's kind of the high level. So what I want to do for you guys before we start today's trial is I have got my hands on said this thing, right? So let's go through this. This is the handwritten affidavit from Justin. All right. So welcome in, everybody. I didn't welcome in people. Let me do that first. Let's welcome in everybody. Let's see who we got with us. Boss Lady, Crazy Mary Joe, Iowa Backyard Cam, Sharon, Horse Welfare. Awesome. Good morning. Good vibes only. Kathy, good to see you. Brenda, thank you for joining us. Brat and Selena, good morning. Good morning. Richard in the kitchen. Mamala, good morning. Selena K, good to see you. Green-Eyed Cat, hello, hello. Welcome in. Tammy, good morning. Let's see, who else do we have here? I know we have a lot. Joy, good morning to you. Hope you have a great day. Anthony, good to see you. Becky B, welcome in, welcome in. Susie and Rachel, hello. Good to see you guys. Appreciate you coming in. Anthony, good morning to you. Allison, good to see you. Make sure you hit the like button, you guys. Really appreciate it. Let YouTube know that you're a real person and not a bot. Downey Lynn and Debbie, are we ready for she said, he said, she said? Absolutely. Kathy and Linda saying hello. Aussie Gardner, good to see you. Lily Wayne, welcome in, welcome in. Christy, Sherry, good to see you guys. Let's see, Maddie's mom. Let's see, I want to make sure I get everybody. Challenger, good to see you. Thank you for joining us, Gracie. Rock and roll, good to see you, my friend. JMS and Edward, hello, hello. Joe and Jedi Platypus in the house, hello. Let's see, Jenny Lynn, good morning. Alex the Dane mom, hello. Lazy boys, welcome in. Richard in the kitchen. Let's see. Want to see my work setup? Yeah, we can do that. We can get a shot. Kathy, I'll go over why I go with squeegee of justice later, because trial's going to start in about 8 minutes. So I want to make sure we go through this affidavit. All right, guys. Alice, good morning. Sod Girl, hello, hello. Jennifer Soob. All right, you guys. Snow Cat. Legal thoughts. Wow, how he set her up. Yeah, I think so too. All right, Katrina. Oh, wait a minute. Do we have a feed already? All right, we have a feed. All right, we have a feed, but let me go through this affidavit real quick. We do have a feed, but they're just milling about, so don't worry, we're not going to miss anything. All right, so this is the restraining order. All right, this is the restraining order. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is a danger to myself and our son. Let me just blow this up so I can read it. Along with her son, okay, is a danger to myself and our son along with herself. On Saturday night, June 28th, now remember the shooting happened June 30th. So on Saturday night, June 28th, Kelsey struck me with a closed fist 3 times to my face. I was scared she would not stop. My brother and sister heard noises and knocked. I was able to open the door, and he crosses out some stuff, grabbed my arm and ripped me back into the room. My brother and sister came in and she said she didn't do anything. I feared for my life, so I left with a friend to stay at a hotel. Family and her closest friends reported that even after I left, she physically hit them to try and get me to her. Her friends called the Bethel police in Maine, something police in Maine and North Andover police in Massachusetts because they thought she might try to hurt herself, the baby, or me. Kelsey decided at 2 a.m. while heavily intoxicated and fighting her friends that she would leave to get the baby. Her parents took our son from my parents in the middle of the night, saying they didn't something what manic state she was in, They were taking the baby to her today. Kelsey is threatening to take the baby far, far away for a long, long time. This is how she has spoken about killing herself in the past. I fear that she will delete the baby at any moment. She punched her stomach repeatedly while pregnant, saying she would take herself out and the baby. She has on several occasions struck me with her hands or feet. I fear if she does not have me, she will delete the baby because she has said nothing besides me as worth living for. In March 2025, she was sectioned by Lawrence General Hospital. This is an ongoing safety concern. All right, so that is what he is claiming happened. All right, that's what he is claiming has happened. So, pretty interesting stuff, I should say the least. All right, let's get us over to the feed here. Let me move this over here. All right. So while we have a feed, so that's Justin's side of the story. Now, I did find some reports that she let me just get us here. All right. There have been 3 instances of her being intoxicated and being disruptive in like 2017, 2018, I believe. So that was, 6, 7, 8 years ago now? Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let me get us live again. So Kelsey does have an issue where she has a history of drinking. All right, being drunk maybe in public and being intoxicated. Hey, Kimbers, good morning to you, Flower Girl. Good to see you. Ohio Jin, good to see you. Couldn't care less. Good morning to you. Good to see you. Lori, good morning. Wild Angel, you call BS that there's his side, her side, and the truth. Yeah, now this was an emergency temporary restraining order. That's what set this whole thing off. So he went in front of a judge, he hand wrote that, and then now he's and just based on that, you can get a restraining order against somebody. I mean, that just blows my mind that anybody can get a restraining order on anybody, I guess, right? That's just crazy. So he gets this temporary restraining order written up. Judge doesn't even vet it, I guess. No child protection services weren't called. Police weren't called just to go check her out. He never called 911 after, that she was doing this to him. So I don't know. It's just really weird that you can just get a restraining order, just like that. It just blows my mind. So Bama girl, right? Ridiculous without hearing her side. I agree, right? Selena K, that's nuts. I mean, and no body cam. That's right, Debbie. There was no body cam. The day of the shooting, there was no body cam. So I was reading some statements, and so Justin was there. He was there. He was in the basement. He was getting some stuff. He says that he heard somebody calling out, "Kelsey, no, Kelsey, don't do it, no," all this stuff. Then he heard 2 shots. Another officer, I think, said he heard 3 shots. He got the baby and he goes back to his parents' house or something, because the house in question was Kelsey's house. She bought this house and he moved into it. So this was her house and he moved into it. Hey, Stand for the Truth. Good morning to you.
Anything we can help her out with? All right.
Just want to listen in a little bit here and there. And everybody's just kind of getting set up, getting ready.
So they'll be walking in front of you.
Behind the bar, though?
All right.
But once they get here, they'll be walking in front of you.
That chair's okay there?
Yes, that's fine.
No phones are off, right?
Is online looking now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. There's people outside. So I'm gonna
Let me,
Righty, folks, like Officer Report mentioned earlier, no phones allowed to be used, okay? We have distinguished media members from public members. So that announcement is your one and final warning when it comes to phone usage, okay? Things are going to be tight. Witnesses are going to be coming in throughout the hallways, okay? If you happen to be wandering outside, anybody involved with litigation going on today should not be talked to, interrupted, or hunted down for any reason, okay? If we get a witness of that, you guys will be removed, and will not be part of this trial any longer, okay? We want to make sure that everything goes smooth within the courthouse, within the courthouse. Everybody out of that. It's a public building. That is until you violate policy or become disruptive, or do anything else like that. Right? You're all more than welcome to be here. But if any of those things happen, you will be kicked out. All right? Or the action will be taken. Okay? Thank you. All right.
We're just listening in to court while they get settled in. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Wizard of Ezzy. Joanne Jette Platypus, thank you for the 5 Trial TV Live gifted membership. Appreciate that. Hey, Mally, how are you? Amanda, you can thank Joanne for that. Welcome in, welcome in.
Have we identified the only cameras being used today? Are you guys feeding off? Yes. Okay. This camera and that camera being used, all right? And it's on. Yes. You should get on the board.
I just want to welcome in everybody that's coming in. Grab a seat, get yourself comfortable. Thank you for joining us today. Really appreciate it. We're not going to have closed captioning with this feed. So unfortunately, there's no closed captioning. So we're just going to have to, hey, Retired, good to see you. There's no closed captioning with this feed, unfortunately. So we'll just have to, hey, Cross-Examnesia. Yeah, they're on East Coast. This is just north of Boston, northwest of Boston. So they're on the East Coast. Debbie, I hope they moved the camera. And it seems like they have just a one camera shot. Seems like it's just one camera. Yeah, it seems like it's just the one camera. I don't think we're going to have multiple cameras. Well, let's see. Let's see what happens. Right now, this is the view we're getting. Excuse me. And yeah, so they're East Coast. On the East Coast time, it's 9:05 currently. You can see there was a clock there. I have a feeling this camera's going to. I have a feeling this camera's going to go back and forth, back and forth. So if you guys are, hopefully you guys won't get dizzy.
Just with the docket numbers.
Check in, see if we can hear anything. No, we don't have any mods going to the trial. But if anybody's out there listening and you're in the area, yeah, let us know if you're going. We'd love to hear from you. Hey, Jenny G, welcome in. How are you? Snugbug, hello to you. Ed, good to see you. Tony the tape guy. Yep, I had that job when I was working at an AV company. Got to make sure those lines are secure. Tape those cords down. Don't want anybody tripping on them. Yeah, this is a bench trial. This is a bench trial, no jury. CCG TV, good morning to you. Welcome in. Brad says, the good news, since it's a bench trial, camera operator doesn't need to worry about accidentally showing the jury. That is true. Seems like he's doing a pretty good job making sure that those lines are secure. Snugbug, love an awesome chat. Thank you. Appreciate you joining us. Real Colonel Agnes, good morning. Lemon pound cake. Yes. I made lemon pound cake over the weekend. I have to edit it and I'll upload it to my Cooking with Chris members only. Looking forward to that. Hey Sharon, good morning to you. Amy, good morning, good morning. Couldn't care less, thank you for that. Best chat on YouTube, appreciate that.
I just want to make sure I say that, all right, we're not letting this go. And whatnot. We are sensitive to the folks who are actually here in support of family members that are part of the litigation. And I'm going to be quite frank with you guys that are visitors who are just viewing, those people will get priority. All right, so I don't want any issues with that as well. All right. Thank you.
All right. Here, while we wait, I'll show my lemon pound cake. So this was before I put the glaze on. So that's before the glaze. It was really sweet. The sponge was great, and I totally screwed up. When I edit the video, I'll show you guys. Well, you'll see. I mixed all the ingredients instead of doing them separately. But I was trying to follow the recipe, and clearly I didn't read it right. And then that's with the glaze on top of it. So the sponge I thought turned out really, really good. So anyway, that's my effort. Challenger, you're right up the road from Salem. Might be able to make it. Yeah, please do. If you guys go, hit us up, info at Trial TV Live. We're info at Trial TV Live, and
Oh my god, as soon as I'm done marking all this stuff.
So it's actually in Lawrence, Massachusetts. It's in Lawrence, Massachusetts. It's taking place in Lawrence. So Lawrence, Massachusetts. For those that know, Lawrence, Massachusetts. That's where it's taking place. And that's North Andover. It's near North Andover.
No, I got plenty. We just gotta.
In Essex County, Massachusetts, so it's Lawrence, Massachusetts. So if anybody's in that area, definitely let us know.
You're right.
Yeah.
I have to text him because he wants me to mark these first.
Hey, Stella. Good to see you. Welcome in. Chris Wallace, good morning. Member for 10 months. Appreciate that. Happy anniversary. We're just waiting for a judge to arrive. Remember yesterday he said in one of the pre-trials, the final pre-trial hearing, he said he's going to try to start at 9 o'clock. He doesn't always start at 9 o'clock. But he said he was going to try. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Some messages to that when they're on the floor.
Interesting. I'm trying to figure out my audio here. Rock and Roll asks, I wonder if there will be sidebars or whether it will play out live for us. There's going to be things that are going to be off the record, if you will, not allowed to be heard, I would think. I'm trying to think. Because the Jose Ibero that trial was a bench trial. I'm trying to remember if there were sidebars or not. Allison, it's bunt cake is like I think it's round. It's round with a hole in it. I believe that's what makes it a bunt cake. I think that's what makes it a bunt cake. Hey, Betsy, good morning to you. Lego My Briefs, good to see you. So the swirl makes it a bunt cake. Wizard says, I would think that since there's no jury, there will be no snide bars. Yeah, I guess that's really why they are, right? It's so the jury doesn't... Hey, Red Snap, good to see you, and welcome in. Yeah, please hit the like button, if you guys don't mind. Take a moment to hit the like button, and if you haven't subscribed, please do so. Appreciate that.
Mike, you want me to do that?
What? No, I got it. Actually, do you mind? That's perfect. the stickers are preventing it from like. Okay, so I'll do that. I need I'll figure it out. Yeah.
And Selena K is going to be going to Corey Richin's sentencing in May. So that's cool. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Crunchy Frog, how are you? Retired says you bake a loaf of honey wheat bread every week. Yeah, Aaron bakes bread all the time. It's so good. Couldn't care less. Your neighbor has a lemon tree with fruit. You're going to make one. Nice. That's nice. Robin, your green expired? Yeah, I think it's a month, right? If you get gifted a membership. Bun cake reminds me of the movie My Big Fat Wedding, Greek Wedding.
And then I gotta test out their computer.
All I remember from that is you don't eat no meat. You don't eat no meat. Mary, good morning to you. Yeah, with the butter baking and oh yeah. Yeah, no, it did smell really nice over the weekend. I made it on Saturday. And yeah, when Aaron makes the bread, oh, there's nothing better than freshly made bread. Sounds like it's raining up by you guys. Raining in Massachusetts, raining in Pennsylvania. Sounds like it's rainy. Green-eyed cat loves making bread. Ruth, good morning to you. Ruth Fitzsimmons. Jenny G, member for 8 months. Looking forward to this trial. Please make sure y'all like and subscribe. Still will make me lamb. Hot, beautiful day yesterday in the 80s. Now it's in the 30s. Oof, wizard, sorry about that. Jenny G, 8 months member. Thank you, Jenny. Happy anniversary to you. Hey, Beach Mom. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Chris, I don't bake because then I eat it. I prefer cooking versus baking. Baking is like a chemistry. It's an exact science. Cooking, you can like get away with a lot more than baking. Baking, it's got to be perfect. Although, hey, Angelique and Squid Kid. Squid Kid, we did a deep dive yesterday. You missed it. We did a 6-hour deep dive yesterday. Angelique, good morning to you. Yeah, we did, Ambi, there you are. Good morning to you. Yeah, we did a deep dive yesterday. Rock and roll, 9 months. Awesome, glad to be here. Thanks for the extras. Awesome, awesome. Debbie, you're suing your snowplow guy. He never came to plow you out. You had 3 large storms. Oh my gosh. Kathy, I quit making homemade bread because I eat it. Yeah, that's true. Wizard says baking is like classical music where cooking is like jazz. Yeah. That's fair. That's a fair analogy. Good one. Yep. Cooking is like jazz and blues, and you just improvise and go where it takes you. Classical music, you got to be spot on. You got to hit your notes. Oh, there you go, Bama. Happy channelversary. I like that. That's good. That's a good one. Allison, I was only with you for 10 minutes yesterday. We had a terrible incident. Oh, sorry to hear that, Allison. Hope you're okay. Chrissy Powers, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. All right, we're just waiting for court to start up. Yeah, so I found all kinds of stuff on Kelsey, and the. I think I was telling you guys she's got a history of intoxication in public. So she attends Fisher College from 2010 to 2014. She studies criminal justice. She graduated cum laude in, I guess, 2014. She served as the president of the Criminal Justice Club. She worked at Fenway Park. She was a event security. Now here in August of 2017, she was consuming alcohol under 21. February 20th of 2018, possession of open container in the passenger area. June 21st of 2018, intoxicated and disruptive. So she's got one she was under 21, so that was 2017, and then she got 2 charges, February and then June of 2018. Open container, that's not a big deal, whatever, but then intoxicated and disruptive. So she's got a history of drinking. She has a history of drinking. Now that was a while ago. That was in 2018. So here we are 8 years later. Does that mean, doesn't mean anything. She did go to law school. We heard that yesterday in our deep dive. She went to law school for a couple years, 2 years it looks like, 2020 and 2021. After completing her first year, she decided law is not the right long-term career path. So now Justin attended the Career Firefighter Recruit Training Program at Massachusetts Fire Academy in Stowe. She began as a correctional officer in Essex County. And Justin graduated from Massachusetts Firefighting Academy in 2022. Now, she bought the house in North Andover. She bought it in June of 2023. So she bought it. She owned it. Justin moved in March of 2024. All right. Angelique, member for 8 months. Happy, Happy Channelversary. So they met in September of 2023. So they met September of 2023. He moves in March of 2024. And she graduated from, so then May of 2024, she graduated from North Andover Police Academy. And then, remember I was telling you, so her partner and her, so she graduated in May, so in August, right? She's like still very fresh, right? So they responded to a call where a 35-year-old mother and her infant son were found deceased, right? So the mother took out herself and her son, her infant first. So that's the shared trauma that Officer Noonan and Kelsey share, right? So he's the one that then, he's part of the 3 officers that served the restraining order on her. So they shared this trauma. And here we go. We got something.
I don't know where he is.
All right, and then their wedding date was set for October 4th. All right, they were scheduled to get married. They were scheduled to get married October 4th of 2025. So October 10th, they got engaged, and they were going to give it a year. So they were going to get married a year later. So apparently they went to Croatia in October. Kelsey allegedly refused to engage with anyone. Justin attempted to discuss behavior concerns. Kelsey allegedly slapped him on the back. So Justin claims that she began screaming and crying after they returned home. She allegedly broke picture frames, slammed doors, damaged walls, punched kitchen doors and cabinets. Justin allegedly attempted to physically restrain her to stop the destruction. Kelsey allegedly bit Justin on the arm hard enough to break the skin. He called 911. All right, so he did call 911 in this case. Police responded. Kelsey was transported to an emergency room where the filing states she was reportedly placed on psychiatric hold. So that was in October of 2024. So now in November, Justin says Kelsey's behavior became increasingly erratic. Her emotions are unstable. She began both physically and verbally be abusive towards him. And they become pregnant. She becomes pregnant. So during all of this, where he says that she's flying off the deep end and she's on psychiatric hold, oh, let's get pregnant. Let's have a baby. Let's bring a child into this situation. Are you kidding me? All right, Christmas Eve, Kelsey states she witnessed Justin, obtain Adderall from his cousin Michael. She states she observed Justin snort the Adderall through a straw in the bathroom connected to the kitchen. Kelsey also states that both her father and her stepfather gave Justin bottles of whiskey as gifts, and he consumed them in less than 2 weeks. Wow. Wow. So he's sniffing Adderall, she's having psychotic breaks, and they got pregnant in the midst of all of this. Hey, Terry, good morning to you. Like I'm having a feeling of like these are two people that should not have had a kid. They should not have had a kid.
Okay. Just have it ready, Peggy.
Hey, it says district again.
All right, switch it over.
Hey, Lori. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking. This was a clear example of they should not have gotten pregnant. That's for sure. There were 2 bottles apparently. Just Stephanie, there were 2 bottles. She says that both bottles were consumed in less than 2 weeks. Now that doesn't say that she was helping him. I don't know. I'm just reading what she stated here. So then, February 16th, she gives birth to their son. After that, she experiences serious emotional and psychological difficulties. She's diagnosed with postpartum depression. She acknowledged her diagnosis at the very beginning, and she sought immediate treatment and medical advice. Now, March 9th, during the child's christening party, Kelsey allegedly became verbally aggressive. She broke picture frames, damaged walls. Justin allegedly attempted to de-escalate while holding the baby. A struggle allegedly occurred in the kitchen as Justin attempted to leave with the baby. Kelsey's parents arrived during the incident. Kelsey allegedly tried to forcibly remove the baby from Justin's arms. So North Andover police responded for a report of a female having a mental health episode. She's found in the house and is willing to go to the hospital. So she was held on Section 8. This was March 9th. And she was diagnosed with postpartum depression. After evaluation and treatment, doctors conclude she no longer meets criteria for involuntary confinement. So April 12th, this is where home surveillance shows Justin smoking marijuana outside the property. We've seen those videos. We've shown those pictures.
I made that for you.
All right, let's see. So Mother's Day 2025. Fitzsimmons states she recorded a video of Justin yelling at her while intoxicated. She says Justin allegedly fell in the shower, in the bedroom, and on the stairs during the same day due to drinking. So March 13th of 2025, North Andover Police Department suspends her gun permit after the department determined she was unsuitable to carry a weapon. And here she's placed on administrative leave. So she files a petition in May appealing the decision. She argues it was revoked due to a 12-hour mental health-related hospitalization. So then in June 28th, this is what caused it. A joint bachelor and bachelorette party is held in Bethel, Maine from Sunday through Monday with Justin's siblings and Kelsey's bridesmaids.
You can take this one because it was making.
One of the bridesmaids reports heavy drinking by many guests throughout Saturday. She says she drinks very little because she does not know most of the group and notes that Justin seems quiet and withdrawn. Justin states Kelsey became upset with him for spending time with his groomsmen and for inviting his sisters, and that as the day goes on, she becomes increasingly intoxicated and extremely erratic, running around yelling, FDF, FFF, FDFF, Krusty Krab, Krusty Krab. He says others are casually drinking while she is highly inebriated, and he repeatedly asks her to stop. Justin reports that Kelsey wants everyone inside to play drinking games and wants him to strip as part of the games. He refuses and goes outside to distance himself. All right, so this is June 28th. This is what causes him to get the restraining order. Bridesmaid Katrina approaches Justin and, according to him, says she cannot deal with Kelsey. Kelsey's out of control. She cannot handle the situation. Justin goes upstairs to brush his teeth and get ready for bed. Kelsey follows him into the master bedroom, visibly upset, swears at him and calls him names, then briefly tries to initiate intimacy. Justin refuses because she is too drunk, tries to calm her, then leaves the room and sits downstairs with his brother Brendan and friend Hayden. And then later that night, Kelsey follows him downstairs, face red and eyes bulging. Justin says she whispers in his ear, "Get upstairs, you effing a-hole," while pulling him back upstairs. On the stairs, he quietly tells Brendan, "I think I'm going to need your help. I do not know what is going to happen behind these closed doors," saying he is afraid because of what he described as a history of physical abuse. Back in the bedroom, Justin says Kelsey resumes yelling, blocks him from leaving, and ignores his attempts to de-escalate. Brendan knocks to discuss plans for the next day, but Justin says Kelsey again blocks his exit. Justin reports that she looks at him and says, "Why would you leave me? You just closed my fingers in the door," even though he says there was no door involved and believes she is fabricating an accusation. He states she then clenches her right hand into a fist and punches him 3 times in the face. Fearing she will not stop, he moves around and opens the door. With the door open and Brendan in the doorway, Justin says Kelsey grabbed his arm and pulls him back into the room. Once other people are present, he reports that her demeanor suddenly changes. She becomes calm, denies hitting him, and tells others they were just talking. Interesting. So, June 29th, Cassandra says Kelsey suddenly snaps from calm to screaming, throws a Stanley cup of water towards another person and a box of champagne glasses down the stairs. So, June 30th, he contacts North Andover police and he reports Kelsey called and messaged him about taking her life and the baby, repeatedly tried to get him to come to the house alone. Well, this is all his side of the story. We don't know her side. We don't know her side of the story. So we don't know her side of the story. Right? This is just his side of the story. Lily Wayne, what a terrible environment for a child. I agree.
Combat.
Debbie, their private lives are in the public for all to see. Pisano, good to see you. Love the window view of a brick wall. Yeah, I had that. I've had that view a couple times in New York City, although this is not New York City, but definitely have been there, done that. Shandy, good morning to you. Hey, Sean, you're from UK. Have no idea about what this trial. You were with us for Afro Man. Can someone give us a quick rundown? Yeah, Sean, I remember you. Yeah, check our description. I think I saw a few people say, check our description, and then if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. But start there. Good morning, Fanny. Hope we had a fantastic weekend. Ambi, trial is expected to last like 3 days, 3 or 4 days. I think the state was saying like 3 days. You know, they think 3 days. The judge is saying by Friday. So, and it's a bench trial. There is no jury. So this is a bench trial. So it's going to be done. It's going to be done this week. Ossie Gardner. We will save your seat. Joanne Jedi Platypus, very toxic for everyone involved. Absolutely. Be Kind Tiger, is this information more for the probate court and not for why officer shot her? Oh, I was just reading what was happening. I don't know how much of that's going to come out. You know, it shows her state of mind. So yeah, I really have no idea how much they're going to allow. There's going to be text messages between them. They were talking about that in one of the pretrial hearings we watched yesterday. Scotch Mom, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Lori, her charges they dropped, the grand jury dropped them. Ultimately, her charge is...
So, Jay, this is the
Oh,
next
what
number
is it?
exhibit.
I thought it was in our description. Pull it over here. Assault with a dangerous weapon. Assault with a dangerous weapon, but there were 2 other charges. And she faces up to 5 years. Snugbug, no, I am not a lawyer.
What's coming in?
I am not a lawyer. Just a fan of true crime. So she faces up to 5 years, but this is first time offense, I guess. And she also has family court. She has a custody battle coming up, I think in April. Yeah, I think it's April. Like next month, she has family court. So this will definitely impact what happens with the custody. If she's found not guilty, that will definitely help her case in custody of her child. Yeah, Anthony, we watched that last pretrial hearing where she chose to do a bench trial. She felt that a bench trial would be, and then her defense came out and talked about that. Mr. Brandel came out and talked about it, as well as what's her name? I forget her name. Hold on a second. Let me get her name. Yeah, Martha Coakley. So she Both her and Mr. Bradle thought that a bench trial would better suit. And if you guys were with us yesterday in our deep dive, pre-trial prep, Judge Karp is seems way more fair than the judge she had initially. Seems like they cut the audio. Hey, Landy. Good morning to you. Retired, pretty sure Justin has the baby. I think Justin has the child. I'm pretty sure.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have been entered into before the Honorable Jeff Carter, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Lawrence, then before the County of Essex. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this most honorable court. Court is now open. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I call the case?
Yes.
This is March 23rd, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. The Honorable Justice Jeff Carr presiding. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. James Gubitosi on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miranda Moriarty, also for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martha Coakley for defendant Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Timothy Bradle for Kelsey Fitzsimmons, and with me is my paralegal, Courtney, which I thank you for allowing her to be at counsel table, and my client, Ms. Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, and good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons. You may have a seat. Folks, before we formally start the trial, I just want to tell our media members and our audience a couple things. First, you probably all know that I issued an order early this morning about what is expected of our audience members and our media here in the courtroom. And I'd like to just emphasize 4 aspects of it. First, I've ordered that people attending the trial may not display any words or images on their clothing or elsewhere that advocate for or against either side. And the reason why I've done that is I'd like this courtroom to remain as neutral and impartial as possible. All right, so don't take offense at that, just cover up. Second, consistent with our rules of the Supreme Judicial Court, I'm allowing authorized members of the media to use a total of 3 cameras, 2 video cameras, so to speak, and a still camera. And my understanding is that the content will be shared among the media. Next, other than these 3 cameras, no one else is allowed to use a cell phone, camera, or any electronic device to photograph, record, or transmit any aspect of these proceedings while inside this courtroom, or while listening remotely via the court's live audio feed without prior court approval. And fourth, no one at all, including our members of the media, may photograph or video anyone or anything at any location inside this courthouse other than this courtroom pursuant to the rules. So, in other words, out in the hallway and other public areas of the courthouse, do not photograph anyone, videotape, etc., or any of the places. You should treat any orders or requests of our court officers as if they're coming from me or came from me. Everyone should, at this time, check their cell phones, make sure they're on silent mode. And finally, just remember, this is a courtroom. I'd like you folks to be as silent as possible, and I'd like you to do that even during recesses. There's business going on in this courthouse, so if you can please, at recess, try to keep your voices down. That would be terrific. All right. Now, counsel, just wanted to go over a couple of procedural things, expectations, I guess. So with a few exceptions, I think I mentioned this at the last hearing, with a few exceptions other than a pre-charge, I'd like to treat this trial as I would a jury trial. So in other words, using the same process, which would include openings, closings, obviously, but also a charge conference before I deliberate. If you folks have pre-marked exhibits, I thank you for that. Anytime you do that, that's great. It speeds things up. I'd like to have an opportunity to quickly look at the exhibit before it's either displayed in open court or handed to the witness, just so I can familiarize myself. Don't assume I've seen anything, because I haven't. Let's try to keep our sidebars to a minimum if we can. I'd like to have Ms. Fitzsimmons at each sidebar. Would be great. And also, you should know that at the end of the trial, after I deliberate, I intend to announce a public verdict. I intend to explain my reasons for the verdict. I intend to have a transcript of my reasons generated and filed in our public record. All right? With that, any preliminary matters that you folks want to go over? No?
I have some preliminary matters.
Okay. Oh, and you know what? And there's one of them may be paper. There was a motion for review, and I don't know if I still have it, but paper 88 maybe? Yep. Okay, so on the motion for review, I'm going to take no action for now. I want to hear the evidence. I want to see the evidence. The Commonwealth didn't request one. I don't know if the Commonwealth will be objecting, but let me just see as the evidence comes in and whether I think it's necessary. All right.
That's exactly my suggestion. That's
okay.
what I was going to say, Your Honor. So that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. And what else, Mr. Brado?
Yes, Your Honor. The sequestration order.
Yes.
It's my understanding that there's several folks in here that are on the witness list, and there's also something I took note of, which is that there's several close family members of witnesses in the room that will be under the temptation to speak with their loved ones about what's going on in here. So I would ask the court to issue a order in open court to those people. You don't need to single anyone out, of course, but I'd ask the court to specifically address the notion that you cannot be a conduit to a witness and deliver information to them, even though you're not on the witness list. You're here and you're advised that you may not do so. You can't be a conduit to a violation of the sequestration order.
Commonwealth, any thoughts on that?
No, I have no problem.
Okay. All right. As I told you folks at a prior hearing, I typically do not issue formal sequestration orders, but why don't I do this, given that it's been raised by the defense? I'll let the folks know, folks that are here and maybe folks that are listening remotely as well, that if you are on the witness list and you've been told that you may end up being called to testify, you should know that I have issued what's called the sequestration order. And what's most, I guess, pertinent for you to know is that you may not discuss any of your testimony or any testimony that you hear in court from another witness with anyone else on the witness list at all right? So get to know who's on the witness list, and you should know that you should not share that information. And I guess I can already see from Attorney Coakley that that wasn't perhaps broad enough because it didn't address one thing that Mr. Brado heard. So all persons watching and listening to this trial should not share the testimony that they hear or see with folks that are on the witness list, folks that may be expected to be called as witnesses. Is that sufficient, Mr. Brado?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and that is an order that I've entered, okay? Please obey it. Anything else, Mr. Brado?
Your Honor, there's one issue that I'd like to put on the record regarding important statements that we don't have. And I will say that we're not requesting a continuance for it because we need to get this trial done. However, we've been trying to get some statements from the North Andover Police Department. And they're this. There was an outside agency that was employed called CIC that was run by Attorney Daniel Bennett. And Attorney Bennett did an investigation into the propriety of the actions of Officer Noonan, a witness in the case, and the person that shot Ms. Fitzsimmons. And we have a 80-something page report from them that has all sorts of excerpts of verbatim statements from several of the witnesses that are going to be called. And I did ask counsel for the Commonwealth to produce those statements of witnesses that were the product of the Bennett report, the Bennett investigation, the CIC investigation. And counsel, as he should have and did, asked the police department for those statements. The police department is apparently taking the position that they don't have custody of these statements that were retained by them and produced and paid for by them. And so they're telling the Commonwealth that they don't have them. I reached out to Mr. Bennett over the weekend, and he informed me that he would check with the police, and I haven't heard back from him just as of yet. So I wanted to just point up this issue on the record, Judge, that we don't have those statements. We are not asking for a continuance. We will forge ahead, but we want those statements. And
So, can I just make sure that I understand? Are you saying so this outside entity, private entity, CIC,
yes, sir,
conducted some kind of an internal investigation of the shooting?
Yes, they were retained by the NAPD.
Okay, and you're saying that during CIC's investigation, first of all, CIC issued, you said, an 80-page report.
Yes.
You have that?
I do. And it has excerpts from what's clearly a transcript or a recording of several witnesses' statements,
okay,
which I don't have.
All right. So that's the issue. You're saying
Right.
that folks that CIC interviewed, you don't have those statements. That's what you're looking
Correct.
for.
The actual real statements. And there's only excerpts of those statements in a report that essentially takes Noonan's side in the matter and exonerates him, I guess you could call it. But we don't have the full interviews.
Were the statements, those statements, again, generated by CIC, turned over to the North Andover Police Department?
Well, I've been informed by counsel for the Commonwealth that the police don't have them.
Okay.
And, you know, I don't think that's an adequate answer that he's getting from the police because they bought the statements. They own the statements.
Well,
they have custody and control of the statements. So to pretend that they don't have access to them, I think is disingenuous. It prejudices us, and it is something that needs to be remedied by the court if it's not handled by the end of the day.
All right. So, Mr. Brado, you said, so what is it exactly that you're requesting me to do?
I'm requesting you to order the North Andover Police Department to produce forthwith all of the recorded statements from the CIC investigation.
You said recorded, so you believe these?
I assume they were recorded, Judge, right? And they were probably reduced to a transcript, is my guess. But they're statements that they bought and paid for, and they need to produce them. And it's completely inadequate and disingenuous for them to say they don't have them. They do have them.
All right.
Thank you.
Commonwealth, are these statements that were generated by CIC in the possession, custody, and control of the prosecution team as those terms are defined in our rules?
No.
Okay. All right. So at this point, Mr. Brado, it seems to me that this is a Rule 17 issue. I can't, I can't just order a third party, which this would be, because again, the Commonwealth is required to turn over statements and information that's in their possession, custody, and control. We all know what that means. Members of the prosecution team. The North Andover Police Department doing some kind of external investigation does not make them members of the prosecution team under our law. So for you to get those, you would need to follow the Rule 17 requirements.
It just seems to me, Judge, that the chief of police who retains and controls the investigation, he was literally present at the scene of this incident. He's a part of the prosecution team. And so he's the one that controls the report. And for him to put on blinders and say, oh, we don't have that. No, that's not the standard. Is do you have it or not? The standard is it in your possession, custody, or control? And it is. And so he was literally at the scene. So he's the guy who's the decision maker. So I don't see how this is a third party issue. It's really just something that is so germane to the right to a fair trial that the police department in the very case, and the guy that makes the decision is the one who is a recipient witness, is saying, putting on both hats, and now he's saying, oh, administratively, oh, I don't have that.
When were you provided the 80-page report? When was it produced?
I don't recall it, Judge. At some point in discovery, I don't.
When was it produced?
Not like last week or anything.
Months ago.
Months ago? Okay. Why are you waiting until 9 o'clock on the morning of trial to raise this? You folks were before me for the very purpose of me weighing in on Rule 17 motions. Not a peep from you. Why now?
Because I thought we were going to get it. I asked for it last week, and maybe even before that, and I got the answer that, oh, they don't have it. So.
Commonwealth?
It's an independent report. I called the chief at counsel's request and asked them what they got from Attorney Bennett. They said they got the report. I asked if they had any reporting statements, transcripts, and the chief told me no. Okay.
So what I would suggest at this point, Mr. Brado, is you issue a summons under Rule 17. It really, at this point, I don't know.
I think it's a trial. I'm sorry to talk over you.
No, just hold on one second. Let me just finish my thought. Maybe Rule 17 isn't the right vehicle. Maybe just a summons, a subpoena, which then the police department can, report whether they, if they don't have them, they could seek to quash or something. But because it seems to me that we're beyond Rule 17.
Yes.
So that's what I would suggest doing. I'd suggest getting that out ASAP. As I said, I'd like this trial, in a perfect world, the trial and the verdict to be done this week. We don't live in a perfect world, I'm aware of that, so if things come up, we'll do the best that we can. All right? Anything else, Mr. Brado?
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, like any trial, we're going to start with opening statements.
Can I send the defendant to the bar, Your Honor?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that part.
That's
yes,
okay.
Of course.
Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, docket 2025, 77 CR 311. ADA Gubitosi on behalf of the Commonwealth. Does the Commonwealth move for trial?
The Commonwealth move for trial.
Attorney Bradel on behalf of the defendant. Does the defendant answer ready for trial?
Ready for trial, Mr. Clerk.
Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you please stand? You are now set to the bar to be tried before the Honorable Justice Jeff Karp, Justice of the Lawrence Superior Court. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now proceed with opening statements. The Commonwealth will go first because they have the burden. Thank you.
Your Honor, may the witnesses be ordered to exit the room for the opening statements, please.
Okay. Yes, I thought that the sequestration order was that part of the sequestration order was that witnesses wouldn't be in the, present during courtroom proceedings. Is that not the case? Is that not what I ordered?
That's what I asked for, and that's what you ordered, and that's what I expect, and I don't know why these people are sitting here.
Okay. So, any objection?
No?
All right. So, members of the audience, if you are on the witness list, if you have been told that you've been identified as a possible witness at this trial, you must leave the courtroom. And remember my order about what I called a sequestration order. Thank you very much. There may come a time where I need to make exceptions to that rule, counsel, and you'll let me know when those exceptions are needed.
Thank you.
We'll just give everyone a moment to filter in and out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Bradle, are you content? Do you want to take
Yes.
a look around?
I believe
more,
that.
more people came in, so.
Yes, no, I know those folks, that's no problem.
So I'll just say it again, folks that just came into the courtroom, if you've been told that you were on the witness list, you should not be in the courtroom during these proceedings. All right? Unless you're told otherwise. All right, thank you. With that, Commonwealth, I'll hear from you.
The defendant raised her gun, leveled it at Pat Noonan's face, and pulled the trigger. There are two reasons that Pat Noonan is alive today. The first being that Ms. Fitzsimmons' gun, while it had a full magazine, it did not have a round in the chamber. The second reason is that Pat Noonan, based on his years and decades of training and experience, reacted in a calm, professional way when he protected both himself and everyone else in that house. Pat Noonan is 50 years old. He is married to his wife Angie for 25 years. He has a son, Jonathan, who goes to school locally, college. He grew up in New York State at first and moved to Massachusetts to North Andover when he was 4 years old. He moved here with his father, his mother, his older sister. He went through the North Andover public school systems and eventually went to St. John's Prep, where he graduated from. He eventually spent a bit of time in college, but his real goal was to join the military, which he did. He joined the Air Force and went to boot camp out west. He eventually joined the security forces of the Air Force, where he was trained to secure nuclear weapons. He did that pretty much his whole time while he was in the Air Force. It was specialized training, weapons training, stress shooting training, defensive tactics training. His first assignment was on the ground in a Humvee. Later on, he joined another squadron and patrolled in a helicopter. He was honorably discharged from the Air Force, and he came back to North Andover. There, he worked security, armed security, at the Seabrook nuclear power plant. All the while, his goal being become a police officer, which he eventually did in North Andover. He worked in the North Andover police for years. It was his hometown police force. He joined the SWAT team, which is a specialized unit that deals with emergent violent situations. Barricaded people, hostage situations, serving armed warrants and the like. It was during that time that they trained twice a month and 40 hours in a separate block a year. He did that for years at North Andover. He eventually transferred to the Lawrence Police Department. And he did that because he wanted to have a busier atmosphere. Lawrence is a lot busier than North Andover. He worked there for a number of years. Again, the SWAT team, he was a detective, had a specialized training. And back in 2024, he decided to make a switch and come full circle. He moved back to North Andover PD. Both because he wanted to end his career there, where he started, but he also wanted to bring his training and experience to his hometown police force. That was one of the reasons that Lieutenant Daly, on June 30th of 2025, asked Pat Noonan to accompany him and Timothy Houston, another officer who was a military vet, to serve a restraining order on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. He knew Pat had the experience, the temperament, and was cool, calm, and collected no matter what happened. Kelsey Fitzsimmons was a police officer. She had been on leave, but she was a police officer on June 30th of 2025. Also on that day, her partner, her boyfriend, her fiancé, Justin Aylaian, was concerned for his safety, for his 4-month-old child's safety that he shared with the defendant, and for Ms. Fitzsimmons' safety, specifically after events happened that weekend. And so we went to court, and he applied for and was granted a restraining order. The restraining order granted him custody of his 4-month-old son, ordered the defendant not to have any contact and to stay away from him, and also that she would be relieved of her weapons. She was a police officer, and she had a service weapon and 2 other guns that she had legally. Lieutenant Daly was at the PD when Mr. Aylaian came in. The restraining order was faxed in the court, and Lieutenant Daly called Officer Houston, and they got in touch with Officer Noonan to serve that restraining order. They had gone by the defendant's home, Officer Houston did, to see if she was there. Unusually, her car was not in her parking space. It wasn't at her home. Officer Houston, who had seen it there thousands of times as he had driven by, noticed that it was parked down the street at a school about 100 yards away or so. So they knew she was in the area. The 3 met at the school, decided on a plan, and went to the defendant's home. They met her at the door, and you'll see surveillance video from the home of that encounter as they come to the door. Ms. Fitzsimmons comes to the door holding her 4-month-old child. They go into the house. There's no surveillance system in the house other than in the basement. They explained to her what was happening, that there was a restraining order, that there's going to be a hearing on July 14th where she'd be able to tell her side of the story. And she tells the officers, I know how this all works. They ask her where her firearms are, and she lies to them, and she tells them they're in the basement. She's sitting down on a couch, the baby is next to her. She calls her mother, who will soon come over, and they tell her that Justin's coming also, because he's going to get custody of the baby. Officer Houston, who is also in the living room, sees a gun case on the sofa, and he opens it. Ms. Fitzsimmons lies to him again. I told you the guns are in the basement. The defendant's mother comes, takes custody of the child while they're waiting for judgment. The police have called Mr. Aylaian at the PD, so he's coming over with his sister, Courtney. The officers allow the defendant to walk around the house gathering baby stuff, equipment, clothing, and things like that, so the child will have what it needs when it's taken by Mr. Aylaian. They follow her around to make sure that she is safe, that they are safe, that everybody in the house is safe. They go upstairs, they come downstairs. They go upstairs again, and you'll see photos of this, Your Honor. It's a staircase. At the top of the staircase is a landing where there's shelving and some of her police gear. If you look to the left is the baby room. If you look to the right, it's the bedroom. There's no door in the bedroom. So she goes in the baby's room and she's gathering things, and she's handing it to the officers who aren't going to take possession of it. They put it down. They're following the protocol. They're trying to keep everyone safe. At some point, she's in the bedroom, and Mr. Aylaian comes in the house, and she hears him. Now it's Officer Noonan and Officer Houston in the bedroom with the defendant. She tells Officer Houston, "I don't want him here. I don't want to see him. Don't let him near me," because she's upset with Mr. Aylaian. Officer Houston goes downstairs to make sure that doesn't happen. Mr. Aylaian, who had left the house with some baby stuff, came back and asked the officers for permission just to go down to the basement, because he wanted a suitcase and he wanted some of the other baby stuff because he was taking the baby home, who was in Stone, Massachusetts. So he did this. He was down in the basement. Lieutenant Daly is down on the first floor. Officer Houston is at the top of the stairs in the basement. And the defendant's mother is downstairs also. The baby is already gone because Courtney, Mr. Aylaian's sister, had come with them, taken the baby, and left the house. Officer Noonan is standing on the landing watching the defendant in the bedroom. She's on her knees. She's gathering things. He notices at some point that her demeanor changes. She gets upset. At that point, she lunges to her right, forward and to her right. And he can't see what she grabs, but she grabs a firearm. Turns out to be her service weapon. She comes back. She raises it. Before Officer Noonan can do anything, she pulls the trigger as it's leveled at his face, and it goes click.
I'm sorry.
It goes click, excuse me. It does not fire. Officer Noonan takes out his gun, is yelling at her at this point. "Kelsey, don't do it. Drop it. Kelsey, don't do it." She is stepping backwards now. The gun hadn't fired, and so she was doing what the officers will describe to you as a tack rack. She has the gun in her hand. She bangs the magazine and attempts to rack it. She's unsuccessful the first time. Officer Noonan is still telling her, pleading with her, trying to de-escalate it. "Kelsey, don't do it." She does it again, racks around. As she's picking up the gun, raising the gun, Officer Noonan fires. He fires twice. She is now moving. He misses and then strikes her. She immediately goes down. Lieutenant Daly runs up. Officer Houston runs up. And they treat her. They call for an ambulance in the fire department, and she's eventually taken to the hospital. The gun that she used on Officer Noonan was underneath her. Lieutenant Daly grabs it, puts it on the bed. Officer Noonan, still focused on procedure and what to do, picks it up and moves it farther away from her so it's not a threat. That is eventually collected by Officer Core, who shows up later. The credible evidence in this case, the only credible evidence in this case, I would suggest to you, Your Honor, will be that Kelsey Fitzsimmons raised the gun and pointed it at Officer Noonan. She pulled the trigger when she did this. The credible evidence in this case, Your Honor, will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty.
Thank you. Mr. Brandon, would you like to make an opening statement at this time?
I would, Your Honor, thank you.
And feel free to stay there, or you can go to the podium, whatever you're more comfortable with.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Yes, please.
Counsel, ladies and gentlemen. Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. You don't say that when you're staring at the muzzle of a gun pointed at you. You say that to a person who has a gun to their head. And you don't shoot someone in the chest when they are seeking clearly to only harm themselves. And when you do that, you quickly realize, Your Honor, that you need to adjust the narrative to save yourself. That's what this case is about, Your Honor. On June 30th, 2025, Ms. Fitzsimmons' entire world imploded, was destroyed, when her fiancé, Justin Aylaian, obtained a restraining order behind her back with unchallenged, untested allegations at the Essex Probate Court. And he took away, at 4:30 in the afternoon, took away custody of her 4-month-old Caden in an ex parte fashion. The North Andover police had to serve that order. And in the late afternoon of the 30th, 3 male officers, Lieutenant Daly, Officers Noonan and Houston, they went to go serve the order. Their job was to take away the baby from Kelsey, a new mother with a 4-month-old named Caden, take her firearms, and give the baby to Mr. Aylaian. And that day, Your Honor, Kelsey stood in her house in humiliation in front of her police colleagues and friends. And she immediately processed all of the implications of this order, Your Honor. Everything that this fiancé had accomplished for himself without any chance for Kelsey to defend herself. He took away her baby. He likely cost her her career. He publicly betrayed her as her fiancé. He walked away from their impending marriage. She realized she couldn't any longer afford her house alone, so that was going as well. Her gun rights are stripped, and again, the humiliation that she's being served by people who she is friends and colleagues with from the North Andover Police Department. At that point, Your Honor, as she had this evolving set of revelations about how her life was in complete destruction, she made a decision for herself. And it's a decision that takes your breath away. It's a young mother who just minutes before they got there thought she had everything going for her, going back to work. She's on the schedule for July 3rd to go back to work. she decides to end her life with her firearm in her bedroom. She knows her firearm is in her bedroom, and she tells the police something else. She tells them the guns are in the basement because she doesn't want to involve them. The idea of harming them, the evidence will show, is ludicrous. The evidence will show that she's trying to get them away from her, Your Honor. She tells them the guns are completely in another location in the home. She's told that she needs to pack a bag for the person that's taking her baby away. So she has to walk around the house, pack a bag for Caden. She has it in her mind, the evidence will show, that she doesn't want them around for this event, this horrible thing she's going to do. She goes upstairs to pack the bag, Your Honor. Officers Houston and Noonan accompany her upstairs. She keeps, several times, she gives them items to have them go back downstairs with. She hands them baby seats and clothes and books and thereabouts and says, take these downstairs, please. You'll see that evidence, and as a fact finder, you will see that that's evidence of her state of mind, that she has no desire to harm any of her colleagues and friends. She's got no motive, she's got no reason to, and her actions are completely inconsistent with that. She's trying to get rid of them so she can have a minute in her room, not to do things that every young mother might want to do, but to get her gun and kill herself, because her life's over, in her mind. So, at that point, Your Honor, apparently what was later learned to be her mom comes in the house, and she's understandably upset. She's saying, how can you take away a baby from their mother? That's when Houston goes downstairs. So part one is accomplished, that Houston is downstairs. Houston's a friend. Houston was invited to her wedding. He goes downstairs. Noonan is still upstairs on the landing. You'll see from all the visual evidence, Judge, it's a stairway that goes up the small landing. Kelsey's bedroom's on the right, the baby's room's on the left. It's a pretty simple layout. Noonan stays up there. At this point, Kelsey makes it from the baby's room where she got some stuff across the landing to her bedroom, and she's in her bedroom when the I don't want to say disturbance, but when Mrs. Page, her mom, gets here. What we later learn is that she gets here, and Houston goes downstairs. Noonan, in a moment after Houston went downstairs, Noonan starts to go downstairs, and that was Kelsey's moment. Why? Because she wanted to do this herself, and she didn't want to involve Noonan. I told you about Houston. Noonan, she had been on extremely difficult calls with. She considered him a friend. She knew he had a wife and a child. Zero motive, the evidence will show, for her to ever want to harm this gentleman. She's alone in the room. Noonan's down the stairs. She reaches into the corner and picks up one of her handguns. She'll tell you that she is acutely aware as a police officer that she doesn't want them involved. She doesn't want them to be a part of this in any way. She keeps the gun close to her stomach area and walks over to an open spot in the room. She raises the gun to her head. Noonan is not even back in the room yet, Your Honor. So I don't want you as the fact finder to be looking for evidence that, well, maybe she swung it in his direction when he was coming in. Maybe she was pointing it at him at some quick transient time. That's not the case at all, Your Honor. That will not be the evidence. The evidence will be that Ms. Fitzsimmons had the gun to her temple, and then Noonan walks in, and he sees someone who is exhibiting only harm to herself and to no other. and we've discussed this pre-trial, and there'll be some evidence and discussion and cross-examination, Your Honor, about the Code of Mass Regulations that we discussed as it relates to, or doesn't relate to, Noonan's state of mind, Your Honor, that he's, as a firearms instructor and a SWAT team member and a former Lawrence police officer as well as North Andover, he knew or should have known that he was in trouble, that he was in violation of that CMR, the Code of Mass Regulation that I just mentioned. And he knows he has to adjust the narrative, Your Honor. Getting back to the incident, Your Honor. Kelsey has the gun to her head. She's trying to steel herself. Noonan comes around the corner and sees it, and the evidence will show that he is not some super cool James Bond type law enforcement officer, that he has a look of panic on his face and that he's flustered. And certainly no one's faulting him for that. But that's what he looked like, and that's what the evidence will show. And that's when the words, Kelsey, no, are uttered. No law enforcement officer, Judge, the evidence will show, in his right mind would bargain with someone who has their hand on the trigger and the muzzle in your face. The evidence here, Judge, will show that he was trying to tell her not to kill herself. The evidence will show that Kelsey never pointed a gun at him and that this was a mistake. It was a brain freeze. It was a mechanical thing. It was someone seeing a gun and shooting. How do we know this even more so? Besides the lack of motive and the utterances that he made. We know because of the location of the firearm, Your Honor. The firearm, when Kelsey was shot in the chest and went flying backwards and landed on her back, and Daly will tell you that she's on her back. The gun was under her leg. If Miss Fitzsimmons is pointing the gun at Noonan, and falls backwards, how does that gun swing around and get under her leg if she's pointing it the way Noonan says? The evidence will show that's not consistent with the laws of physics. It is, however, consistent with somebody holding the gun to their temple, so it's already to the side of your body, if not behind you when you go flying. So the location of the firearm, the evidence will show, is also consistent with what Kelsey says happened. Finally, in terms of the panic, the flustered look on his face, Ms. Fitzsimmons was only anywhere from 3 feet to then maybe 7 feet away from him in this entire incident. And that might be where the view comes in, Your Honor, the room. And he missed her in the first shot. He's a firearms instructor. He's a SWAT guy. 25 years, he misses someone from 3 to 7 feet away. Hits the air conditioner. That's panic, Your Honor. That's not cool, calculated action. That's panic. So Daly comes in. He goes over to Kelsey. He administers first aid. He rolls her to her side, sees the gun under her leg, behind her and under her. Your Honor is going to be the fact finder. You're going to consider all these things, the physical location of everything, the way things unfolded, the lack of a motive, what makes sense, what doesn't, what's doubtful. Anything that's doubtful is obviously not consistent with what the Commonwealth wants to have happen here. It's consistent with maintaining her presumption of innocence. Only 2 people were in that room. There were no body cameras. The police never interviewed Kelsey Fitzsimmons. They circled the wagons immediately, right at the scene. You'll see everybody treating Noonan like he's the victim. They circled the wagons immediately around Noonan. And everybody wants to defend Noonan in this situation. And no one even took a minute to think about whether Kelsey may have a different take on things, may have something different to say. Why? Why did they ignore Kelsey and circle around Noonan? Probably millions of reasons for the town. Millions of reasons. Ms. Fitzsimmons will tell you, Judge, she served orders herself. She served restraining orders. She's a delivery person. No one's going to be going after a police officer, no less someone that she knows, cares for, and has made repeated actions to get them out of the room. She will tell you, with some indignation, I suspect, that she would never point a firearm at a fellow law enforcement officer. So for all these reasons, Judge, as the fact finder, I request, I ask you, and I trust you to well and truly try the case, and I am confident that after the evidence is in, Your Honor will find Ms. Fitzsimmons not guilty. Thank you.
All right, Commonwealth, you ready to proceed?
Sean Daly, please.
Sean Daly. Sean Daly. So first things first, why don't you swear the witness? We may need to swear the witness in the law.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Excellent.
Good. Folks, can you, I just need to speak with our assistant chief for a moment.
Counsel, may I see you at sidebar and Ms. Fitzsimmons as well? Thank you.
All right, so while we wait for them to place their lunch order at the sidebar, we just heard from the defense, from Kelsey's side. We heard from the Commonwealth side. Opening statements are completed. They both took about 15 minutes, and we heard conflicting reports. It's totally going to be a he said, she said, 100%. We're waiting for Sean Daly to take the stand. He was one of the 3 officers there at the time. Mr. Bradle said you're going to hear from Kelsey, so she's going to take the stand, or at least he's promising she'll take the stand. He said she'll tell you she's aware. She doesn't want them involved, so he's already saying that Kelsey's going to take the stand. So looking forward to hearing her side of the story. So thanks for joining us today, guys. Be sure to hit the like button if you don't mind, and take a moment, hit the like button. Show us that you're a human, you're out there. So this is the chair. We usually watch, we see a clock, we see a fan. Massachusetts, Karen Reed, right? It was the fan. Here they're showing us the chair. Brown-eyed girl, excessive force for someone in crisis. Well, I think what's going to be, hey John, how are you? I think what's going to be one of the key witnesses, or one of the key issues, is the training. Right? We've seen this before in other officer-involved shootings. It's going to be training. What do you do? What are you trained to do? He's a firearms instructor. He's part of SWAT. What do you do? What are you trained to do? What is the protocol? What's in the manual? All that stuff. When somebody is in crisis, he's saying she was pointing it at his face. So if that's the case, sure, then you would shoot, even if that's your dad, even if that's your kid, even if that's, your partner, right? That's what they're trained to do. If a firearm is pointed at them, they shoot. If she says she's pointing it at her temple, at her head, what's the training then? So, only chair. Betsy. He says, Heidi, he saw it. He's claiming it was pointed right at his face. That's what the state said. He's pointing right at his face, 3 to 7 feet away, pointed right at his face, right? And then she's trying to rack it. She's on her knees gathering items. Her demeanor changes. She gets upset. She lunges forward and to her right. She grabs her service weapon, raises it, and pulls trigger while pointed at his face. So, if she's on her knees... Oh, wait, here we go.
Folks that are listening on our live feed, it's come to my attention, and I'm not accusing anyone of anything, because we're all making our way through this trial and trying to figure out the rules of the trial. My understanding is that these proceedings are being so-called live streamed, and obviously, or maybe not obvious, we also have a public phone line open that's court sanctioned that is broadcasting the audio of the trial. I want folks to know that those folks that are on the witness list may not watch the live stream, listen to the live stream, or listen to our court-sanctioned open telephone line of any of the court proceedings. The whole point of removing those folks from the courtroom is so that their testimony will be their own testimony, their own memory, and not that of other witnesses. All right, so I've instructed both sides to tell the folks that are here on their side of the witness list that they are not to watch the live stream, listen to the live stream while it is going on, listen to our open phone line. That also means that at the end of the day today, they're also, until they testify, they're also not to listen or watch any rebroadcast of those things. Again, we want a transparent, impartial, open trial that where folks are testifying based on their own memories. Okay? Thank you.
And Commonwealth, you may proceed.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
My name's Sean Daly, S-E-A-N-D-A-L-E-Y.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a lieutenant with the North Andover Police Department.
How long have you been North Andover Police Department?
20 years.
20 years?
Yeah.
Can you tell us, bring us from the beginning of your career to present day? And you started as a patrolman?
Yes, I started in 2003. I attended the police academy in 2003 with Boston College. I worked there till 2007. I was hired as a reserve in North Andover in 2005, so I was doing both jobs at that point in time. And then I left BC when I got the full-time job in North Andover.
Okay, can you take us to your career path at North Andover?
Yep, I was on patrol for maybe 6 months, and then I went into I filled in as the SRO at the school for about a year and a half. Then I was in detectives for about 9 years, 7.5 or so, which was, I was assigned to a drug task force with the Drug Enforcement Administration. I got promoted to sergeant in 2016 and then lieutenant 2 years ago.
So what is your role as a lieutenant now?
I oversee the early night shift, the 4 to 12 shift.
4 to 12 shift, okay. Now I'm going to turn your attention to June 30th of last year. Were you working on that day?
I was.
Okay. And at some point after your shift started, did you find yourself in the lobby?
Yes.
Okay, and did you meet anybody there?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
Justin Aylaian and his sister came into the station, into the lobby. He had a copy of his restraining order.
Okay, and did you know who he was in connection to the North Andover Police Department?
Yes.
Who was that?
He's a firefighter in town. He was also Kelsey Fitzsimmons' fiancé at the time.
Okay, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you just point to her and describe something she's wearing, please?
She's wearing a pink jacket.
May the record reflect he has identified the defendant? Okay. And so what was her role as as far as the town goes?
She was a police officer with North Andover.
Do you know when she started?
In 2024. Not exactly sure when, but yes.
And what was her role when she started in the police department?
She was a patrol officer.
Was she a patrol officer back in June of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know if on June 30th of 2025 she was issued a service weapon?
On June 30th?
Yeah, did she have one?
She did.
Okay. Do you know if she had any other firearms that were registered to her?
Yeah, I believe so, yes. Okay. According to the CGIS printout when we ran her prior to going over to serving it, I believe there were 2 other firearms that showed up.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about the basic procedure of what a restraining order is and what you do as a police officer when you get a copy to serve?
A 209A order is a court order issued by a judge. If somebody's in fear of harm, their safety, or there's been a pattern of abuse or whatever, they would go in front of a judge. They write out an affidavit describing what has taken place, where they would potentially be granted an order, and they go in front of a judge, and I believe there's questions asked. I've never actually been in the courtroom when they go to get it, but that's my belief. And a judge either grants it or denies it.
So on June 30th of 2025, a judge ordered a restraining order to be served on Ms. Fitzsimmons, correct?
Yes.
Did you know, how did you guys get it? How did the PD get it? Do you remember?
It comes through our email to the OIC at napd.us.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Comes through?
Our email system, through the courts. The court sends it to, I believe every police department's like that now.
Okay.
And you use some letters to the who?
OIC at napd.us, short for officer in charge.
Officer in charge?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And all the supervisors get it.
Okay. So you got it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know that Ms. Fitzsimmons had a small child?
Yes.
Were you able to review the contents of the restraining order itself? Not the affidavit, but what the court ordered?
Yes.
Okay, so what was the court ordering?
She was to have no contact with Justin Aylaian or the child. She couldn't go within 100 yards of the residence in another town, I believe where his parents live. She had to surrender her firearms license to carry. Could have no contact with him.
As a result of getting that order, were you yourself going to serve it?
Yes.
Were you going to bring anybody else?
Yes.
Okay, did you make a decision as to who to bring?
Yes.
Why?
Based on their experiences, the way they've performed in the past, they're both calm, cool, and collected. And they've demonstrated that throughout their careers.
Okay, and who are we talking about?
Patrick Noonan and Timothy Houston.
What did you do to get in contact with them?
I called Tim Houston on the phone. I asked him to drive by Kelsey Fitzsimmons' residence to see if the vehicle was there. He drove by, the vehicle was parked away from the house by the Atkinson School over in the corner of the parking lot. He saw the car, and then I asked him to call Pat Noonan, or get in touch with Pat Noonan, and I would meet them over at the Early Childhood Center. From that point, you could still see her car where he was situated, but she wouldn't have been able to see the cruisers.
Okay, and so you did that?
Yes.
Did you make your way over to the meetup spot?
I did.
And who was there when you got there?
Patrick Noonan and Timothy Houston.
Did you formulate a plan as to how you were going to serve the order?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
So I explained the order to both of them, let them know exactly what we were there to do, explained that we had to deal with the custody of the child, or the exchange also, and that she had firearms in the house, we were going to have to seize those.
Did you make a plan with Justin Aylaian concerning the child?
Yes.
What was that?
I took his phone number. Before I left, I told him to stay in the lobby of the police department until I called him. When I called him, he'd come over to pick up the child.
Did you make your way over to the residence?
Yes.
And what was that address? Do you remember?
No.
No problem. How did you get there?
It's Phillips Brooks Road. I'm not sure of the number.
Was it 125 maybe?
That sounds familiar, yes.
I'm sorry, what road?
Phillips Brooks.
Is that 2 words?
Yes.
Thank you.
How did you get there from where you originally met up with Noonan and Houston?
We drove.
Okay. Where'd you park?
We parked in the school parking lot, which if you were looking at her house, it would be over on like the right side of the house. There's some trees and fencing there. We parked right over there.
And did you walk over?
We did.
All three of you?
Yes.
Tell us what happened when you got to the house.
We walked up to the house. I believe I rang the bell and I knocked on the door, and she came out holding the baby.
And when you say she?
Kelsey Fitzsimmons came out holding the baby.
And so can you tell us about your initial interaction with her?
Kelsey opened the door. I told her that we had paid documentation for her, and if we could come in, and she let us come in.
Did you tell her what the documentation was originally?
At the door?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So where did you go in the house?
So when you walk in that door, it's like an enclosed front porch area. We walked into there, then the front door, the main part of the house is there. We entered that, and like if you go to the left there, it's like a living room. We went into that room.
Okay. Did you direct her to go anywhere when you got into that room?
Yes, so I asked her to put the baby in, there was like a little bouncy rocker next to the couch, and I asked her to have a seat on the couch.
Why did you ask her to put the child down?
Justin had told us that he had concerns, Justin Aylaian told us that he had concerns that she would potentially harm the baby, us, or anyone else. I didn't want her to do anything or be able to do anything with the child.
Did she sit down?
She did.
Did you then have a conversation with her about why you were there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you said and what she said?
I handed her the restraining order and explained it to her, that Justin had gotten a 298 order against her.
Okay, and did you explain the orders that were contained in the restraining order itself?
Yes.
What did you say?
Well, I told her she wasn't allowed to have contact with him, couldn't go near the residence. She was going to have to turn her firearms over, and Justin had custody of the baby until the hearing.
When you say the residence, it wasn't the residence where she was living. It was in.
Yeah, whatever. Justin the alien listed an address, I believe, on the document.
Okay. When you mentioned that you were going to need to seize her guns, did she respond to that at all?
When I said we were taking your guns?
Yep.
No, I then asked her, where are your guns?
And what did she say?
She said they were in the basement in a safe.
In a safe in the basement?
Yes.
Did you say anything about a return court date that she would be able to attend?
Yeah, the hearing? Yes.
What did you say?
Whatever the date was on I believe it was like 12 or so days later.
Okay. Did she respond to that at all when you said that?
No.
Okay. Do you know, as part of being a lieutenant at the North Andover Police Department and being a superior officer to Ms. Fitzsimmons, has she had occasion, if you know, to serve restraining orders herself in the past?
Yes.
She has?
Yes.
Okay. Well, what happened after you explained it to her and she told you her guns were in the basement?
Well, then I explained that I was going to contact Justin to come over to pick up the baby.
Okay. Did she say anything, if you remember, in response to that?
To what? I'm sorry, repeat it?
Sure. You had told her that Justin was coming to the house to get the baby, correct?
Yes.
Did she say anything in response to that?
No, she didn't have any. She said like she was agreeable to it.
Okay. Did she use her phone at all?
She called her mother on her cell phone.
What happened next?
Sorry to interrupt, no, excuse me. Just Ms. Fitzsimmons is the defendant here, and she cannot see the witness.
Oh.
Can she kind of move over here, Judge?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I want her to be able to see.
Yeah, of course. No, absolutely. You can move. And if maybe you folks slide down a little bit. Is it because of the angle, or is it because of that screen?
The computers.
Oh, the computers. Okay. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, it's important that you and all counsel are able to see everything, okay? Thank you. Can you see?
Yes, I can.
You're right, I can't.
Can't see, yeah. You may have to sit 2 rows back there. I don't think that there's much that we can do about it. Maybe you can move the table up or something. Counsel, you all set? Everyone set in the back row? Okay. Hold on one second. Ms. Moriarty, can you see?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So what happened next? She called her mother.
She called her mother.
Okay.
Yep.
Did she ask if she could gather anything for the baby?
Yes.
Okay. And so tell us about that.
She asked if she could get some items for the baby. So the baby started getting fussy in like the bouncy chair. Officer Noonan ended up holding the baby for a little bit, and Tim Houston and I went around with Ms. Fitzsimmons into the kitchen first. She opened some drawers. There were some like jars and formula bottles, whatnot, that she was grabbing and putting in a bag. And then we came around. She went upstairs to the bedroom where the shooting occurred. I was with her. She walked in, looked around, we walked back out, went back down the stairs, and then she went into the room. If you're looking at the house, it'd be the room on the right that had like storage shelves along the wall. There were some diapers and other things like that she grabbed.
Okay. Why did you escort her around?
Because it's serving an order like that, you don't let anyone, I mean, we control the house, we control movements.
Okay, so you wouldn't let her be in a room by herself?
No.
Or out of your sight?
Correct.
Okay. What were you looking for as she was walking around the house?
Any potential weapons.
Okay. So now she's back downstairs in the room to the right if you come in the door, correct?
Yep.
She's gathering belongings. What happens after that?
She started getting a little bit emotional for a second, saying she was going to lose her job, etc. And I told her, you just relax, take a deep breath. You got to let the process play out. Maybe cooler heads prevail. And she actually kind of settled down a little bit.
So what happened after you had that conversation?
I called Justin to come to the house, and her mother showed up. Okay. Right around that point.
Who had the baby when her mother showed up? Do you remember?
Officer Houston had the baby when her mother showed up.
Was there a handoff at that point?
When her mother showed up?
Yep.
Yeah, the mother took the baby from Officer Houston.
Okay. So what happened next?
Her and her mother were in the family room. She showed her mother the 209A order, and the statement was made again that we were taking her baby, and I told her we're not taking your baby, Justin is, and she ended up going back upstairs with Officer Noonan and Officer Houston.
Okay, and you stayed downstairs?
I did.
Okay. At some point, did Mr. Aylaian arrive?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that?
So Mr. Aylaian arrived with his sister. They came in the house, and Kelsey was upstairs in the bedroom with Officer Noonan and Officer Houston. I had the sister take the baby out to the vehicle, and Justin grabbed some things and went out. He came back into like the porch area, the enclosed porch area, asked if he could go grab his suitcase and some items, and there was also, he had asked also, because she had his wallet and some other items from the weekend, he had asked if he could get those too, and Kelsey had agreed to give those back to him, okay, or give them to him.
So he had left the house, the sister, excuse me, do you know her name to be Courtney Aylaian?
Yes.
Aylaian, excuse me. And she took the baby outside?
Yes.
Justin went out initially, but then came back and asked permission to come back in the house?
He went out carrying some items, and then he came back up and asked if he could retrieve some things, okay, including a suitcase in the basement.
Okay, and did he go down the basement?
He did.
Okay. After he went down in the basement, who was upstairs?
Both Officer Houston, Officer Noonan, and Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay. At some point, did Officer Houston come down?
He did.
Okay. And where did he go? Do you remember?
Officer Houston came down the stairs and told me that Ms. Fitzsimmons didn't want Justin in the house, so I told him to go around to the basement to basically hold him there, because we didn't want them interacting. So Officer Houston was going to hold Justin and Aylaian at the door over there, which is around the backside off the kitchen. And
okay, and Officer Noonan is still upstairs overseeing the defendant?
Yes.
What happened next?
Maybe a minute later, I'm down in the family room with Kelsey's mother and the child. They're over by the couch. She's holding the baby. I'm standing right basically on the wall of where if you pivoted around the stairs would be to go upstairs, and the front door opens kind of funny. So I was just standing there waiting, and then I heard Officer Noonan.
Was the baby still in the house, or did the
I'm sorry, the baby was gone at that point.
The baby was
Yes.
gone at that point. Okay, so how close are you
So
to...
Kelsey's mother is still downstairs in the living room or family room with me. She's over by the couch, and I was standing by the wall.
By the wall near the...
Closest to the staircase to go up the stairs.
Okay, did you ever hear Officer Noonan or anybody else start to come down the stairs at all?
After Officer Houston came down?
Yes.
No.
What happened next?
What happened, I heard Officer Noonan call out in like a loud authoritative voice, "Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey."
Okay, and what happened after?
Hold on one sec so I can catch up, please. All set, thank you.
Did you hear anything after that?
Gunshots.
How many of you remember?
2.
Coming from upstairs?
Yes.
So where did you go after that, when you heard that?
So when I heard Officer Noonan call out, "Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey," I pivoted, looked up the stairs, and started running up the stairs.
When did you hear the gunshots?
While I was moving up the stairs.
Officer Noonan, was he at the top of the landing?
He was at the top of the landing in the frame of basically standing at the frame of the bedroom door.
Okay. What did you do when you got to the top of the stairs?
I looked in the room.
And what did you see?
Miss Fitzsimmons was laying down. She was on the floor. If you look at the room, she was from the doorway. She was on the opposite side of the room, head closest to the wall, feet closest to us.
And she appeared to be injured?
Yes.
So what did you do as a result of that?
I immediately went into the room, got up there. When I got up to her, I could see the gun was, she had a firearm down by her left leg. So I picked the gun up, put it on the bed, between her and the bed, and then we started dealing with, rendering it.
Where was Officer Noonan at this point?
In the bedroom.
Okay. Did you have your gun out?
No.
Did he have his gun out?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what happened to the gun on the bed?
The gun on the bed, at some point when I was trying to wrap gauze around her, Officer Noonan picked it up and I believe he handed it to Officer Core.
Okay.
Sorry, Officer who?
Noonan handed it to Officer Core, C-O-R-R.
Did you, can you describe the injuries that you saw?
Yeah, so she had a gunshot wound to her chest, or between the abdomen and the chest, right below the breastplate. And when I rolled her over to her side, I could see in the back it would appear to be an exit wound.
Were the other first responders called?
Yes.
Who called them? Do you remember?
I got on the radio basically pretty fast saying that we had shots fired, female down, and we need medics or something to that effect. And I believe other people also were on the air.
Was the defendant saying anything when you got in the room?
When I got into the room originally, when she's on the ground?
Yes.
Yeah, she kept saying, "I'm sorry and I want to die."
Fire personnel arrive?
Yes.
They take her away?
They did.
Okay. What did you do with the scene, if anything, at that point?
At that point, we were calling people to come to the scene.
Okay. Did you secure it?
Yeah.
What happened with the gun, if you know, what happened with the gun that Ms. Fitzsimmons had next to her when you walked into the room? Do you know where that ended up?
Yeah, so if you came up the stairs, at the top of the stairs, there was some shelving with some police equipment. There was a gun safe on the floor right there. And Officer Core made the weapon safe, put it in the gun safe, and basically stood over it till he was relieved.
Judge, I just want to lodge an objection to whether or not that testimony is based on personal knowledge or not. I don't want the witnesses testifying to things that they've learned in the investigation. There's been no preface for the question, did he see that? How does he know that? So I just want to take the opportunity right here to object to anything that's just sort of global testimony versus something the witness perceived.
All right, so...
You could rephrase it, I guess.
Mr. Bradle, the most efficient way for me to handle objections is, object, and I certainly understand what your reasoning is, but you have to object at the time, and I'll make a decision. Are you moving to strike anything?
I am moving to strike and asking for a rephrase to whether or not the question is based on personal knowledge.
Okay, and not your fault, my fault, but what are you moving to strike?
The entire answer, and ask that the question be asked again, and the answer be, make it clear that whether the witness is testifying on his own personal perception, his own personal knowledge, or whether he's just globally testifying, which I would object to.
All right, so are you talking about the testimony related to the securing of the scene?
What Core did, yes, Your Honor.
What Core
What
did?
Officer Core did, correct.
Mr. Gubitosi?
Well, he can ask all the questions he wants on cross-examination. The testimony is what the testimony is.
Well, it shouldn't come in at first, Your Honor, at the first instance if it's not based on personal
All right,
knowledge.
I'm going to overrule the objection, but I certainly understand your point, Mr. Braden. I'll look out for it in the future.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Now, Judge, I have a number of pictures that I'm going to be displaying, and you said earlier that you wanted to see them first.
So they've been
Pre-marked.
They've been pre-marked? Okay. Well, no, you're going to display them there? Yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Just, but let's just make a record of what's been pre-marked, if you could, Mr. Ruane.
Yes, Your Honor. The parties agreed to pre-mark Exhibits 1 through 72, which are all photographs, and then Exhibit 73, which is a thumb drive in an envelope. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. 73 was what?
A thumb drive in an envelope.
In an envelope?
Yeah.
Okay.
The next numbered exhibit would be 74.
Okay. And counsel, I want to commend you folks for getting together and having those pre-marked. It definitely speeds things up.
And those are agreed to.
Okay. All right. So, no, that's fine. I know what I said, but you can ignore it for now. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as exhibit number 1. Can you see that?
Yes.
What's that?
That's the residence.
That's the residence that Ms. Fitzsimmons was living in there at the time?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 2. Do you recognize, even though there's some glare, what that is?
So that would be if you're looking at the house. I think that's the school in the background there.
So is this the school over here that you were talking about?
Yeah, it's tough to see, but I believe that's the school.
Any way to do something about or is that the way the photo is?
It's like that too. I'll pass it up to Your Honor.
That looks like the fencing that runs between the school and the house.
May I approach you?
Mr. Roy, can I just see that real quick? Thank you. Okay, I get it. So, did you want to take another look?
No, actually, I can see it better with this one. Yeah, that's the, basically to the right of the house.
And that's the school that you were talking about?
Yes.
That's where her car was parked, back that way?
Yes.
Was there anything in the driveway at the time that you got there that would have prevented someone from parking in the driveway of the house?
Not that I recall, no.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 4. Did you recognize that?
Yes, that's the residence.
Number 7.
That's the main, the door to come into the house.
Number 8. That's the
Same.
stairs going up?
Yeah, stairs going up, yeah.
Can I'm sorry, can I see exhibit 8? There was some glare and it's just difficult. Thank you, Mr. Roy. So were these photos taken that night?
I guess I'll ask you, do you know, were these photos taken that night?
Not by me, but yes, I believe they were taken that night.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm showing you it's been marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize?
That's when you walk in that first door. It's like a enclosed porch.
Exhibit number 10.
The main, to get the door to get into the main house.
So when you walk in that from the porch, you see some stairs on the right side of the doorway.
Yes.
What stairs are those?
Those are the stairs to get up to the second floor.
I'm going to show you exhibit number 13. You recognize what that is?
Yes, that's the living room.
So as you walk in the front door that we were just looking at, to the left?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see where Ms. Fitzsimmons was sitting when you asked her to take a seat when you first got in there?
Yeah, so where that blanket, the red and black checkered blanket is on the couch, she was just to the left of it.
So right here?
Let me just excuse for one moment. Can you folks in the back row see the photos?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm okay with where it's at. If I could just inquire.
Sure.
We can see it. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize what that is?
Same room.
This is a different angle?
Yep.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 22. Do you recognize what that is? Is that if you walk into the living room and you take a right, there's another room there that then leads to the kitchen? Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that room that we were just looking in?
Correct. Same.
I'm sorry, what number was that you just...
I'm sorry, that's 23.
Thank you.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 25. Do you recognize what that is?
That is the kitchen.
Okay. So right now we've started going in the front door, gone to the left through 2 rooms. Now this is the kitchen?
Yep. Yes.
And is this where you said Ms. Fitzsimmons was gathering bottles and jars?
So just past the refrigerator, you can't see it in this photo, but there was some drawers in like a cabinet that she'd opened, and there were some jars and things in there.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that same room, that's the cabinet where she retrieved some jars and maybe
And that's
formula.
exhibit number 30.
So that, when you say the same room, you mean the
As the kitchen. Yeah, part of the kitchen. Just different angle.
I'm going to display, maybe to clarify, number 29. That's as you walk into the kitchen, and to in the photo, to the left of the photo is that the drawers that we were just talking about?
Next to the refrigerator? Yes. Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what that is in exhibit number 31?
No.
Would that be the stairs down, going down to the basement?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. I'll get that.
Sorry.
And do you recognize this room?
Yes.
What room is that?
It's
I'm sorry, what exhibit number are you displaying?
32.
Thank you.
It's off of the kitchen.
Okay. So and now we almost went around the whole house in a circle?
Yeah.
Now I'm showing you that mark is exhibit number 33. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
That'd be a photo from the bottom of the staircase looking into the room where we were at first.
Okay, so the picture taker would have just walked through exhibit number 32, that last room, and came full circle?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 35. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the staircase to go to the second floor.
Number 36. You recognize what that is?
Same staircase.
Mr. Gubitosi, can I see that before you, because there's some, it's hard to see. Thank you.
Exhibit 37. Can you describe what we're seeing there?
That's if you were at the top of the stairs, looking straight on.
And Pierre said there's a room to the right. Which room would that be?
That's the bedroom where the shooting occurred.
Exhibit number 38.
That's a photo from the top of the stairs also.
Okay, that's in the, you see a room on the left side of the photo. Is that what we call the baby's room?
Yes.
Mr. Gubitosi, may I see exhibits 37 and 38? I'm just getting some glare. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Gubitosi, do you mind, on Exhibit 38, I had trouble picking up what that was. Could you just ask him again?
So I'm going to show you exhibit number 38. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
That's if you were at the top of the staircase. I guess you'd call it a hallway in between the two bedrooms.
Thank you.
Exhibit number 40.
That's the baby's room.
Exhibit number 42.
Same thing, the baby's room.
Different angle.
Different angle.
And
I'm sorry, that was 42 that you just showed? Okay, thank you.
45. Can you describe what that is?
That's the baby's room also.
Exhibit number 46. You recognize what that is? Is that the baby's room looking out the door towards the landing?
Yes.
And exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
That's a picture from the hallway into the room where the shooting occurred.
Into the bedroom?
Correct.
Now, you see a chair there inside the room. Do you remember, was that chair placed in that position when you first saw it, or was that moved at all by fire personnel, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Silly question, but I'm having trouble seeing the glare. Is that police tape?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just having trouble seeing it too. Maybe if we could just angle that this way just a little bit. It's hard to see it.
Sure, no, you folks should see everything.
That's fine, thank you.
And can you still see?
Yes.
Okay.
Exhibit number 50.
It's a photo of the bedroom from the doorway.
Exhibit number 51.
Same, it's a photo of the bedroom from a different angle.
So it shows the left as you walk into the room?
Yes, it showed like the hard corner if you came in the room.
Exhibit number 52.
Same, it's the bedroom when the shooting occurred.
Exhibit number 53.
Same.
Okay, now in this photo, you can see an air conditioner, you can see the bed on the right, correct? A bassinet on the left?
Yes.
When you came into the room, where was Ms. Fitzsimmons?
So she was just past the bed, like her head had pretty much, her head was by the wall where the air conditioning unit was, and her feet were angled out just to the left of the bed.
Okay, so her head was
furthest from the door, so
over here?
probably a little to the left of that.
Okay, and her feet were facing this way?
Yes.
So can I ask, so when you say that they were angled, the feet were angled out to the left, you mean our left as we're looking at the photograph or her left?
No, I'm sorry, our left is, we're looking at the photograph. So it would be her right if her head was towards the air conditioner.
May I ask the witness to get that down and approach the screen just to...
Yes.
Could you just describe the positioning of Ms. Fitzsimmons when you first walked into the room?
Yep, she's basically here. Like if my hand was her body, it was kind of laid like this. Her head was right over in here, and her feet were over here.
And where was the gun?
The gun was by her left leg. She was laying on her back. It was somewhere right in here. But I couldn't see the gun until I got up to her.
And then you moved her, and then you saw the gun, or did you see it?
I saw when I got up on where she was.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 55. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes. It's the bed, same bedroom, and that's the area she was laying in. Right now, it'd be like the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
Or the bottom of the photo.
That's the opposite side of the bed.
Yes.
Now, when you went up there and you were tending to Ms. Fitzsimmons and after, did Officer Noonan say anything?
Well, she was still there? No.
Did he say anything else?
Well, actually, yeah. I mean, we were both telling her to, like, just breathe, calm down and breathe.
Okay. Did he say anything after she was taken away?
Yes.
What did he say?
When we were basically in the hallway towards the baby's room when they'd taken Kelsey down the stairs, and I heard him say that she had pointed a gun at him.
Objection. Motion to strike.
Sustained.
What was his demeanor at that point?
Officer Noonan's?
Yes.
I think he was sort of in shock a bit, like everybody. I mean, I think we were all clearly taken by surprise by what happened.
And how long after you, after the shots were fired, did you have a conversation, without saying what it was, with Officer Noonan about what happened?
Maybe 5 minutes, just based on however long it took the the medical staff to get her packaged up to get her to a hospital.
Your Honor, I would ask for a ruling on an excited utterance at this point.
An excited utterance from Officer Noonan?
Yes.
And Officer Noonan's going to testify?
Yes.
And counsel?
I would object, Your Honor.
All right. Well, I think I need more of a foundation, but if it qualifies, I'll...
Now, you say that it was about five minutes after you heard the gunshots, right? That you had a conversation with him, that he said something, correct?
Yes.
In the meantime, you both had been tending to her wounds, true?
Yes.
And you said he was, seemed to be in shock, which is different than he normally was when you talked to him at the station.
Yeah, definitely.
And how so?
I think, like everybody else, I think he was overwhelmed and a little bit trying to process what just happened. Bewildered?
Sustained. As to what, like everyone else, I just need to know what the officer appeared to you. What his demeanor, what was his emotional state, etc.
I wouldn't say he wasn't emotional. He appeared shaken a bit.
I'd renew my request, Your Honor.
Lack of foundation.
And this was 5 minutes after what? After the shooting, 5 minutes after, I'm sorry, this is to you.
5 minutes after the shooting.
So how long did it take for the fire department to remove Miss Fitzsimmons?
I'm guessing around 5 minutes. It may have been quicker.
Fire department was there that quickly?
The fire department was there very quickly. Yes.
All right. I'll tell you what. This sounds like seems like a good time to take a break, our morning break. So, and I will rule on the objection when we get back. All right. So we will stand in recess, safe for 15 minutes. Will that work for everyone?
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise, please. Let's stand in a 15-minute recess. Please exit quietly.
All right, so they're going to take their morning break, 15-minute break here. We can go over what we've heard so far. You're a hot mic? You're a hot mic?
Oh, right. Paper airplane. No, I know, it's cool. I do the same stuff. Here's my keys.
All right. I do like hot mics. I do like hot mic moments. All right, here's Aaron found a picture of the bedroom. So here's a picture of the bedroom. This might help you guys. So I guess that's the AC was by the the AC was by the window there. So I have that, but I also have what they showed. Right, it's pretty much. So there's the bedroom. So her head was back by that AC unit, and her feet were towards us. All right, well, let's go through Sean Daly, Lieutenant Daly. He's one of 3 law enforcement officers that were there. Let's see. So he kind of goes through his story. You guys are finding him not credible. I'm going to tell you why one thing I think is going to help the defense. Let's go through this, and I'll point out when I think it's going to help the defense. So he met Justin and Justin's sister, whose name is Courtney, in the police lobby. Justin wanted to show him the restraining order. He knew Justin as a firefighter. Of course, he also knew that he was the fiancé of Kelsey. So he just talks about the process of obtaining the restraining order. So he said he knew about the small child. So the court order stated no contact with Justin or baby C. You have to stay 100 yards away from the residence, which would be Justin's mom or his parents' place. That's where he was going to go, and that she had to surrender her firearm. So he chose the other two, which would be Patrick Noonan and Timothy Houston. Now remember, Patrick Noonan was Kelsey's partner, and they experienced that traumatic event the year before. So if you guys didn't know that, just keep that in mind. So he chose them because they were calm, cool, and collected. He called Officer Houston. He told him to go drive by Kelsey's house, and Houston said that he saw the car parked down the street by the school. So Noonan and Houston were at the house when he arrived. He explained the court order to them. He also made a plan with Justin. Hey, stay in the lobby until we call. So they get into the house. We showed the surveillance, or not surveillance. Well, I guess they have. She had video inside her house, and we showed that yesterday. He said they were going to show it, so I'm not sure if they're going to show it or not. If they don't show it, we'll go ahead and we'll show that later. If they don't show that, so they go into her house. It's basically like a patio. It's an enclosed patio, and so they go in. She's got the little baby, and they come into the house. So he asked her to put the baby in a bouncy chair because Justin had said there's concerns about her harming the baby. And she was handed the RO, and it was explained to her, no contact with Justin, turn over your firearms. He had custody until the hearing. So they asked about, where are your firearms? She said they're in the basement in a safe. And he said, the hearing's in 12 days, right? So just show up at the hearing and let the process happen. She was agreeable. She knew Justin was coming over to the house to get the baby. This is when she called her mom. Now, this is when the defense said that Kelsey can't see the witness. So we had shifting of chairs there. So she got up, she moved around so she could see the witness, because the computer was blocking her view. So she asked to gather some items for the baby. Baby started to get fussy, so Officer Noonan picked up the baby. So she went into the kitchen, she grabbed some food, then she went upstairs. They escorted her around. They control the movement. They didn't want any, and I guess this is what they do. You don't want somebody going to get a weapon, right? So they're following her around. He says that she got a little emotional. She thought she was going to lose her job, and he's like, hey, just relax, let the process play out. It's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. So he called Justin to come to the house, and that's when Kelsey's mom showed up. So Officer Houston gave the baby C, baby child there, little baby, to mom. So Kelsey and the mom were in the family room, and they were taking her baby. And she kept saying, they're taking my baby, they're taking my baby. And he's like, no, Justin is, not us. We're not taking your baby. Justin is going to be. So Kelsey goes back upstairs with Officer Noonan and Houston. Justin arrives with his sister, who is Courtney. The sister takes the little baby outside. So the sister took custody of little baby C, took him outside. And Justin took some items outside. Then he came back to get a suitcase and wallet, and he asked, hey, can I come in and get my some stuff in the basement? This is when Officer Houston comes down and says, Kelsey heard that Justin's in the house. She doesn't want him here. Just, so they kind of ran interference. So Officer Houston was going to monitor, make sure they didn't see each other. So mom was with him, baby's outside the house. He says a minute later, so they're downstairs in the living room. A minute later, he hears Officer Noonan call out, Chelsea, don't do it. Chelsea, don't do it. So that's when I think that's going to help the defense, because the defense in their opening statement said, when you're pointing a firearm at somebody, you're not saying don't do it, right? You're in fear for your life. You're gonna act. You're not gonna be yelling at somebody who's pointing a firearm at you. So that's why I think that his statement, I know a lot of you are saying, you're not 100% in Mr. Daly, Lieutenant Daly's coroner here, I'm thinking, so far I'm not really hearing anything that's too far off, but I'm saying that comment right there, he heard Noonan say, Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey, don't do it. Or don't do it, Kelsey, Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey. I think that helps the defense because that supports their theory that she held the firearm up to her head, and that's when Officer Noonan's like saying, Kelsey, don't do it, versus it being pointed, having something pointed at your face. Are you going to sit there and say, Kelsey, don't do it, Kelsey? I mean, you may. I'm saying you may, but that to me supports the theory of what the defense is saying. So that's why I said that at the top of this recap. All right, so then Lieutenant Daly, he hears 2 gunshots from upstairs. He runs upstairs. Actually, after he heard Officer Noonan shout out, he's already running up the stairs, and that's when he hears the shots. He says Noonan was in the frame of the door. He said he looked into the room, and he saw Kelsey was on the floor. Was on the floor with her head. So here we go with this photo. So her head was facing the AC. Her legs were on the left side of the bedroom the bed there, and the firearm was underneath her on the left side. So that means she was holding it up. That means she was holding it with her left. So is she right-handed or left-handed? Right? Is she right-handed or left-handed? Hold on, save your questions for a second, because let me finish my recap, then I'll get to your questions. He saw the gun was by her left leg. He picked it up, so it was by her left leg, not necessarily under. So if she's holding it in front of her, now is she left-handed or right-handed? I think that's gonna come into play, because if she's right-handed, how does the gun get over to her left side? If she's left-handed and she gets shot, she's gonna fall back. Now, if she's holding it here and she's shot, I think either way it's going to be awkward to get that gun underneath her left leg. I think either way, because if she's holding like this and she's shot, she falls back, she could drop the gun, and then it falls. If she's holding it like this and she's shot, she falls back. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm having trouble either way, either scenario, how that gun gets underneath her left leg. Not quite sure how that happened. All right, so they start rendering aid. Noonan had his gun out. At some point, the gun was on the At some point, the gun was on the bed. Noonan handed that over to Officer Core. He said the wound was right underneath her right breast. So I thought it struck her up here. So it actually hit her over here, underneath her right breast. Exit wound on the back. They called 911 immediately, or dispatch. They're like, officer down, officer shot. Okay. Here's really now I got to my point. This is where I think it's going to help. This statement right here, I think, is going to help the defense. Kelsey kept saying, "I'm sorry, I want to die." I don't think if you're pointing a firearm at a fellow officer, I don't think that doesn't support you wanting to shoot that person. That was the moment. That to me helps. Okay, so there's two moments then that support the defense. Why would she be saying, "I'm sorry, I want to die"? Right? If you're, unless it's like, self-deletion, like when somebody comes waving a gun around, waving a firearm around, and there's a bunch of officers, of course they're going to shoot, right? If you're just doing this in front of a bunch of officers, they're going to shoot you. So was it a case of that? But why is she saying, "I'm sorry, I want to die"? That to me sounds like she wanted to take her own life, not that she was going to shoot her fellow partner, right? That to me, that's big. That if I was a juror right now, I'd be like, oh, she wanted to take her own life. She wasn't looking to shoot somebody else. All right. So to me, that's huge. Right now, I think that's a big moment in the trial for me. All right. Kelsey is removed from the scene. They secure the scene. There was a gun safe on top of the landing. Core put the gun in there, and he monitored it until he was relieved. And then some objections start to come in: personal knowledge or hearsay, global testimony. The judge, object at the time, so don't make it global. Defense is asking to strike that entire answer. Asks again and have state ask again about just his personal knowledge and not say, it's basically straight up hearsay, right? So the state says, well, you can ask all you want, on cross. And the judge overruled that. But he says he will look out for that in the future. Then we go through a bunch of photos of the house, outside the house, inside the house, which is what I'm showing right now. And again, her head was by the wall AC and her feet were towards us, towards the bed and the door. Gun was by her left leg. She was on her back. Noonan told him that she pointed a gun at him. So that was objected to. That was sustained. Noonan was in shock, as was everyone. And then the state asked for excited utterance from Noonan, and that the defense objected. So there's a bunch of objections throughout here. About five minutes after the shots were fired, Noonan said that's when he told Lieutenant Daly that she pulled a firearm on him. She was bewildered like everyone else. That was objected to again. Yeah, we had like 6 or 7 objections right in a row here. Noonan appeared shaken. That was objected to. Lack of foundation. How long did it take to remove? And then the judge jumps in. And says, okay, how long did it take for the fire department to show up? How long did it take EMS to show up? And he says about 5 minutes. So the judge is going to rule on some of these. That's why he's taking the 15-minute break, which should be coming up soon. Let's see if we hear any hot mics.
That's what I'm looking for. It would have to be on a different table.
So this goes up to where?
It goes to the camera direct.
So the camera direct.
Yeah.
So the cord is already all attached.
Yeah.
It goes all the way this way.
Why is there something? Well, they're being told that they can hear them whispering. I can't hear anything, but I guess still have to move it.
Just because with this at FDR they can pause it. This mic doesn't pick up anything now at this point. Right. Your mic they can't shut off.
Yeah, I shut it off there, but I don't mind moving it.
It's just I don't think you have. I opened up some windows.
We'll pull downstairs.
The windows open now, boss. So I think perfect.
Do you want to?
That's for the. I mean,
he's looking to pick up some of the voices.
No, the judge is definitely.
No, you can't. Same type of thing. This one you can't. But the question is, like, do you
I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything. What are you looking to do?
He has this taped. But when they go whisper or they have to go talk amongst themselves, they can't pause that. And this quarter, that's
I'm afraid if he wants to talk to me, that's going to pick it up too. Let me think. How long is that? I think there is, but I don't know if it's coming.
Yeah, I printed it out.
So you know how I love my hot mic moments. Yeah, Hell Rider. We love our hot mics here. We love our hot mics. Richard, I don't find the fact he fired and missed one round. It's easy to throw one or more off in stress. Pewing in stress is not same as at range.
Oh, really? Somebody's really sitting there and listening. I didn't hear. Yeah?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Sorry about that.
Appreciate it.
This one right here.
Let me. Do we have another cable? Maybe a shorter one, hopefully.
You have a short one, right?
I have a short one going to your mixer. And this is it's going short one. That works.
We're trying to work something with the lighting.
Oh, and my hot mic went away. Wait. Sounds like they're working on cable. Sounds like they're working on some of the cable. Sounds like they're working on some cable.
Hold on. You're gonna pull it. You're gonna pull that way.
You're changing out, swapping out some cords.
I have all the way to here.
That sounds like they're swapping out some audio cords there.
Are we putting it there? Yes, on this. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. For this. Yeah, I think this is good. Okay.
All right, now it's just a bunch of noise. Debbie, no poll. Yeah, let's think of a poll. What is it too early to get a poll out? Let me think for a second about a poll. Hey Jeff, welcome in. Is it too early for a poll? Michael, we love our polls here. we love our polls here. Let me see. Let me think of a poll. Usually I'm pretty good with them. Let me think of one. Well, I guess we could start with Lieutenant Daly. Let's just start there. Start with Lieutenant Daly. How credible do you find him? Yikes. Dude, what are you doing with the mic? All right. All right, so we got a new poll here. How credible do you find Lieutenant Daly? 100% credible, 60% credible, 30% credible, 0% credible. All right, got a new poll for you guys. All right, Joanne, welcome back. Had some breaky? John is sensing deception. Granny Debbie, good to see you. All right, now we have no audio. Pammy seems a little disingenuous. Paranormal video, Gordon says. Debbie, you're welcome. Yes. We love our polls here. All right, it has been more than 15 minutes, but we're waiting for Judge to come back. Nan, you do have the best and entertaining polls. Thank you for that, Nan. We do our best here. Keep you guys entertained. Hellrider, woo! Yes. You're welcome, Debbie. Elsie, good morning. Snowcatish, he's way too familiar with Justin. Joanne says, I have trust issues with any police from Massachusetts. Elsie, yes, there are a lot of trials happening, right? There's something like four or five out there right now. You got to pick and choose, right? Pick and choose. This one's going to be short and sweet. They'll be done by the end of the week. I don't know. I wonder how long the judge is going to take. It'll be interesting to compare how long does the judge take. Well, he's not going to take as long as a jury takes. Maybe an hour, right? Hour, 2 hours. Oh, here we go. Now we just need audio.
Court's back in session.
Your Honor, we're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
All right, so we left off, and the Commonwealth seeks to admit a statement made by Officer Noonan at the scene as a spontaneous utterance. The defense has objected. Does either side want to be heard more?
I would, Judge.
Please.
I would like to be heard. So the government wants to have it both ways here. You know, they want you to think that this guy is cool, calm, and collected, you know, and then they want to get some statements in a completely different aspect. So, you know, statements that are excited utterances are, you know, they can't be made after there's been time for reflection, you know, and time for possible fabrication. And here it's 5 minutes goes by, and you know, this is not, you know, I know probably all of us attorneys in this room, and Your Honor certainly, are used to thinking about excited utterances maybe in a little more of a liberal fashion with like a domestic violence victim, someone who is completely upset and the upset continues. You know, they've gone on record saying how professional and cool and calculated this guy is. So that plus the 5 minutes, plus the time for fabrication here, plus the motive for fabrication, I think makes it fatal to the government's efforts, and I think you should deny it.
Anything in addition, Commonwealth?
Your Honor, the declarant himself need not be excited. It is the fact of the matter that the declarant is still under the stress of an exciting event. And the court should consider the factors such as whether it's made in the same location as the precipitating event, temporal proximity, age, spontaneity, and degree of excitement. Your Honor, the Commonwealth is not claiming that, you know, Officer Noonan was in shambles after the shooting. Certainly not, but he was still under the pressure of the event. It was within minutes. It was in the same location. Officer Noonan is present. He's going to testify, available for cross-examination, no confrontation issue. So I would suggest that in the court's discretion, you allow the spontaneous utterance for whatever degree of value you see fit.
Okay.
The last thing, Judge, if I may respond, is sorry. It's just that, you know, this is the exact time you would fabricate when your colleagues are starting to form opinions about what happened. It's the exact incentive, it's the exact time to fabricate. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think Attorney Moriarty was referring to the factors in Commonwealth versus Baldwin. At least I think that's a more recent case that has them, which is at 476 Mass, 476 Mass, 1041 at page 1042 of 2000. 2017 case. So I can say that a lot of the factors, you're right, do gravitate towards admission, them being admissible, but I am going to sustain the objection. This will be somewhat of a double negative, but strike that. I am unable to find by a preponderance of the evidence that the statement was not the product of reflective thought. So the objection is sustained. All right, you may continue, Mr. Gubitosi.
Thank you. Just one other question. You were on scene at the time of the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Was your gun checked after the shooting before you left the scene?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would be playing exhibit number 73.
Okay, which is what?
A video compilation of surveillance outside of the house.
Outside of the house?
Well, outside of the house, including the basement.
Okay. And this has been jointly admitted, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes, you may play it. Is there sound to, or is it?
No.
Can you folks in the back row see all right?
Yes, thank you. Oh, sorry. Just, we can see when it's on the screen, you remember.
That's okay.
Well, Your Honor, I wasn't going to ask any questions of this witness during the video itself anyway, so I think I can end my questioning. I can play it after when we have it all set.
Okay. Well, Mr. Wayne, you think you can just in a couple minutes, or you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. All right. So, yeah, why don't we maybe try to fix it at the lunch break? Would that work? Would that work for the Commonwealth?
Sure.
All right, but if we're going to do that, Mr. Wayne, is that? That's okay.
I have IT here. I can have them come up at the break.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. All right, so do you have questions? You have additional questions?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that you had additional questions.
No, that's what I said. I wasn't asking any additional questions, so I can sit down.
So I guess, Mr. Bradle.
Yes.
we started to watch Exhibit 73 at cutoff. We're having some audio-visual difficulties, which is my signal for our IT folks that may be in the building to come on up and help us. But while I'm stalling doing that, are you okay with marching forward with your cross? Without it,
but it is my problem now, Judge, I guess, and I just would like it to work at some point.
So to be clear, you want to use this video in your cross?
Yes.
All right, well, in fairness, if that's the case, then I should allow the Commonwealth an opportunity to play it. So, where's our IT folks?
He's on his way up.
Okay, excellent.
Is it?
My name is Khan.
While we're doing that, can I see counsel at sidebar?
All right, so IT, where's the AV? Where's the AV guy or woman? Where's AV? Audio visual IT, where are you? So now we wait for IT to show up. Hopefully it's a small building. Michael, yeah, no seal. They're choosing to focus on chairs and the ground. We had a trial where the camera operator was in our chat, and that was pretty cool. Newton, you guys remember Newton Ward. So that was fun. So we were telling him, hey, make sure you do this, make sure you do that. So that was fun. So we need to somehow we got to tell the camera operator to focus on a clock or a seal or give us a fan, give us something. Hey, Widespread Panic, how are you? Good to see you. Kimber's, yes, the carpet. We're going to get to know every grain or every bit of thread in that carpeting. Snow Caddish, it's not a small building. IT's probably in the basement. They put IT in the basement. Poor IT is in the basement. Nope, there's IT. If we can hear it.
But the others aren't doing one thing.
Yes, focus on the evidence swept under the rug. Oh, Betty, thank you. Thank you so much. Brad, yes, Newton set the bar for good camera work. I agree. They need Scott from Corey Richards. Yes. Where's Scott? We need Scott. Well, there's a Scott. There's Scott from. This is our Scott. Calling Scott. Scott. What's up, Riker? How are you? Who's by? Kitties were just fed, so we'll get some kitty cam going for you guys when we hit lunch. I'm guessing I think they go till 4, so I'm thinking they're gonna have lunch probably around 12:30. I would think, maybe 12:30 to 1 or something like that. Scott was superhuman. The paralegal, yeah, he said it at the top. He called her name out, and I don't recall what it was. Kelsey had to move because she couldn't see the witness because the computers were in the way. So she moved so that she could see the witness. Terry H. Yep. Unplug it, plug it back in. Well, first of all, is it plugged in? Check to see if it's plugged in. then unplug it, plug it back in, reboot it. Generally, those things work. Linda thought they were going to fix it at lunch. No, he's trying to get it fixed so that they can do
Folks,
cross.
let me
Probably
just make sure that I understand. Mr. Gubitosa, if this were to play to its conclusion, you would have no questions? Correct. Okay. So then, why don't we do this? Let's march forward with the cross. And obviously, Commonwealth can follow up on redirect, and maybe by then we'll get it working. All right? Unless you were going to start with that?
I'm trying to be flexible, Judge, but I do want to set the stage with how Kelsey came home and how they came into the house.
No, that's fine. You should be able to try your case.
Judge, just an idea is we have the actual DVR from the house, and so we have the same stuff. We may be able to play it from ours.
Yeah, that was thanks.
Actually, it's even better. We do have their compilation that we can play from here, maybe.
Right. You have the exhibit. You're just putting it in a different computer.
Okay. We can do
right.
that.
Is that right? Can you just confirm that? That's right. That
yes.
It's the same exhibit. Okay.
Yes, Judge. It's what we received.
All right. So let's see if we can get it moving, and if so,
we have it on a thumb drive here.
all right. So why don't we do this? Let's start from the top. Can you just replay? Just start it from the beginning. We're still going to consider this that this is during the direct by the Commonwealth of the lieutenant, and this is Exhibit 73. And now, of course, it won't work because I've said too much. Okay, thank you.
conclusion? Okay. And, all right, so we've ended Exhibit 73. The Commonwealth has no further questions on direct at this time? Okay. All right, so cross-examination.
Thank you. I'm sorry? Photographs. Well, you yes, photographs. Thank you. Photographs. Thank you. Lieutenant Daly, good afternoon or good.
All right. That's all right. I just need to be able to see Mr. Bradley. All set, Mr. Bradle.
Sorry, did something just happen? So I was hoping to just.
Oh, you're going to replay it. I'm sorry. That's why.
I'm going to use it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay. All right.
And that was actually working pretty well.
Mr. Wayne, then I shouldn't have moved.
Sorry.
No. So do what you need to do.
Okay, you ready?
All right. May I inquire, Your Honor? Thank
Yes.
you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So we've never spoken before, correct?
Correct.
And you did not write a report in this case?
I did.
And where is it? Who did you write it to?
Where did I write a report?
Right. When did you write it?
Afterwards.
And was it submitted in discovery?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in that.
Okay. Now, as far as preparing for trial, did you meet with the Commonwealth to do so?
I did.
And how many times did you do that?
Once.
And when was that?
Friday. Last Friday.
Last Friday? Okay. And so it's been obviously since June 30th since this happened, correct?
Correct.
And you've been on the job with Officer Houston?
Correct.
You've been on the job with Officer Noonan?
Yes.
Now, in terms of this incident, isn't it true that you spoke with Justin Aylaian at the police department before going to Kelsey's house on June 30th?
Yes.
And was that in person?
Yeah, in the lobby.
And how many times did you speak with him altogether?
In the lobby? Or
anywhere about this?
If I had spoken to him at a work, like if he was on some type of a medical event.
I mean about this incident, about the service of the restraining order.
Just in the lobby.
So
and then when I called him on the phone to come over to the house, I've never spoken to him other than that.
All right. How did you get a hold of his phone number?
Because he gave it. I asked him for his phone number when we were in the lobby before I left, and I told him to wait in the lobby till I called him to come over.
How did he come to be at the lobby of the police station?
I don't know.
Why
I would assume he drove, but I don't know.
You interacted with him, right?
I did.
Was he there to see you?
I don't know if it was necessarily there to see me. He was there to bring in the restraining order and to work out the logistics of the essentially taking custody of the child.
Okay. So he brought you the restraining order?
He brought a copy of it, and we had a copy of it that had come in electronically.
All right. Did he show you a copy of his affidavit at all?
He did.
And did you bring that to Ms. Fitzsimmons?
No.
So you had it with Mr. Aylaian, but you didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when you served the order?
I didn't share it with Ms. Fitzsimmons when I served the order, no.
Now, just so we have this right, Mr. Aylaian went to probate and family court, filed a lawsuit, essentially, a restraining order, getting custody and making all sorts of allegations against Ms. Fitzsimmons, right? That was your understanding?
Yes.
And he was living in Stowe, Massachusetts with his parents at the time, correct?
I don't know where he was living.
Okay. Did you ask?
No.
Did it matter?
Where he was living? Well, I knew he wasn't living at the residence because if he was living at the residence, it would have changed things, as in Ms. Fitzsimmons would have had to vacate the residence.
There you go.
The judge would have checked on that.
So he's not living at Phillips Brooks Road, right?
or he had somewhere else to stay. I didn't ask him.
All right. And there's no provisions here where, in this order, where he's trying to get her kicked out of her own house, right?
Correct.
So he's an adversary to her. He's gotten an order from a court that says, I'm afraid of her, keep her away from me, right? That's what it says in essence, right?
Correct.
And you summoned him to the house where she was?
To pick up the child, yes.
So have you ever served an order where you brought the person who says they're afraid of the person to the person before?
If there's going to be some type of a custody exchange, yes.
Have you done that before?
We have, yes.
Not we, you.
Yes.
When?
I don't recall, but I know it's happened.
Okay. So how long after you got to the house and you gave Kelsey the order did you call Justin to come to the house?
Would have been a matter of minutes.
A matter of minutes.
Yep.
So who did you go to the house with?
Officer Noonan.
Not a trick question, obviously. Noonan and Houston, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you have social workers on your staff, don't you?
We do.
No social worker?
No.
So with respect to the situation, you knew this was a 4-month-old child, right?
I did.
DCF?
No.
So you go to the...
When you said DCF, are you asking?
I'll ask a more detailed question, sorry, Your Honor. So you didn't summon anyone from DCF to come and look at the situation or anything like that? You didn't report to DCF about the situation?
Which situation?
The fact that you were going to a police officer's house, taking her 4-month-old baby, and giving it to a guy.
The father?
Yeah.
No, I didn't call DCF. No.
All right. Aren't you a mandated reporter?
I am.
And you didn't report it?
Report what?
The fact that there was a dispute over the 4-year-old child and that there was a court order to take the child away?
No, I didn't report it.
Now, restraining orders, you're experienced with restraining orders, right?
I am.
Restraining orders have provisions for retrieving property, don't they?
What do you mean by that?
Restraining orders have a provision that says, and the judge can check the box, the judge can write things in it, as they often scrawl things in, right? Yes. Paragraph 10 says, you may pick up your personal belongings in the company of police or at a time agreed to by the plaintiff. That's just by the plaintiff, it says that, right?
Yes.
And so there's a provision where the plaintiff can allow it by agreeing to it. And this is a situation that's a little bit different, isn't it? The plaintiff is leaving, right? And the defendant is staying at the house.
Yes.
So the judge took no action in that area, did they? About whether or not Justin Aylaian could go into that house.
No.
And so you took that upon yourself to let him in there?
She was informed that we were calling him to come get the baby. She did not object to it.
She didn't object to it?
No.
When was she informed?
When I served her the order, when she was sitting on the couch.
And you said what? We're going to let Justin come over and rummage around your basement?
No, I didn't say that. What I told her was that Justin was granted custody of the child by the court or whatever, and that's what I said to her.
And while we're on that topic, she didn't say, I want to pack a bag. You and your colleague officers told her, pack a bag for the baby, correct?
No, we did not. She raised she basically said the baby doesn't have anything.
Well, you're the one planning this. Sorry.
I did not hear that last.
She basically said the baby didn't have any of their stuff. Is how what precipitated her going around the house to gather items.
Thank you.
So you're the one planning this out. It's your testimony that you weren't thinking about her needing to pack some things for the baby to take with you or with Justin Aylaian?
I don't understand the question.
You're saying that you didn't tell her to pack anything for the baby. That wasn't part of your plan, in other words?
No.
The fact is you, not Noonan, not Houston, you told Kelsey Fitzsimmons, pack a bag for 2 weeks for your baby. Didn't you?
No.
And so it's your testimony that you had no plan, no thought process about getting things for the baby. Is that right?
I don't know that I didn't have a plan, but what precipitated her going around the house and grabbing items was her bringing it up to me.
So you're saying that was just sort of a spontaneous thing that she took upon herself?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get in there. Kelsey has the baby. She's doing regular mom things, right? She's coming home. She's got the baby in her hands. She's got sweat clothes on. She's walking around the house.
Yes.
No signs of upset or trauma to the baby until you get there and tell her what's going on, right?
Yes. Well, when I first told, she was calm when we first told her what was going on.
Sure. And then you told her what was going on.
When I told her what was going on, she was still calm. She called her mother on the phone, but she didn't become emotional at that point.
And the baby started to cry.
Yeah.
And at that point, you asked her to put the baby in a rocker. Is that right?
No, she put the baby in the rocker before she sat on the couch.
At some point, Kelsey picked the baby back up because the baby was crying.
Correct.
And she was in the middle of feeding the baby, right? When you got there.
Which I don't know that.
So
there was a bottle. I don't know what she was doing before I got there.
Okay.
There was a bottle with formula or whatever there. Yes.
And she told you that she was feeding the baby and that she needed to keep feeding the baby, right?
Actually, yes. Yes.
Okay. And then she hands the baby to who?
Officer Noonan.
Okay. She handed the baby to Officer Noonan.
Correct.
Right? And she gave the bottle to Officer Noonan, and Officer Noonan fed her baby, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So her state of mind towards Officer Noonan, 5 minutes before the shooting, or 10 minutes, or whatever it is that you're someone that can feed my baby. You're someone that can take my baby, right?
Objection. Somewhat argumentative, overruled.
She did that, right?
She did what?
What I just said.
Did you ask the question again?
She gave Noonan her baby.
Oh, yes.
And she gave him the bottle and he fed her. Right?
Yes.
And nobody forced her to do that. She made a decision to do that on her own, right?
Yes.
Now, you said that Kelsey had started in 2025? That's what I have in my notes. That's not right, is it?
Before, I believe it was 24.
Okay, well, it's 23.
Okay.
Is it not?
I'm not positive of the date. It's been a few years.
All right. It's fair to say that you hired her, right?
I did.
You trained her for 6 months you were her DI for 6 months, right? Drill
Correct.
instructor?
Yes.
She was the treasurer of the police academy when she was there, right?
She was.
She came on the job and she worked under you on many shifts, right?
During field training and I believe briefly afterwards, yes.
All right, so she's an officer from 23 that you know well, and she's been there a while, right up until going out on maternity leave and then coming back, just about to come back June 30th, right?
Correct.
And as of June 30th, she was slated to go back on the schedule for July 4th, right?
To go back on patrol, yes.
Yes. So at some point in this incident, Mr. Aylaian asked you if you could go in the basement and get some things, right?
Yes.
And you let him do that unsupervised, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it required that an officer accompany the person with the consent of the homeowner?
I'm not sure.
Now, at some point, Kelsey's mother comes in, correct?
Correct.
Where were you and where was Kelsey when that happened?
When Kelsey's mother came in, I believe we were in the living room.
And Kelsey was nowhere near that, correct?
Kelsey was nowhere near where?
Her mother.
I don't understand the question.
When Kelsey's mother arrived,
Yeah.
Kelsey was upstairs with Noonan and Houston, wasn't she?
No, when Kelsey's mother arrived, no, I believe at that point, Officer Houston had the baby. Officer Houston had the baby.
And Officer Houston gave Kelsey's mother the baby, correct?
Correct.
And then Officer Houston went upstairs?
I'm not positive at that
So
point.
at some point, you're downstairs, Houston and Noonan are upstairs with Kelsey, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Where was Mom at that time?
She was in the living room
With who?
with the baby.
And where were you?
In the living in the living room.
So you're with her?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you hear 2 gunshots.
Yes.
And at that time, Houston is downstairs with you. He's joined you downstairs.
When the gunshots happened, he's downstairs. But he did not join with me.
He's
around in like the kitchen, right at the top of the staircase.
So he's
according to him.
Houston is downstairs and not upstairs with Noonan and Kelsey, correct?
Correct.
You hear 2 gunshots. Is it fair to say these gunshots were in quick succession?
Yes.
What did you do?
I was running up the stairs when the shots were fired.
All right. Did you see the shots?
No, I heard 2 loud bangs as I was running up the stairs.
Where was Noonan, if you know?
Noonan was right outside of the frame of the bedroom door, in like the, if you want to call it a hallway, the upstairs hallway.
Like maybe like a landing, like the top landing of the steps?
In between both bedrooms.
All right, so Noonan is at the door frame, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say there's no door to the bedroom, right?
Correct.
When you get up the stairs and look into the room, what's the first thing you see?
Her feet.
Where were they?
Over on the other, the far end of the bedroom by the bed.
Kelsey's feet.
Correct.
And she was on her back.
Yes.
She had a gunshot wound to the lower chest.
Yes.
And at some point you went over there to render first aid, right?
Yeah, it was pretty much immediately.
Okay. And Noonan is covering the scene with his firearm, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went up to Kelsey, what was the first thing you did? Was it in terms of first aid or in terms of securing the firearm?
Secure the firearm.
All right. And where was the firearm?
The firearm was by her left leg.
All right. Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by the CIC representatives, you said that the weapon was under her leg?
I didn't hear that. Under what?
Yes, you said it was under her leg when you were interviewed.
Yeah, it was by her left leg.
Well, under is different than by.
When I was able to see the firearm when I got up to her.
There's no question before you, sir. I'll ask you a question. So, today you're saying that it was by her leg, correct?
Yes.
And we agree that when you were interviewed by the CIC months and months ago, you said that the firearm was under her leg, correct?
I'd have to look at the exact statement, but...
Sure. May I approach her?
Yeah. Approach. Can you just make a record of what it is that you're showing him?
Sure, Judge. For the record, I'm proffering the witness page 21 of the CIC report that was commissioned by the North Andover PD.
Okay. You wanted to look at it?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
All right. Lieutenant Daly, do me a favor. Look, you can look anywhere you want on the page, but I want to invite your attention to right here, and you can look up and down.
Yeah.
Just take a look and familiarize yourself when you're comfortable.
Okay.
You got it? Yep. Okay. I'm going to read something, and I'm going to ask you if I read it correctly. So she's laying on her back, head towards the window, feet closest to us, and the firearm was underneath her left leg. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
And that was your testimony, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Why did you roll her over?
To see if there was an exit wound.
And did you tend to that?
Yes.
And at some point, Kelsey said, "I'm sorry, I want to die," correct?
Correct.
And when was that?
During that time.
Was Noonan anywhere near her?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
I don't know. I mean, he was he was right by me, but I was wrapping gauze around her, trying to at that point. He was there. He might have been grabbing stuff, more additional things out of the medical bag. I don't know.
At that point, Kelsey looked at him and said, "Why?" Didn't she?
Not that I recall.
Did Noonan say anything to her?
I think, yeah, and so did I. He basically said, like, calm down and keep breathing.
Is that it?
That I can recall, yes.
And what about you? What did you say to him?
The same thing.
Okay. Now, you were asked if you had your gun checked as a result of this incident. What? I don't mean to put you on the spot. And you can go find it. But do you know your gun serial number?
No, I don't.
Okay. What were the circumstances of you getting your gun checked?
You mean why they did it?
No.
What do you mean?
What happened? Just physically? Did you give it to someone or what?
Yeah, one of the Mass State troopers from ballistics took it, and emptied, I believe, counted all the rounds in the firearm, etc. It may have done something else. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Do you know who it was that took it?
I don't.
You gave your gun to somebody and you don't know who you gave it to?
Correct.
Who else had their gun checked?
I believe all three guns ended up getting checked. Maybe not there, but
I don't want you to speculate. So
I wasn't present when anyone else had the gun checked.
Okay. I appreciate you trying to help. Just my question is, what's your personal knowledge of who got their gun checked? Let me ask it a better way.
At that time?
What did you see? Who got their gun checked?
I didn't.
Okay, so you don't have any personal knowledge of anyone else getting their gun checked?
At that time, no.
Okay. Did you witness someone else giving up their gun and getting their gun checked at another time period?
No.
So the whole state of your knowledge about guns being checked is that your gun was given to someone, you don't know who it was, but they took out the bullets and the cartridges and inventoried it. Is that it?
Well, I didn't give it. I gave it to a Mass State trooper from the ballistics team. I believe there were three of them over by the truck. I don't know which one I handed it to. I didn't ask him his name. But yeah, that's what happened.
Okay. Did they do the things you said in front of you about inventorying the cartridges and all that?
I saw him unload and make the gun safe and empty the magazine. And at that point, I walked away.
Okay. Did you sign a receipt or anything, or a chain of custody or anything at all?
No, because I got the firearm back once they did whatever they did.
And when did you get the firearm back?
At some point after that same evening.
That same evening?
Correct.
Okay. And sorry if I asked you this. You don't have any personal knowledge of the circumstances of anybody else's guns being given up and checked?
I never witnessed any of the other people's guns getting checked. I know that Tim Houston had already left, and they were trying to he had already left the scene at that point, so they were trying to make, logistically plan out someone going over to pick up the gun from him, his firearm.
Okay.
So I knew that it got checked. I just don't know exactly when.
You assume it got checked based on the circumstances. How about that? You
Fair
agree on
enough.
that? Okay. Now, you spoke with Justin Aylaian at the lobby of the police station before you went to the scene, right?
Yes.
We talked about that. Now, up until that conversation, did you have any information any further information from Justin Aylaian about the circumstances of Kelsey's state of mind that day, or anything that was going on with Kelsey that day?
Prior to seeing him in the lobby?
When you were speaking with Justin Aylaian in the lobby,
Yeah.
had you already had any information about Kelsey's whereabouts or actions that day?
From Justin?
From anywhere?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Were you aware that she was waiting for him at the park in town?
No, I wasn't aware that till Kelsey told me that when we went to the house.
Okay. Isn't it true that at the police station, Justin Aylaian said to you, "I wouldn't be surprised if she shot the baby right in front of you," right?
Yes.
And that added to your mindset about going to see Kelsey, didn't it?
I don't know. I don't understand.
That was
the
part
question.
of the quantum of evidence or thoughts or presumptions that you had in your head, right?
I think it raised my awareness.
And that was communicated to Noonan, wasn't it?
Both Noonan and Houston, yes.
Okay. And so that statement from Justin Aylaian, it's fair to say, contributes to an increased level of vigilance towards Kelsey when you got there, right?
No. I would think.
It's your testimony that that's not a factor in your mind?
No,
Is
it's
that
a
correct?
fact. It's a factor in my mind, but I think from a tactical perspective, I think everyone was actually yes. Everybody was probably more on point than normal.
Did you consider Justin Aylaian's motive for saying such a thing, or credibility or lack of credibility of him saying such a thing?
Objection.
Overruled, just yes or no?
Did I consider? I'm sorry. Can you?
Did you
ask me?
consider the source? How about that?
No.
He was a plaintiff in a domestic situation seeking to get custody of his baby and her baby through an ex parte restraining order, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
He was adverse to Kelsey Fitzsimmons, wasn't he?
Yes.
Sustained. I'll strike him.
Did you have a conversation with your fellow officers about the credibility of such an assertion about your own officer that you hired, trained, had on the job?
Objection.
All right, so you're referring to Ms. Fitzsimmons?
Yes.
Overruled.
I'm sorry. Can you?
Yeah. Did you think about what he's saying? How did that affect your state of mind towards Kelsey?
I don't know that. I didn't take everything that you said as 100% factual. However, there was a court order in place where we had to go serve the documentation. Regardless, I don't know. That was my state of mind.
Did you consult with Justin at all relative to this restraining order before you met him in the lobby?
No.
Well, you talked to him on the phone, right?
Before I met him in the lobby, no.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
I talked to him on the phone when I called him to come to the house. That's the only time I've ever spoken to him on the phone.
Okay. Hey, one moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
So, Lieutenant Daly, after the shooting and a crime scene is established, it's fair to say that you had some other officers come to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And some of those officers were trained mental health officers, correct?
Everybody's a trained mental health officer in some capacity.
Well, there's Officer Seawade,
Yes.
and he has some special training with mental health
Yes.
issues, correct? And
Seawade?
Seawade, S-E-W-A-D-E. And he came to the scene after the fact, right?
Yes.
He didn't come for Kelsey. He came for Noonan, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
When you provide when you're serving a restraining order, you serve the order itself, correct?
Yes.
You don't serve an affidavit.
Never.
It's just the court order is being given to the defendant in that order. So they're on notice as to what the judge has decided, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you talked about your gun being checked. How many rounds do you typically carry in your gun?
17 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber. So 18 total rounds.
Thank you.
Great. Any recross?
Just one or two questions, Your Honor. So counsel asked you, you don't serve the restraining order. I'm sorry, affidavit. You don't serve the affidavit, right?
Correct. I never have.
So is there some rule that says you can't?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you had the affidavit in this particular circumstance, right?
Yes.
And you didn't give it to me.
That's correct.
And you could have.
I don't know. My understanding, we've never, I think as a general rule or practice within our PD, I'm not familiar with anyone ever serving a restraining order, including the affidavit.
Well, when someone walks into the police station with the order and the affidavit and shows it to you and uses it, it's not a big deal to make a copy and hand it to the defendant, is it?
Well, the document I served was a document that printed that was sent to me directly from the court, not what he gave me. I just made a copy of that and remain in the OIC office.
It's fair to say that in the circumstances where you don't give an affidavit, it's when you've gotten something from the court via the system, the OIC email, and they don't give you the affidavit, so you just serve what you get, right?
Right, which is what I served at.
Right, and this situation is different because you had the affidavit in hand, right there, and you could have brought it. Couldn't have. And you know of no rule that says you shouldn't.
Not that I'm aware of.
All set?
Well, you're not getting involved in the matter.
Hold on,
The court
hold on.
decides, right?
Are we going on to redirect?
I'd like to.
All right, a couple questions.
You're not getting involved in the matter that the court decided, like a probate matter, correct?
Correct.
You're simply going and serving the restraining order for what the judge found, right?
That's correct.
Nothing. Thank you.
Do you have any re?
No, you're
Sure? All right. Let me just see if I have a question or two. I do not. Okay, you may step down.
Thank you.
And I'm wondering, why don't we, should we break at this point for a lunch break and then we can come back at 10:02?
Sure.
Great. Okay, we'll stand in recess.
All right. Stand for lunch recess.
All right. When are they coming back? I missed that. All right, 10 to 2. So they're taking lunch for an hour. 150. Oh, well, they're going dark. All right, let me put up our thumbnail. Yeah, this whole emergency restraining order thing, well, that's what's concerning to me. Literally anybody can get this restraining order. If anybody could get it on anybody else. It doesn't matter if you're female, male, whatever. That's what's concerning to me. So there was no vetting. I think that to me is a system issue here, maybe a legislative issue, that anybody that has a beef with someone can go in to a judge, ex parte, which means just me, not you. Judge doesn't get to hear your side of the story. It doesn't matter if you're female or male. And I understand it's a good thing because a lot of women need it, because if they have an officer comes over, they're like, hey, there's nothing we can do. We've seen that before on body cam, where law enforcement shows up and she's like, yeah, he's beating me. And they're like, hey, we can't do anything. Or they show up and try to get a restraining order and they're like, well, we can't do anything. And then she's, deleted. We've seen that, we've heard that. But what concerns me is that at least in North Andover, you can go to judge ex parte by yourself and say, this person, I want a restraining order, I want custody of my child, blah, blah, blah. And then you can just go with the cops and do that without hearing the other side of the story. I think that to me, something's wrong with that system. That to me is something is wrong with that system. But that's just where I stand with this. It's exposing something just as a little off in the sense of anybody can get a restraining order on anybody else. that without the other side saying, hey, wait a minute. We have 12 days. I think Lieutenant Daly there said you have 12 days. So you have 12 days to sort it out. I don't know. Anyway, seems like something's a little broken there. All right, so cross. Okay, so we come back. They showed the video, right? So they showed the video. So then under cross, so the video is she comes home with the baby in the carrier. She goes inside. Law enforcement shows up at her house. She opens the door, lets them in. Houston has the baby. So her partner was the second officer. That's Noonan that's the man who shot her was the second officer. I think he had a white beard, and I think he had gloves on. That was her office. That was her partner. And then he's the one that shot her. All right, so then it shows Houston has the baby. Then mom shows up. Lieutenant Daly lets her in. Houston gives the baby to mom. Justin and his sister show up, and he just walks right in, which, again, I'd be like, that's not right either. I mean, he should have been escorted. He should have knocked. He just literally just walks right in. There's some things that were not kosher in my book. If I didn't want somebody in my house and they just walk in like that, I don't know. That's not cool. Anyway, so Justin and Courtney show up. Courtney takes the baby. Justin leaves with some items. Justin comes back in, and I think this is when he asks, hey, can I go down into the basement? Then she has video down in the basement, so Justin goes down there. He's unsupervised. He's just rummaging around. He grabs a suitcase, looks around. He goes off camera. He comes back with something else. Then he takes off running. I guess there was another way. Instead of coming down the steps, he must have heard the shots because he went running out the other way, and then he runs outside. He slips and falls. I guess he's running to his kid to make sure little baby is okay. Then mom is seen on the porch. She's clearly distraught. Then the law enforcement runs out of the house. They come back in with the backpack, and then more officers arrive, and then EMS arrives. And then Kelsey is taken out in her stretcher, in a stretcher. So then under cross, he doesn't know if the report he wrote was submitted in discovery. He met with the Commonwealth once last Friday. He spoke to Justin in the lobby. He asked Justin for his number. Then he called him to come over. So Justin was there to bring the RO and work out how to take custody of the child. They did not show Chelsea the affidavit. Justin has this RO let's see. Justin he gets an RO and it's just making these allegations. I didn't ask where Justin was living, but knew he wasn't living with Kelsey. Kimberly, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. All right, let's see here. So Justin is the adversary. Okay, so yes, I thought this was a pretty legitimate question. He's like, have you ever done that before where somebody who's afraid of the person, you tell the person who's afraid of the one, okay, the person who you're afraid of, you said, come on over to that house. So if you're so afraid of that person, why invite them over to the house? Well, I guess if law enforcement is there, I would feel comfortable going over. I don't think that's that big of a deal. If I'm afraid of that person, as long as I know law enforcement is there, I'm going to go over. He has social workers on staff, but he didn't bring any. See, now I thought that could have been done better. And no DCF, Department of Children's Services, Child Services, whatever, DCF, right? Children and family. Anyway, it's for children and families. That's where I think they failed. I think that especially because Kelsey's one of their own, and here's this restraining order about taking her child, her newborn. I would have been like, you know what? Let's get a social worker. Let's see if let's have somebody come over to. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where they failed. I think especially because social workers are on staff, and they probably knew she had postpartum. I don't know. I think that's where they failed, in my opinion. To help out one of their own. This is one of their own, right? Isn't that? Don't they look out for their own? I don't know. That's kind of. I think that's a failure there. Restraining orders apparently have provisions. You may pick up your personal belongings after talking to the defendant. So again, you just can't have them. Hey, just come on over and take your stuff. that was a little awkward. But he says, hey, I talked to Kelsey and she didn't object to Justin coming over. I guess she could have been like, nope, he's not coming over. Tell him to come over a week from now or something. But he, to get his stuff. Let's see. So she was not running around, but she was going around the house collecting items for the baby. She was feeding the baby, apparently. The baby started to cry. All right, here's where he lied. He said the baby started to cry, so she put the baby in the rocker. That's not what he said on direct. He said that he was concerned, so he told her to put her in the bouncy thing. If he asked her to put, okay. So she came to the door, said they had documentation for her. They came into the house. He asked her to put the baby in the bouncy chair. Justin said he had concerns about her harming the baby. He handed her, so is that a lie? I don't know. That seems like he, at first he said he had concerns, so put the baby in the bouncy chair, but now he's saying the baby started to cry, so she put the baby in the rocker. So she put the baby in the rocker. He's saying, in his direct, he's saying he had concerns, so he said, hey, could you put the baby in the bouncy chair? So it's an inconsistency. If you're going to have one inconsistency, where else are you going to have one? All right, so he says that Kelsey handed the baby to Noonan, and Noonan fed the baby. No, it was Houston had the baby. So that's incorrect as well. Houston had the baby, not Noonan. Noonan was with her, right? Kimberly, thank you for your $1.99. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate the support. Richard, yeah, there are numerous inconsistencies, right? We just ran across at least two. And again, if you're going to make one, where else or two, are they minor? Yeah, Noonan never had the baby, right? I don't think Noonan ever had the baby because he was following Kelsey around. All right, so Kelsey was hired and trained by Lieutenant Daly there. He trained her for 6 months. She was the treasurer at the academy. She was slated to go back on patrol July 4th, which was only a couple days away. This was June 30th this happened. Then we get to, he heard 2 gunshots. So Houston was downstairs. He ran up. So he was in the process of running upstairs because he heard, them shouting, and then he heard the gunshots. Noonan was outside of the frame of the bedroom between the two rooms. He looks into the room. He sees her feet by the bed. Her head is facing the AC, which we knew. She was on her back with a gunshot wound to her lower chest. He rendered first aid. He said he secured the firearm by her left leg first. So he secured the firearm first, and then he started rendering aid. And here's another thing where he told the CIC, which is internal investigations, the firearm was under her leg versus being by her left leg. So by her left leg, under her leg. I don't know. That one I didn't. I mean, that is something that's inconsistent. Under her leg, by her leg. It might seem minor, but it could also be the difference between, wow, you're not telling the truth versus you're just remembering it differently. I don't know. So that's at least 3 times that there was an inconsistency. He said he rolled her over to see if there was an exit wound. He says, he was asked, was Kelsey saying, I'm sorry, I want to die? And he's saying, no, I don't remember that. Noonan was there, but he wasn't sure what he was doing. Lieutenant was wrapping gauze around her. Kelsey looked at him and said, why? He doesn't remember that. Let me turn myself up a little bit. Noonan said, calm down, keep breathing. He said the same thing. He gave the firearm to Massachusetts State Police, and then they kind of go back and forth. Wait, hold on. Then they kind of go. All right, I think I had that turned down. That's my problem. All right, he gave the. That's why. That's my problem. I had another volume control turned on. All right, I think I'm okay now. Let's see. So Noonan was saying, calm down, keep breathing. Okay, so yeah, he gave his firearm to Massachusetts State Police. He doesn't know who he gave it to, but he got his firearm back that evening. He didn't witness others getting their guns checked. All right, hold on a sec. All right. Kimberly, thank you for upgrading to dial-up. Awesome. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right. Justin said, I wouldn't be surprised if she shot the baby in front of you. That raised his awareness, so he told both Noonan and Houston that. Everybody was more on point than normal. He didn't consider Justin's credibility or motive. How did that affect your state of mind towards Kelsey? He says he didn't think Justin was 100% factual. So he didn't really consider Justin being 100% factual. He just knew, he knew that Kelsey was possibly unstable. So again, why didn't you bring a social worker? Like, why didn't you bring or a female? Like, why wasn't there a female there to be, just kind of help in the situation? See, again, I think that's where they failed. I would have at least had a social worker and or a female, definitely. He says everyone's a trained mental health officer on some level, but the trained mental health officer came to the scene, but that was for Noonan. It wasn't for Kelsey. So, all right, what are you guys saying? Seashell, you sent us a video. I wonder if you could play it for everyone. I don't know, maybe during the break because it's funny. It sent Aaron yesterday. Does it have to do with this trial? Let's see. It's funny. There's text exchanges. I'm not seeing anything about a video. I'm not seeing anything about a video. Depends. If it's another content creator, I'm not going to play it. If it's like a news station, I'll play it. Downey Lynn, thank you for the $2. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Richard, if she pointed it at him, she could also have just said, yes, I wanted to pass away, and pointed at me knowing he would pew me. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier, Richard, where somebody comes out, after, they know that self-deletion by officers. Like if you just step out, in front of a bunch of officers waving a firearm, they're going to shoot. They're going to shoot. Seashell, yes, a social worker. I 100% think that was a failure. Mama says her weapon was not charged, so the first click of weapon charged it, then second pull would have fired it if at her head. Why first shot missed and second hit? Right. Heidi, why did nobody reach out to her own therapist? Right. Great question. Right. She was definitely going. She had therapists. She had people helping her, doctors, therapists. That's a great question. That was a great question. Lily Wayne, I think Justin was exaggerating the situation. AWOL is not guilty so far. Don't know about the charges or not. You're waiting to hear all the evidence. She shouldn't have grabbed it or blammy. If she walks, hopefully she fights for her child. In April, they have a they have a hearing in where is it? There's another hearing. Hold on a sec. April 14th is a family court hearing. So they have a hearing April 14th. So depending on what happens here, obviously that will help. If she's found not guilty here, that'll probably really help her April 14th. If she's found guilty here, that's probably gonna hinder her getting custody. But April 14th. April 14th. All right, let's see. Wild Angel, yes. She's currently in custody hearing in April. Hopefully she's found not guilty. It's not right that she's not allowed to see the baby, even supervised the way I see it, nor are her parents allowed. Yeah, that seems a little, I agree, that seems a little draconian. That seems a little hard-handed. Not to let her other. Doesn't this sound like another case that we covered? It's the Adelsons. It sounds like the Markells and the Adelsons, where one side of the family has complete control and the other side's like just no visitation rights. Right? That's just not. Belfast, yes, she's alive. She's alive. She survived. She spent 53 days in the hospital. But yep, she's alive. Kat from Canada, there has been no evidence provided yet finding that law enforcement either did or did not act within policy. I look forward to that. To be honest, actually the defense is crossed. Yeah, they said that in one of the hearings we watched in our deep dive yesterday, that they're gonna definitely go over policy. What do you do when somebody either points a weapon at you or is trying to take their life? So, all right, Heidi. But Kelsey was an officer herself and about to start working again. Why would she do that? Self-deletion by an officer to her friend. Yeah, it just doesn't. Yeah, right. It's not adding up. Right. Something's definitely not adding up here. She's about to go back. And she admits it. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, or not obvious. I'm sorry. It's well known. It's well documented that she has some mental health issues. She's in counseling. She's on three medications. She said them when she decided to do a bench trial versus a jury trial. So it seems like she was heading in the right direction. So, why would she want to take out her partner's life versus just, hey, my life just blew up. I'm just gonna end it right here. I don't know. Let's see. Snowcatish. I think Justin knew Kelsey had the video of him smoking. He wrecked Kelsey before Kelsey wrecked him. Just my opinion. Could have been. Downey Lynn handled all wrong. Maybe thought she was going to to be unalive to contest. Right? Yeah, good comments. Debbie, it's totally wrong. Baby won't know her. Well, she's only facing 5 years. This is a first-time offense. I have a feeling she'll probably just get probation, but the problem is she's going to be probably not be able to see her son. You know, if she's found guilty, she'll probably just be on probation. But I don't think she'll face like time per se. She'll be on probation for whatever. I don't think she's gonna serve jail time. I just my opinion right now. It's really gonna affect her ability to see her kid, which is too bad. Let's see. Wait, hold on. Let me get Debbie here. She's trying to better herself, so no harm to the baby. Right? Downey, as a mother of 3, I can't imagine having a child taken away, especially that young, and she was depressed. Yeah, there's no question this just triggered her. Yeah, Mama, she was definitely triggered, for sure. JMS, so you think the police and her former partner went there to cause her harm? I don't believe that at all. Her pulling it started the issue. I don't think they went there to cause harm per se. Well, see, that's where we have reasonable doubt. I think both sides are right. Meaning, I think that she wanted to take her life, and Officer Noonan saw this gun come out, and he did what he's trained to do. So, where does that land us if we both, in both of their minds, they did what they thought was they're remembering what they did. Does that mean does that mean it's a wash? I don't know. Is that not guilty? It is a bench trial. That is correct. No jury. Sharon, why'd she lie about where the weapon was? Well, according to the defense opening statement, was that she wanted to get them out of the room so that she could do this and not cause any harm. So, thank you, Lynn. Appreciate that. Keep it up. Thank you. Appreciate it. Then it would have to be not guilty, right? So if both sides are correct, and it's totally going to boil down to who do you believe? He said, she said, literally he said, she said. She was trying to take her own life. Officer Noonan saw a weapon pulled out. He thinks it's being pointed at him. So then what? What happens then? Excuse me. Karen, I want to know what meds she was on. We all know that some meds make them suffer. She said them yesterday. Last week when she asked for a bench trial, she said what they were. I didn't get them. I didn't recognize them. So I don't know. She was on 3 though. She said she was on 3 meds. All right. I'm going to play, let's get some kitty cam going for you guys, and I'm going to go grab some lunch. Court's going to come back. Let's see. What do I have here? 2:45. They're coming back at, what do I have? 1:50 they're coming back at. So let me change that. All right. They're coming back at 1:50. So we'll take a little break. I'll get some kitty cam going for you guys. They were bouncing off the walls earlier. Let me see if I can. All right. All right, let me see if I can get them to come and play. See if we can get some kitty cam for you guys going here. All right. Oh, and a new soundtrack. I think, yeah. So Aaron created the soundtrack yesterday, so check it out. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Wanted to read some documents that we had here. We heard about, hope you guys had a good lunch. Hope you, or a good dinner, lunch, breakfast, break, whatever it is, tea. We heard about Justin breaking into her home, right, on July 3rd. So here's her statement. On July 3rd, approximately 9:35, Justin broke into my residence. He had moved out of my home house. He moved out of my home days prior. He has acknowledged that he no longer lives there in the affidavit he filed with Essex Probate and Family Court on June 30th while applying for a restraining order. My father, Stephen Fitzsimmons, is the owner of an electronic security company and installs burglar alarms and surveillance systems. Upon Justin vacating the home prior to the July 3rd break-in, my father changed the locks and replaced the surveillance system after the June 30th service of the restraining order and the taking of my child. Justin did not have authorization to enter my home and had just sworn to a court that he needed a restraining order keeping me away from him, yet he came to my home and broke in. So he proceeded to steal several items which did not belong to him. Some of the items he stole were my laptop, iPad, passport, important piece of evidence he took off the refrigerator, a handwritten letter he wrote to me shortly before he went to court with his false restraining order affidavit, stating in clear terms that I am an amazing mother and partner. So, seems like Justin was tampering with evidence. Seems like Justin was tampering with some evidence there. All right, Wizard is saying, when I was away, I was thinking about this case. It is plausible that Kelsey was attempting self-deletion by cop. I think it fits Noonan yelling, Kelsey, don't do it. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's possible. So he stole evidence. Seems, or he's tampering with evidence. He's tainting a crime scene. So I would think that this would cause him to run afoul with some. Oh, but you know what? The DA didn't. The state didn't call him up on any charges. So Justin was not. There's no charges leveled at him for doing this. So no charges there for Justin. All right. So then we have the instant report. So we knew about the restraining order. I already read that. All right, hold on. They're supposed to be coming back in a few minutes. I just want to make sure. Let me download this. Let me check this out. Let's see. So she states she's witnessed Justin obtaining and snorting Adderall at a Christmas party. She's prescribed Ativan to treat her anxiety, and at least 15 occasions Justin would take one of her prescriptions when he was hungover. She witnessed him taking acid in the summer of 2024. Interesting. She's witnessed him smoking. We've seen that before. She said Justin told her that he has taken hallucinogenic mushrooms with his brother. Like, why get married to him? I mean, these guys sound like they're both, like, why did she agree? Well, why did she agree to get married, and why did she have a baby with him? If all this was going on in the background. Justin is a frequent customer of the Mellow Dispensary in Haverhill. Yeah, I just don't understand. She's like totally pulling out all this stuff. I don't know why she would consider. She also has serious concerns that he's an alcoholic. I don't understand if she was if this was truly happening on both sides, right? Like, why get married? Why have a kid? Just say, I think we should just go our separate ways. While I was pregnant, Justin would drink to excess at every family event or get together we attended. Oh, including the joint bachelorette party in Maine in June 2025. That's where Justin claims that's why he got the restraining order. Was based on this. At that event, Justin was intoxicated and kept drinking. And after I went upstairs to sleep, he refused to sleep to keep partying. We got into an argument stemming from Justin wanting to do drugs. I left hours later to go home without him. On Mother's Day, I took a video of Justin screaming at me while he was drunk. During the course of that day, and as a result of his excessive drinking, he fell in the shower, in the bedroom, and while walking upstairs. Well, she'd already had the kid at this point. That's Mother's Day, so that's May of 2025. So she had baby C in February. I guess she was already pregnant with her child when she wrote these things. Christmas of, well, let's see. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame that these that they went through this, are still going through it. Now, Heidi, we're not always rational when we're in love. Fair point. Fair. Selena, it's so sad that the baby came into this mess, right? Christy, Justin is 32. Kelsey's 29, Justin is 32. Richard says, there's 3 types of real love. 1, God. 2, your child. 3, your dog and cat. Right? Joy Low, yes, the judge made her blow into that device. Yeah, we saw that, the scram. We watched that in our deep dive yesterday. Wild Angel, I'm glad your ex and you had pets before we thought about having kids because I saw how helpful he was going to be. Yeah, that's not a bad way to go. You're welcome, Christy. No problem. Grizzly, hey, from Ohio. Hello, hello. Grizzly Snarky Tree Hugger. Let's see. Amanda, hopefully the PD changes their policies and procedures as a result of this. I hope so. At least just to bring a social worker, especially if it's one of your own. That's what is sticking in. And I'm just like, why didn't they bring somebody? Just bring one of your. It's one of your own. Bring somebody that could potentially help. You know, I mean. Kelsey pulled the firearm, right? I mean, that's the reality. She's not disputing it. Noonan's not disputing it. She pulled that firearm. So by pulling that firearm, did she create this situation? I mean, there's an argument for that. If she hadn't pulled the firearm, 12 days later, she could have disputed this and got custody of her baby back, right? I mean, then there's that. But you have to understand, I guess, her mind, where she was at this time. Her world is falling apart. You know, does that justify it? I don't know. We're just having conversation right now. All right, let me just double check that this feed is still live over here, that they didn't end it. All right, looks like they did not end the feed. I just want to make sure we have a live feed here for you guys. Let's see here. Let me check. Yeah, nobody has closed captioning. It's just not available. Closed captioning just is not available, unfortunately. Which you guys know how I love my closed captioning. Oops. Crazy Mary Jo says she's a gal. She's not welcomed at the boys club. Who's on the stand next? Don't know. I guess we could take off Sean Daly. He's no longer on the stand. Because he's off the stand. Oh, I can end this poll as well. So did you find him credible? Let's see. 332 votes. Appreciate that, you guys. How credible did you find the lieutenant? 34% of you thought buyer beware. So 30% credible. 31% of you thought 60% credible, not a bad salesman. 19% of you said zero credible, not buying anything. 16% said 100% credible, would buy a bridge. All right, now this is interesting. This is an interesting close-up. That's what we get. We get a close-up of whatever that is. Debbie, to answer your question, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't have a witness list. I have no idea what order they're calling them in. I don't know. Hey, Play on Crime. Good to see you. Hey, well, they need to do a better job evaluating cops after they witness a horrible thing. Wizard says, looks like I jumped into the shower just at the right time. I was getting desperate. My cat was threatening to move out if I didn't get into the shower. Having long hair is a pain to wash. Glad. Thanks. Maybe I should read these before I read them out loud. Hey, while you were 100%, you were buying everything. You would buy a bridge from him. 100% credible. I think I went with 60% because those inconsistencies. We found some inconsistencies. Were they minor? Some may say. Were they major? Some may say. Some may say, wow, if you're going to have inconsistencies about those three things, what other inconsistencies are you having? Right? Or others would say, whatever. So it was by her leg or under her leg. Who cares? Right? That's kind of the way it goes. Excuse me. Belfast says not having any women there was very bad. Did I notice your theory about was attempting? Yes, I think I read that as well. Self-deletion by officer, shooting. I've talked about that from the top, where we've seen that before, where somebody will come out of a standoff situation with, firearm and they start waving it, and of course you're going to get shot. So, yeah. Barry says, I need corroboration to believe him and not sure how that's going to happen. We shall see. M. Murgatroyd, you're totally on Kelsey's side so far. The whole situation was rigged in Justin's favor by the boys. Tulips agrees with Barry. Let's see. Yeah, there was a text exchange that came out a couple days ago. Kelsey, you just woke me up to let me know I have to bring our son to work with me. Justin, you were not listening then. I will happily pick our son up and watch him at work. I said I didn't want to be in the house at this time. You have to respect that. You are choosing to not have me watch him and bring him to work. Kelsey, you're not a babysitter. You're his dad. This is our home where the three of us live. Justin, and by being his dad, I will watch him and pick him up if you wish. Kelsey, you're not a babysitter, Justin. You don't watch him. You can simply just come home and be home with him. You know the home where our family lives. Justin, right now, Kels, those are the options. I will and can pick him up to be with him while you are at work, but you are choosing to bring him to work. You have to respect that I need space and time and will not be entering the house alone. Kelsey, your space is abandoning your family. I don't understand why you can't come to our house and you won't explain it. I will not be single parenting for days and days on end. Justin, when you strike me in the face several times and physically assault your best friends, Kels, you set the tone. I'm reacting in the best way possible to find a way forward, and this is what I need. It is not about what you need anymore. We need to be the best parents possible, and I cannot do that in the house at this time. Kelsey, just not even true, but okay. Abandon your thumb. Thumbs up emoji. Nope, they're doing white balance. Doing a white balance check there. All right.
311. All counsel and the defendant are heard.
All right, before the Commonwealth calls its next witness, I want to just make sure that the media folks and our audience members are we're all on the same page. My order, my media order that I issued this morning specifically says that when I leave the bench, cameras go off, recordings go off, audio goes off. Okay, so please just make sure that that happens. You're only to film while we're in session, and only to record audio or broadcast audio while we're in session. All right, Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Yes, Judge. Before our next witness, the Commonwealth offers a copy of the restraining order that the North Andover police served on the defendant.
Any objection? Okay, maybe admitted as a next exhibit.
Exhibit 74, so marked.
And Courtney, Aylaian, please.
Good afternoon.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You may have a seat. Thank you. All set. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record.
Courtney Aylaian, Courtney
And did you pronounce your last name Aylaian?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 28 years old.
In what city do you live?
I live in Stowe, Massachusetts.
Where did you grow up?
Stowe, Massachusetts.
And did you go to school in Stowe?
Yes. I went to all of my childhood schooling in Stowe. Well, I went to high school in Bolton, Massachusetts at a regional high school.
What do you do for work?
I work in software sales.
And do you have siblings?
I do. I'm the youngest of four.
And if you could please state your siblings' names and their ages from oldest to you.
Sure. Brendan Aylaian is 34. Justin Aylaian is 32. Ashley Aylaian is 30.
And you are?
I am 28.
Thank you. I'd like to focus on your brother, Justin.
Yes.
What's your relationship like with him?
Justin has been one of my best friends for as long as I can remember. He's been an incredible older brother. He's been very, I would say the first word that comes to mind is kind. Justin is probably the kindest person I know. He is loyal to the people he loves.
The next question, please.
Sure. Are you aware that he was engaged to be married at some point?
Yes.
And around when did he become engaged, if you know?
Sometime after August of 2024.
Okay. And do you know who he was engaged to?
Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
And have you had the opportunity to spend time with Justin and Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Yes, I have.
And do you see her in the courtroom here today?
I do.
If you can please point her out and describe an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's right here in front of me. She's wearing a pink, some sort of blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness that identified the defendant?
It may.
Do you know when the wedding was supposed to be?
The wedding was supposed to be in October of this past year.
October 2025?
Yes.
And was it ultimately canceled?
Yes, it was.
I'd like to direct your attention to the weekend of June 28th and June 29th, 2025.
Objection.
Grounds?
Relevance, 403.
Okay. So let's take it a question at a time, okay? All right. Next question.
Did you go somewhere that weekend?
Yes, we went to Bethel, Maine.
And who is we?
Myself, the groom's party and the bridesmaid party. So Kelsey, Justin, myself, my sister, Katrina, Michelle, Deandra, Cassie, Maddie, Kelsey's sister. I don't think if I'm missing anyone for females. On the groom side, it was both my brothers, Brendan and Justin, his friends Aiden, Dave, her brother Will, Hunter. That might be everyone from the parties.
And was it kind of was known as a Jack and Jill bachelor party?
It was a Jack and Jill bachelor party, yes.
And did the weekend end early?
Yes, it did.
And did you go home?
Yes, I fled the house.
For just exploring this, judge, is,
okay.
They're not allowed to open this door. This is an assault involving an officer and my client.
Okay. So let's do this. Let's just argue this at side. Let me hear you at sidebar, only so that we don't have to have the witness leave. I'll see everyone at sidebar.
So this is sister to Justin. She was at the house, the Jack and Jill party. She fled. Yes, you heard her. You heard her, Crazy Mary Jo. She fled the house. She fled the house. I fled the house. So defense objected. They're not allowed to open this door. So interesting. We'll have to see where this goes. Sidebar number 2. The plot thickens. Yes, the plot thickens. Well, we knew about this. This is where this whole restraining order came from. We read this to you guys this morning. This is where this restraining order came from, that he apparently, Justin, Kelsey was so drunk, she's upstairs. He goes upstairs trying to calm her down. She punches him 3 times. He he calls his brother and sister in. Kelsey immediately, changed her demeanor. And this was just a couple days before the then he got a restraining order. He goes out and he gets a restraining order based on this. Arwen, this is Justin's sister, Courtney. Oh, what am I doing? I can get rid of the. Sorry, you guys. Got that thing going. So sorry. Sorry about that. Get rid of that. Yeah, I have it pinned to the top of the of chat. If you guys ever wonder who a witness is or anything like that, just look at the top of the chat. I always pin it to the top. So, Jules, yes, she fled. She fled the house. Very interesting choice of words, right? She fled the house. So, why the need to flee? Because I guess Kelsey was so drunk and so violent. I don't know. We'll hear. We'll have to hear. Alex, no, didn't miss much in your meeting. They were at lunch. Yeah, we just came back. We just came back, and a few questions to Courtney about Courtney. A few questions have been asked to Courtney. Everybody saying hi to Jules. Jules, yes. What do you think? Oh boy, she fled the house. Well, we read earlier today, we read that Justin says that Kelsey was being abusive, was punching him, was drunk, so drunk she was, just sloppy drunk, So the party ended. Wild angel, but her brother didn't get drunk at his own bachelor party, right? Well, that's what Kelsey is saying. Kelsey's saying that he did. Right? We just read that. Ooh, yeah, we're one away from 500 likes. We're at 499 likes, you guys. One more. Who's going to get us over to 500? Thanks, Wizard. There we go. 501. Thank you, guys. 501 likes. 531 watching. 501 likes. Awesome. Good job, you guys. Appreciate it. We did. We got to 501. We're at 501 likes. Belfast also saying Jules, welcoming Jules in. AWOL says, bench trial sidebar with judge who is the trier of facts and tells him, listen, we don't want this in because of this. Judge says, okay, let's not open the door. I will strike it from my memory. Right. Wizard, your work here. Oh, we're up to 524. Wow, thank you. We went from 499 to 524. That's awesome. All right, here we go.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Is it true that you drove home to Stowe on Sunday of that weekend?
Yes, if that is the... Sorry, I'm trying to think of the days. Yes. I stayed at a hotel the night before.
And then ultimately on Sunday, you went to your house in Stowe?
Correct.
And did you have without telling me what the conversation was about, did you have a conversation with Justin on that Sunday?
Yes.
And then did you again have a conversation with Justin the next day, which was Monday, June 30th?
Yes.
And as a result of that conversation, did you go somewhere?
Absolutely.
Where did you go?
We drove to his friend Hunter's house.
And who is Hunter?
Hunter is Justin's friend who he knew through the fire academy.
And where does Hunter live?
Hunter is in, I believe it is still in North Andover where he lives.
And is that where you drove on June 30th?
Correct.
And who did you drive with?
I drove my car alone. I met Justin there after he called me.
And did you, was anybody else at Hunter's house that day?
Yes. It was Hunter, myself, and two of Kelsey's friends, Michelle and Katrina, who were very concerned.
Okay. Without talking about what was said, did you and Justin at some point go somewhere alone?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went to, I'm not sure which courthouse it was. We went to a courthouse.
And what was the purpose of you and him going to the courthouse?
To file, so he could file for an emergency restraining order and custody.
And get custody of whom?
Caden.
And who's Caden?
Caden is Justin's son.
And how old was he at the time?
He was right around 4 months, I believe, at the time.
Did you have any familiarity with restraining orders?
No.
What did you do when you got to court?
When we got to court, Justin went to the desk and told them the situation, said he believed his son was...
Sustained. Next question.
Did you help Justin fill out a form?
Per the clerk's advice, yes. Justin was shaking.
And where did you go from there?
From there, we drove to the North Andover Police Department.
And what did you do at the police department?
We both walked in, and I spoke with a couple of her lieutenants, Daly. I'm not sure who it exactly was I was speaking to, and I told them that I thought she would.
And without telling me what you said, did you give the police something?
I didn't hear the
Did you give the police a copy of the restraining order?
It was faxed to them, yes.
And did the
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled.
And did you stay at the police station for a period of time?
Yes.
And what happened next?
We were at the police station praying, and we got a call from one of the lieutenants saying that the kid was safe and to come to the house and get him.
And what house were you going to?
125 Phillips Brooks Road.
Had you been to that house before?
I have.
Okay. How did you get there?
We had driven separately, so we both drove our cars to the house.
So you drove your car and Justin drove his car?
Correct.
And did you, approximately how long were you waiting at the police station before you got that call?
It was much quicker than we thought, probably 20 minutes maybe. I could be a little off, but 20 minutes.
And about how long did it take you to get from the police station to 125 Phillips Brooks Road?
Not long, but less than 10 minutes.
And what happened once you got there?
We got there, we were welcomed in the door by an officer. He said Kelsey's upstairs getting some clothes for Caden.
Your Honor, motion to strike.
Okay, without telling me what the officer said.
All right, hold on, there's an objection. Overruled. Next question.
You said you were let inside by a police officer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then what happened when you went inside?
Lauren, Kelsey's mom, was holding Caden. She was angry. She said to Justin, Kelsey is fine.
Objection.
Justin's.
Sustained.
Hearsay, Judge.
All right, ma'am, you don't, no one expects you to know these legal rules, but unless you're specifically asked, you can't repeat what people told you, okay? All right, thanks very much.
Of course, Your Honor.
So you go inside, you and Justin go inside?
Yes.
And then you saw, who did you see?
Lauren Page was holding Caden.
And who's Lauren Page?
Kelsey's mother.
Okay, and you and her had a conversation?
Justin and her did.
Okay, and then what happened, and she was holding the baby?
Yep.
And then what happened next?
She handed Caden to Justin. Justin then handed Caden to me. And I said, why don't I take a step outside? I wanted to avoid a confrontation, so he took the carrier, the baby car seat. We walked outside.
And so you took Caden in your arms?
In my arms.
And you walked outside?
Yes.
And did Justin walk out with you?
Yes.
And did Justin take anything with him?
He took the carrier, the car seat.
Okay. And at that point, did you make a phone call?
I did.
Who did you call?
I called my mother.
Okay. And this is while you were outside?
Yes.
And then what happened next?
There were gunshots that went off.
And how do you know that they were gunshots?
It was, I've been shooting before. I know what a gun sounds like. There were several gunshots and an explosion sound because they, I believe, had hit the air conditioner. There was a lot of smoke coming out of the window.
Objection, Your Honor. There's no personal knowledge to any of this.
All right. Is this what you saw, or?
I saw the smoke.
Overruled.
And where were you standing when you heard the gunshots?
I was near the side where the school parking lot is. I was next to our cars in the yard.
And
on the property.
Approximately how many you said gunshots plural, how many did you hear?
There were at least 2.
And then after you looked back at the house and you saw the smoke?
I was right in front of the house, yes.
And what did you do next?
I knew I needed to run. I started to back up, and I was scanning the house, just praying to see Justin come out. Sorry, I'm trying to say what I'm not supposed to, I guess, say here, but I feared he was not coming out of that house.
So
and
where did you go?
Objection.
I backed up.
Sustained, I'll strike it.
I object to the further line of questioning, and the witness can't follow the rules. I ask you to strike the entire testimony.
Okay, overruled. All right, I know you're nervous. Everyone gets nervous. Just listen to the question and just answer just the question.
Okay, apologies, Your Honor.
Where did you go after you heard the gunshots?
I ran. I put my arms around Caden and I ran through the school parking lot and was looking for somewhere to hide. And I cut into a neighborhood and looked back and didn't see anyone, so I cut behind a house and hid behind trees. And I waited.
And sometime shortly thereafter, did Justin come and pick you up?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah.
No further questions, thank you.
Cross?
A couple of questions, Your Honor, if I may. Ma'am, you said you were let into the property?
Yes.
Who let you in?
One of the officers.
And how did that go?
In what sense?
Did you ring the bell? Did Justin ring the bell? Did you knock on the door? Did he break the door in? What happened?
He did not break the door in. The officer opened the door for us. I don't recall if we called him or if he saw us pull in, but we did tell him we were on our way, so he was expecting us.
And which officer opened the door for you?
I don't remember. I think it was Daly, but I do not remember.
Have you seen any video of how you went into the house?
I have not, no.
Judge, I'm going to ask that we play a clip that's in our exhibit, our thumb drive, if I may.
All right, is it within Exhibit 74?
Yes.
Sure. Don't worry about it. Take your time. You need our IT person?
No, I hope not.
Counsel, can I just make an observation?
Yes, sir.
I don't want to interfere. This format that is on the screen is different than what was on exhibit.
Yes.
Hold on, please let me finish. Is different than what was on exhibit 74. I just want to make sure, however you do it, that ultimately I have what you're playing.
Sure.
Okay, so if it's just a different format and it's already on 74, no problem.
So, Judge, you're a step ahead of us. I was just confirming with counsel that this particular one is not on there, but I was just gonna. I'm sorry. Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, I'm sorry. I guess it is on there. I thought it was. Okay. We're good. Yeah. Okay.
So
right.
just so we're all on the same page, to the extent that either side ends up playing something over and above what is on 74, let's just mark
Make sure
it,
that it gets in,
evidence.
and you have a thumb drive of it. Thank you, Ron. So, do you see what's depicted on the screen, ma'am?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
And this is the porch area of 125 Phillips Brooks Road, correct?
It is.
Okay. Can you play? So where's the officer that let you in?
He was right behind that door. I do not recall the exact scenario. He was right at that door.
So you walked in without anyone letting you in her house, didn't you?
I don't know that I could say that because the officer was right
Did you see
behind it.
anybody on there letting you in?
I can't see the other side of the door.
So you're already in the house by that time. You walked in the house all by yourself, didn't you? With your brother?
So when I've gone to their house before, I typically go in that doorway and then knock at that door there.
You walked right in, didn't you?
I don't know. There was an officer
Well,
right
you saw it.
behind
What
it.
did you see on the video?
I walked in. I'm not sure if an officer was right behind it opening that too.
Okay.
Because I know he was at the door.
Thank you. Judge, I'll offer that. It's not in, but I believe it's in the thumb drive.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Say that again?
I believe that clip is in the thumb drive. But if you find out it's not, I would offer it to evidence.
It is.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is there any redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may step down. And come up and call your next witness.
Judge, if you write down the upstairs.
Okay.
Step.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. You can have a seat. Pull yourself right up to that mic.
I may.
Yes.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
My name is Justin Aylaian, Justin, last name Aylaian.
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 32.
And what town do you live in?
Stowe, Massachusetts.
Did you grow up there?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what schools did you go to there?
I went to Neshoba Regional for high school. That's a tri-town, so it's Stowe, Bolton, and Lancaster. That's where I attended for grades 9 through 12.
What did you do after high school?
After high school, I immediately went to the University of New Hampshire, where I obtained a bachelor's in business management.
Okay. After you graduated from UNH, what did you do?
After UNH, I did a cross-country road trip where I traveled Southwest U.S., and I got a job as a wilderness instructor at a therapy camp in southern Utah.
And what do you mean by a therapy camp?
I worked as a lead counselor for some youth between the ages of roughly 15 to 18, and there were some early adults as well that were above 18. And they came to this camp for a variety of different problems, whether it was drug issues, whether it was anger issues, whether they had problems at home. They would come to this camp and we would help build confidence. We would give them coping mechanisms. We would do that in a wilderness setting. We would teach them primitive living skills. And we would assist them in their transition, going back to their families or whatever they had after.
At some point, did you make your way back east?
I did, yes. I was out there for roughly 8 months, and I shortly came back after.
Okay. What did you do when you came back?
When I came back, I shortly thereafter, in the fall of 2017, I enlisted in the United States Army.
Okay. Did you go to boot camp?
I did, yes. I attended boot camp in Fort Benning, Georgia. I enlisted as an infantry. So I attended boot camp in Fort Benning, Georgia. Immediately after boot camp and advanced infantry training, I went to airborne school, which was also at Fort Benning. Right after I graduated from airborne school, I was moved to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and that's where I spent the rest of my tenure in the Army.
Okay, how long was that?
Altogether, I attempted to try to become a Green Beret, where I went to try to go for Special Forces. I went to, it's called SOPC, which is Special Operations Prep Course, prior to selection. And during that training, I was severely injured. I ended up hurting some ligaments and tendons and needed reconstructive surgery on my tendons. So I ended up shortly getting out of the military after that with an honorable discharge in the, I believe, winter of 2019.
Okay. So then did you come back up here?
I did, yes. I returned back to Massachusetts shortly thereafter. After that, I worked several different jobs. I ended up at Fidelity for a while. I worked in their 401k department. And then shortly thereafter, I started going through civil service and applying to jobs to become a firefighter.
Okay. Did you eventually get one?
I did, yes. I got on at North Andover Fire Department in August of 2021. It was at that point I also went back to my fire science degree at Anna Maria College, which was obtained roughly a year and a half ago. I got my bachelor's degree in fire science.
So what is your role in the North Andover Fire Department?
I'm a firefighter EMT with the North Andover Fire Department. My job is to protect life and property.
When you say an EMT, do you work as a firefighter full-time or an EMT? How does it work there?
With the rotation that we have, the newest 24 members on the fire department, they're in charge of running the ambulance. So on my shift, what we do is we work 2 weeks on the ambulance, and then that third week rotating off, we either go on the engine or the ladder truck.
Do you know a person by the name of Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
I do, yes.
How and when did you first meet her?
It was September of 2023. She had reached out to me on Facebook. She had seen a picture of me posted on the North Andover Fire Department page. And she was recently going to be getting hired as a North Andover police officer, and she reached out to me on Facebook.
Fair to say you developed a relationship with her?
We did very quickly, yes.
Okay. At some point, did it become more than casual?
Yep, it became more than casual very quickly. Both of us developed feelings very quickly, and that developed into a relationship very quickly as well. And it was about roughly 6 months after that we had initially met that Kelsey and I had moved in together.
And where did you move in?
She had owned a home at 125 Phillips Brooks in North Andover. My lease had ended that May of 2024, and at that point we decided that we were going to live together, and I wasn't going to renew my current lease that I had.
And I'm sorry, remind me, were you on the fire department? You were on the fire department.
I was, yes.
So were you living in North Andover at the time?
I was living in North Andover, yes.
At some point, you guys were living together. You had a baby?
That is correct.
Okay, and when was a boy or a girl?
Boy.
Okay. How old now?
He is 13 months old.
Okay. And what's his date of birth?
2/16/2025.
So he was born while you were living together at 125 Phillips Brook?
Yes.
At some point, and I'm going to turn your attention to the weekend of July 28th, 29th, going into Monday the 30th, okay?
Okay.
Did your relationship become strained in any way? Just yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you decide to do something on June 30th, that Monday?
Yes, I ended up obtaining a restraining order.
Okay. Now I'm going to just step back for a second, and we're going to talk about that day in particular, okay?
Okay.
At some point, were you communicating with the defendant at all?
Yes.
How so?
It started in the morning. It was both text and phone calls that we were going back and forth with each other. I had requested to see my son. I wanted to make sure that he was okay. She had sent many disturbing messages back and forth to me.
Where were you on the 30th, on that Monday? Were you living at 125 Phillipsbrook?
That was my permanent legal residence, but I was at my parents' house that day.
Okay. Had you gone, when was the last time you had been there?
It would have been June 27th, I believe, the day before our planned bachelor.
Okay. At any point, did you go back there to retrieve some items, the guns or anything like that?
Yes, the day prior, I had gone to obtain, I knew that I needed to pick up my firearms. I had feared for my son, and I thought that his life was in danger and grave risk.
And I object to any further questioning on this relative on 403 grounds and on relevance grounds to whether Ms. Fitzsimmons assaulted a policeman in a bedroom where it was just the two of them.
Okay. I'm just going to take the objections one at a time. That objection sustained, I will strike.
You own firearms?
Yes, sir.
How many?
Roughly 9.
Okay. And where were they kept in the home?
They were kept upstairs in the closet. There was a large rifle safe. Several of them were kept in there. And then I had one firearm that I would keep in our bedroom that was in a green chest directly. If you were to walk into the bedroom, it was on the left side in the green chest, directly next to the door frame, locked up in my green safe.
Okay, so if you walk into your home through the door,
yes,
the front door, the stairs to upstairs, fair to say, are almost right in front of you?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as you walk up the stairs, there are 2 rooms at the top.
Yes.
There's a landing and 2 rooms at the top, correct?
Yes.
The safe that you had described, the green safe, which way would you go to get to the green safe?
You would take a right into the bedroom, and then the first foot that you would step into the bedroom, it was directly on your left, on the ground.
That was a bad question. What color is the safe, the rifle safe?
The rifle safe was black.
Black, okay. I want to talk about that first. I apologize. Now, where was that?
If you were to go up the stairs and you were on the landing, you would take a left. You would go into that room right there, and then it was in that closet directly on the left side of the room.
Okay, and it's a rifle safe, meaning it has a lock?
Yes.
What kind of lock?
I believe it was a keypad lock.
Okay. Do you know if the defendant had any firearms?
Yes.
How many?
I couldn't be exact. She just got her license to carry returned to her. I don't know the exact number of firearms that were returned to her.
Okay, what kind were they?
Several handguns.
Handguns? Okay. When you went on the 29th to retrieve your handguns, where did you go?
I went directly upstairs and I went into that gun safe, the rifle safe that was on the left side of the landing, and I retrieved my firearms from there first.
Okay. And then you talked about a green safe.
Yes.
We're going to talk about that. You walk up the stairs, the landing is there, you go to the right, which is the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
The other room, is that the one with the crib in it?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you go right to your left, you had described on the floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You had one gun in there?
Yes.
Did you see any other guns in there when you opened that?
No, I did not.
Okay.
So are we now talking about the green safe?
Yes.
Okay.
Have a second.
Sure.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 40 first, okay?
Okay.
You see that screen?
I do, yes.
You recognize what that is?
Yes.
So describe where the photo taker, the picture taker, would be standing in that home.
They'd be standing on the landing as immediately as you go up to the stairs to the second floor in between the 2 rooms.
Okay. And that's the one on the left that we had been describing?
Yes.
Correct? I'm going to show you what's been previously marked.
The one on the left, meaning the room on the left?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 45. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do, yes.
What is it?
That is the nursery. That's the closet with my clothes in it. And behind my clothes is the black rifle safe.
Okay. And that is, when you're standing on the landing, that is the room to the left. In the closet in that room is where the rifle safe is?
Correct.
And I'm sorry if I asked this already. Did you see any of the defendant's guns in that rifle safe?
Yes.
How many? Do you remember?
I don't remember exactly. I believe there was 2, but I don't remember the exact amount.
Now, bear with me. I'm going to take it step by step. I'm going to show you exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that is taken from the landing, going up to the second floor on the right side. That's facing our bedroom with my green safe on the floor.
Okay, so the picture taker is on the landing, correct?
Correct.
The stairs are pretty much behind them?
Directly behind.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 51. Do you recognize that room, first of all?
Yes, I recognize the room.
And that's the same room we were just talking about?
Yes.
The green safe is the box on the left corner of the picture?
Yes, and on the ground, the large chest, the box, yes.
Okay, so this is the safe you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know what that box is?
I do not know.
Have you seen that box before?
I may have, but I don't remember seeing it.
When you went on the 29th and retrieved your gun out of that safe, and you didn't see any of the defendant's guns in that safe, correct?
I don't believe so, sir.
Do you remember that box being on top?
That box was not there, sir.
Now I'm going to turn your attention, now that we're on the 29th, I'm going to turn your attention to the 30th. You had stated that you had been calling and texting the defendant throughout that day, correct?
Yes.
Were there any plans attempted to be made by anyone?
She had made several attempts to try to get me to meet her at the Common via text message. She had reached out and said, "Can we meet the Common at 2 p.m.?" My initial response back to that was, "For what?" She then again tried to get me to reason with me to meet me at the Common again. At that point, I said I had no gas. There was no way for me to get there. And she tried to meet up at several points, and I told her that I was not comfortable. I did not feel comfortable being alone with you. I wanted to make sure my son was okay, and I feared that his life was in danger.
Where were you when the texting back and forth was happening?
I believe I was at my parents' house in Stowe.
Okay. At some point, did you make your way to North Andover?
I did, yes.
Why?
I felt that my son's life was in grave danger and that imminent harm may come to him in the hands of Kelsey.
Okay. So as a result of that...
Hold on, there's an objection. Overruled just as the state of mind, not the truth.
So where did you go?
I went to my friend Hunter Hassam's house. He was renting an apartment in North Andover at the time.
Did you call anybody to meet you there?
I don't know if I had made the calls or they had called me, but I had called my sister Courtney. I told her that I was going to North Andover. I had feared for my son and that I didn't know what was going to happen, but I had called her and I was in contact with Kelsey's maid of honor, Katrina, and her bridesmaid, Michelle.
So Katrina, Michelle, Courtney, Hunter, and you?
Yes, sir.
Are you all in Hunter's house right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Without saying what was said between was there anybody else there? Because I have 5.
I believe Hunter's girlfriend at the time, she was there as well. I believe she was present.
Okay. Now, were you communicating when you were there with the defendant at all?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
There were text messages that were being exchanged just over Caden, our son, and just general messages back and forth.
Okay. Did you ever agree to go meet her at the park?
No, sir.
Okay. At some point, did you learn through the text messages anyway that she knew you were at Hunter's?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that, please?
All of us were at Hunter's. We were all discussing the events that had occurred and what we could do to ensure Caden's safety, which is our son, but also Kelsey and everyone else around. At one point, Kelsey had messaged my phone.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. I'm sorry. To the extent, Judge, that the questions are open-ended, producing narrative answer, I object. And, there's been all sorts of objections sustained about his answer. So I would ask the court to maybe direct the Commonwealth to make more specific questions so that it doesn't produce an answer that's half okay and half non-responsive and objectionable.
All right. So the objection's overruled. If you could just try to just answer the question to the best of your ability, all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next question.
Thank you. Did she, meaning the defendant, say something to you to indicate that she knew you were at Hunter's? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. What did she say?
I don't remember the exact verbiage, but it was, what are you doing? Something along the lines of, what are you doing at Hunter's? What is happening? Why are you with my friends? Something along those lines.
Okay. Now, without getting into the conversation that you had with your friends and with your sister, was a decision made for you to go somewhere to do something?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
To go to Lawrence to obtain a restraining order attached with temporary custody of Caden.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Where did you go? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact. It was family probate court, I believe it was, but I'm not 100% sure.
And who did you go with?
I went with my sister Courtney.
Okay. Now, did you fill out paperwork while you were there?
I did, yes.
Did anyone assist you in filling that out?
Yes. My sister helped me, and then there was also someone with the court system. I don't know who the name was, but they assisted as well.
Fair to say you went in front of a judge, an order was issued, and then you left the building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go when you left the building?
I immediately went to the North Andover Police Department.
Okay. When you got there, did you have a conversation, without saying what was said, with some of the police personnel there?
Yes.
Did you give them anything?
I believe I handed them the restraining order, and they said that it was already faxed to them.
Okay. At some point, did they leave?
They did, yes.
And what did you do?
I waited at the police station while they went to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons home.
Okay. And at some point, did you get a call?
I did, yes.
From who?
I believe it was from Officer Daly. He had called to inform me to come to the residence and get custody of my son.
Okay. So, did you go?
I did, yes.
Did you go with anybody else?
My sister and I, we both went to the house. We took two separate cars.
Did you get there at the same time?
Yes.
What happened when you got there?
At that point, we both walked into the house. Officer Daly was downstairs. Two officers were upstairs. And Kelsey's mother was holding the baby in the living room. At that point, I obtained Caden from her mother. And then we initially started to put him in a car seat. And then once he started crying, we figured it might be best, my sister and I, to get him ready for transport, to bring him back to Stowe outside.
Okay, so who carried Caden out?
My sister Courtney did.
And what did you do?
I asked if I could obtain some clothes while I was there. I just needed something so I could live day to day, as I had no clothes or any of my son's
belongings. Was this the first time you went out, or did you go back in the house a second time, if you remember?
This was the first. I went out the first time, and then I came back in.
Okay, so the first time you went out, Courtney went out with Caden.
Yes.
What did you take, if you remember?
I believe I had a car seat in my hand.
Okay. At some point, you came back?
Yes.
And you asked permission to do something?
Yes, I asked permission to get some clothes and a few clothes for Caden and some of his bottles and formula.
Okay. So where did you go?
I went down to the basement that was under construction at the time. There was no lights on, so I believe I had my camera, my phone out with the light on it, and I was searching for a suitcase that I had down there just to throw some clothes in.
At some point, was your attention drawn to something?
Yes.
What happened?
I immediately heard an officer's commands. I heard an officer scream out, "Stop, don't do it." At that point, I believe I had heard several gunshots ring out, and I heard Kelsey's mother screaming.
What did you do then?
At that point, I immediately ran through the garage, which was connected just to the basement. There was no wall there. Again, we were putting up a wall, so I ran straight through there. I fumbled with the lock for a second to get it open, as there was no light down there. As I got it open, I threw the door open, and I ran around the side of the house, screaming for my sister to run.
And so where did you go? Did you see your sister?
I believe I saw her briefly. I did see her running down past the school that was adjacent to our property.
With Caden?
Correct, yes.
So what did you do?
At that point, as I saw my sister run, I knew that we needed a vehicle for transportation to get out of there, to get out of the area as fast as possible. Fearing for my son's life, for my sister's life.
Sustained, just what you did.
I got into my vehicle. I believe I had made eye contact very briefly with Officer Houston, who was grabbing his medical bag out of his patrol vehicle. I got into my truck, and I immediately pulled a U-turn and drove where I saw my sister running from. Once I got to the other end of the school, I had stopped my vehicle, and at that point I didn't see which direction my sister had gone. So I had stood outside my car yelling her name repeatedly. I wasn't sure where she was or if she was okay.
At some point, did she appear?
She did appear. She came running out behind another house across the way, and she came running over towards me.
And what happened when she got to you?
She got in the vehicle, and then we quickly drove down the road to get away towards Mass Ave in North Andover.
And where did you eventually go?
We eventually made our way back to Stowe, Massachusetts, my parents' residence.
Thank you. If I may just have 1 second.
Yes.
Were the guns that you and the defendant had, were they ever kept in the basement?
No.
Is there a gun safe in the basement?
There was never a gun safe in the basement.
Did you have a way of remotely accessing the surveillance cameras?
I could look at them.
Did you before you went over?
Remotely accessing them, I was able to view them, yes.
Okay. When you did you see the defendant's car in the driveway?
No.
Okay. Is that where she usually parked?
Yes, always.
Okay. And when I asked you that question, what time frame were we talking about?
During the day, what time?
Yeah.
It must have been roughly 5 o'clock, 5 p.m.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Okay. Cross-examination?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So a lot of talk about gun safes. The safe that you mentioned with your rifles in it, that was in the baby's room, correct?
Correct, yes.
And that's the room as you go up the stairs to the left, you hit the landing, you go make a left, you're in the baby's room, correct?
Correct.
And then you visited the house on the 29th to retrieve your guns, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that you spent about 60 seconds with the baby.
I would say that's not true.
Kelsey had to tell you, do you want to see your baby? Do you want to hold your baby? And you held your baby for about a minute. Isn't that right?
I was at the property for roughly 30 minutes.
Answer my question.
Okay.
Is that true?
Yes.
So, with respect to the gun safe in the bedroom to the right, up until then that was your and Kelsey's bedroom, correct?
Correct, yes.
And there was a green safe in that bedroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And On the 29th, you went to that bedroom and you retrieved some of your firearms from that green safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that was your grandfather's safe, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you wanted to take that with you, didn't you?
I did, yes, sir.
And you took Kelsey's guns out of that safe and you put them on the bed so that you could take only your guns and your grandfather's safe. Isn't that correct?
I did not take the gun safe, sir.
Isn't that what your intention was until Kelsey asked you not to?
I did leave the gun safe, yes, sir.
You left it because Kelsey asked you to leave it because she needed a place to safely keep her guns, right?
I don't know if that was her intention, sir.
So let's just go back a minute. You said that you went into that safe, you didn't see any other guns, you took your guns, and you left. Isn't it true that you took Kelsey's guns, which you did see in the safe, you put them on the bed, and you tried to take the safe?
I do not remember if I took any of her guns out of the safe, sir. I don't remember seeing any of her firearms in that green safe. I only remember seeing them in the black safe.
So, I mean, you were very interested in getting your stuff out of that house on a couple occasions. This is your chance to get your grandfather's gun safe out of there, and it's your testimony that you just decided to leave it?
The only priority was removing my firearms. That was secondary because it was holding my safe, and it meant a safe transport way to move that firearm out of the house in a secure manner.
And when you left Kelsey with her firearms, and you took yours and you went back to Stowe with your father, correct?
Yes, sir, I took my firearms.
Now, you said you were, just want to get it right. You said that you work at the North Andover Fire Department, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you work there presently?
Yes, sir.
Are you on the schedule?
No, sir.
Why not? He opened the door.
I'm sorry. Objection. Relevancy?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll hear you at sidebar.
All right, we are currently in another sidebar. Although they don't really sound like they're saying sidebar, but sidebar. Wow, so we heard from Courtney and now Justin. And how credible do you think Justin is, you guys? And I put up a poll. How credible do you think he is? So far, 11% of you say 100% you're buying what he's selling. 16% of you are saying 60%, somewhat credible. But the majority of you are saying 30%, don't believe him. That's 36%. And, 0.5%. That was supposed to be 0%. Sorry. I threw an extra 5 in there. 5%, no way I'm buying this. So that was a mistake. That should have just been 0%. So 37, 36, 36% of you. So we got about 72% of you are 30% or less that you are believing Justin right now. All right, I'm assuming we're going to hear from Mom, right? Was her name Lisa? Is that her name, Lisa Page? Did I get that name right? Let me see. Oh, Lauren. Sorry, Lauren Page. I'm guessing we're going to hear from her. We'll probably hear from Noonan. I'm sure we'll hear from Houston. I guess those would. I wonder. Okay, because they're kind of trying to bring up this this bachelor party. If they were, see, this is what I don't understand. They were at this Jack and Jill bachelor party, the 28th and 29th. Okay, so I guess the 29th, that's when it exploded. That's when he's like, all right, I got to go back to the house and get my stuff.
Ruled subject to what I discussed at sidebar.
Sir, you're not on the schedule and you're not presently able to work for that department. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason you were placed on suspension or administrative leave, whatever you call it, is because you have been caught on video many, many times using drugs that are in violation of your department and the town policy, correct?
allegations were placed against me, and the town has a responsibility to do their due diligence and investigate that matter.
So that's a yes?
Yes, sir.
When did that go into place?
I don't have the exact date, but roughly a week or two ago.
Do you know the duration of this suspension, or whatever you want to call it?
Sustained.
Oh, sorry.
Let's move on, Mr. Brado.
Sure. Nothing further, thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
step down. And Commonwealth can call its next witness.
Patrick Noonan.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
You may have a seat and put yourself right up to the mic. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing all right. How about yourself?
Excellent. Thank you. You may proceed.
Sir, in a loud, clear voice, can you please introduce yourself? Spell your first name and your last name.
Patrick Noonan, P-A-T-R-I-C-K-N-O-O-N-A-N.
And how old are you, sir?
50.
And what town do you live in?
North Andover.
Where were you born?
Rochester, New York.
How long did you stay there?
Until I was about 4 years old.
And where did you move to?
North Andover.
Who did you move with?
My sister, mom and dad.
And what are their names?
My mom is passed, but my dad is Timothy Noonan.
And what was her name?
Patricia.
And your sister?
Mary.
Does your sister live in the area?
She lives in Lynn.
Where did you go to school?
For high school?
Grade school, high school?
The North Andover Public School systems, and then for high school I went to St. John's Prep.
And did you play any sports there?
Hockey and lacrosse.
Did you graduate?
I did.
Once you graduated, did you further your education in any way initially?
Initially, yeah, I went to Siena College for about a year, and then that wasn't working out. I got my degree later on down the road.
What did you get your degree in?
Criminal justice.
From where?
UMass Law.
Now, after you left Siena, did you work?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
I worked at Macy's Security.
Okay. And at some point, how long did you work there?
Couple of years. It wasn't too long.
Did you meet anybody significant in your life while you worked at Macy's?
My wife.
Who's that?
Angie.
Okay. And was she working there also?
She was.
Did you get married at some point?
We did.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a dangerous question. What's your anniversary?
It is December 22nd.
Okay.
1999.
1999. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Do you have any kids?
I do.
How many?
Just one.
Boy or girl?
Boy, Joseph.
And what does Joseph do?
He is currently at UMass Lowell as well, studying environmental engineering.
Have you lived in North Andover ever since you've been 4 years old?
No.
Did you move around?
I did when I was in the military.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Oh.
I'm sorry about that. At some point, you talked about you were in the military. what area of the military did you join?
Air Force.
Okay. And when was that?
That was in '99.
And where is boot camp for the Air Force?
Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about boot camp? Some of the training, some of the things that you were subjected to, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, it's some sleep deprivation. You also have, you have to learn how to march. They basically strip your identity and try to build you up as a team.
Okay.
Firearms training, things along that.
At some point, did you make it through boot camp?
I did.
Did you, I guess, enlist or volunteer to any special area of the Air Force?
Security forces.
And what is security forces?
They're basically the defenders of the force. So when I went in, I went through my tech school, which is almost like a police academy. We learned various different things in there, land nav, different weapons systems, things of that nature. And then once you graduate, you get your orders cut.
And what were your orders originally?
Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Okay. And what was your role when you were in Cheyenne, Wyoming?
I originally, when I was waiting for my security clearance, I was originally working on the ground. So ingress, egress from the gates, a cruiser, enforce the laws of the Uniform Code of Military Justice.
When you're going through that type of training, are you trained in the use of firearms?
Yes.
Any different, all different types?
Yes.
Any other types of weapons?
Yes.
Such as?
The 60, which is a fully automatic machine gun. The SAW, which is pretty much the same, only it's a little lighter. The 203, which is an M16 with a grenade launcher attached to it. M16, and also your sidearm.
Eventually, did you get your security clearance?
I did.
Okay, and was your assignment different when you got that?
Yes, they moved me over to like a camper team. So whenever a facility goes down, you go with a 4-man team to protect the site.
Okay. What kind of sites are we talking about?
Missile sites.
Okay. Nuclear missile sites?
Yes.
And are they in one state, more than one state?
Tri-state.
And what tri-state area was that?
That would be Wyoming, Nebraska, and Wyoming, Nebraska, Colorado.
Okay. And was that your range, or?
Yes.
And at some point, well, can you tell us a little bit about the training you got? Was there any specific training for that job?
It was basically like on-job training.
Okay.
We're already trained up, so you get your orders, you get your assignment, and you link up with your 4-man team.
Okay. At some point, did you move on from what you had described as a camper team?
Yes.
To where?
Fire team.
And what is a fire team?
Fire team consists of 4 people. Each person carries a different weapon, from the machine guns to the 203, so on and so forth. Our primary responsibilities were, if any alarms were tripped on any of the missile sites, we respond.
Okay. And so you're heavily armed.
Mm-hmm.
Is when you say you respond, is that on the ground?
Yes, it's on a Humvee. Yep.
Okay. Did you at some point move from a camper team to something else?
Yeah, to the fire team, and then from the fire team, I went to the 37th helicopter unit.
Okay, so the helicopter unit.
The 37th what?
Helicopter unit.
So how was your role different in the helicopter unit than it was on the camper team or the fire team?
We're still a 4-man fire team, but our primary mission there was to have overwatch whenever we're transporting nukes to or from base. And we basically radio down to the U.S. Marshal if we see a potential threat up ahead.
When did you leave the service?
2003.
And when you left the service, did you go to work anywhere else?
Seabrook Nuclear Power Plant.
In what capacity?
As an armed guard.
And any specific training of that, or did you rely on your military training for that?
There was also additional training for that. I think it was like 22 weeks or 12 weeks.
And what kind of trainings were that?
Just basic knowledge about nuclear energy, where to go in the plant, where not to go, different hazards to look out for, firearms training, and general knowledge of the whole plant itself.
At some point, did you decide to move on from Seabrook?
I did.
And what was your plan at that point?
The North Andover Police Department. I got on as a full-time reserve.
Okay. And how long were you a full-time reserve?
For 1 year.
And then did you become a full-time police officer?
I did. Went to the academy in 2006.
At some point during your tenure at the North Andover Police Department, did you have additional responsibilities?
Yes.
What were those?
Areas of responsibility, different sectors you're assigned to, respond to calls of service, 911, medical, effect arrest when necessary, enforce motor vehicle law.
Okay. What is RRT?
That's the regional response team.
And what is that?
They're a part of NEMLEC, and the RRT team primarily they deal with big crowds, riots, crowd control when it comes to let's say big games. If we win championships, just extra security, and also kind of like a search and rescue. If people go missing somewhere, they'll deploy the RRT to try to find them.
Were you part of that team?
I was.
For how long?
I would say about a year.
And NEMLEC, that's NEMLEC, correct?
Yes.
Northeast Massachusetts Law Enforcement Council?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you apply for a different role with NEMLEC at some point? And what was that?
SWAT team.
And what's the difference between the RTT, the Regional Response Team, and the SWAT team?
The SWAT team primarily is special weapons and tactics. So we get trained up on different weapons, different uses of less lethal. We execute warrants, knock and no knock, for drugs and guns. If there is a hostage situation, I mean the whole gamut. Anything dangerous is what SWAT usually goes in for.
And so, was this a team you had to apply for?
Tryout.
Tryout.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did that consist of?
8 days. It was like a 3-mile boot run in the morning, and then you had to do push-ups in a certain amount of time, sit-ups, squat thrusts, squat benders. Then you had to run 1.5 miles after that and make a specific time. After that, it was a 3-mile obstacle course you had to complete in a certain amount of time. And then after that, it was all firearms.
Okay. What's stress shooting?
When you shoot under stress, so typically how we induce stress when we want to stress shoot is we'll do sprints, we'll do...
Brown?
Here is an expert in stress shooting.
I'm sorry?
He's giving expert testimony about what you should and shouldn't do under stress.
Well, he was asked how he practiced stress shooting. That's the way I understood it.
So the assumption sort of rolled in there, Judge, is that he knows about stress shooting, he knows what he's doing with respect to stress shooting.
Well, he does, because he's been trained in it, and he's telling me that about the training. So,
well, I don't object to his training. We're hearing a lot of it, but I do object to any sort of
imprimatur as if he's an expert in giving his opinions about the area.
Okay, so I'm going to take, as I said, I'll take it as it comes. I haven't heard any opinion testimony. If there's an opinion, please by all means object, but overruled. Thank you.
You continue.
So to induce stress, when we go up to the range, we'll do a series of sprints, burpees, push-ups, sit-ups, and then we go right online. That's for the intent of raising your heartbeat to a very high level and being able to shoot on target.
And when you say online, what do you mean?
Right in front of your targets.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
Right. What's SWAT school?
That consisted of a full week, and I went to Worcester, and it was put on, hosted by LAPD SWAT.
Okay. What did that consist of?
Room entry, hallway clearing, room clearing, building searches, building clearing, the use of flashbangs, firearms, less lethal weapons, operating a Bearcat, shield work, the use of a Halligan, the use of a ram, things of that nature.
What's a shoot, don't shoot scenario?
As far as...
Is that a thing? Shoot, don't shoot?
Oh yeah, we have shoot, don't shoot scenarios.
Okay, and did you participate in those?
We did.
What are those?
They would put up targets when we were clearing a house, and some of them, the pictures were depicted of either someone having a gun to someone's head as like a hostage, or someone would just be holding up a purse. So that was shoot, no shoot.
Okay. How often, when you were with SWAT, were you required to train with them?
2 times a month, and then a 40-hour block in the year.
Every year?
During the year, yep.
Okay. And so how long were you with the SWAT? You were with it twice, correct?
Yeah, I was on 2 different teams.
Okay. The first time, how long were you with SWAT?
From 07 to, I believe, 13, shortly after the marathon bombings.
Okay. Did you, at some point, did you switch departments?
I did.
And you were in North Andover at the beginning, and where did you go?
I went to Lawrence.
Why?
I wanted a little faster pace.
Okay. Did you get it?
I definitely did.
Okay. Now, while you were with Lawrence, did you continue with your SWAT?
Yes, I tried out for the Lawrence SWAT team.
Okay. Can you tell us your trajectory while you were in Lawrence? Were you always on patrol?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us about that, please?
Became a field training officer, and then I wound up in detectives for several years, and then I went back to patrol to field train the new guys. SWAT, and that's pretty much it.
Now, you said you tried out for the Lawrence SWAT team, correct?
Yes.
And how long did you do that?
That was another 8-hour day.
Okay. I'm sorry. No, was that I don't mean, that was a bad question.
Oh.
How long did you make it, right? You made
Yes.
it. And how long did you participate in the Lawrence SWAT team?
I believe 2019 to by the time I departed and went back to North Andover.
Okay. And so,
2024, Your Honor. You're welcome.
Why did you come back to North Andover?
I just wanted to bring my training and experience back to where it all started. I have 10 years left, so yeah, that's about it. And I'm getting older, so a slower pace is kind of needed.
Okay. So I'm going to turn your attention back to June 30th of 2025. Were you patrol on that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was your shift, if you remember?
I did a swap, so I was working for another officer. So that shift was 4 to 12.
Okay. At some point, did you get a call from someone in particular?
Yes, Officer Houston.
Okay. At some point, did you learn why he called you?
Yes.
And why was that?
Apparently, the defendant's ex-fiancé took a restraining order out.
You had to serve it?
Yes, we had to serve it.
Did you know that person? Did you know a person by the name of Justin Aylaian?
Didn't know him, but I met him on one occasion.
Okay. Did you know the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons?
Knew her, but not well. She was on maternity most of the time that when I first transferred over. So.
All right. So you got a call from Houston.
I did.
Where did you go?
We met behind the Atkinson School. It's called the CCC, and he explained the situation to me.
Okay. Was he anybody else arrive at that point?
Not yet.
Okay. At some point, did someone?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Daly.
Did you talk about any plan as to how this was going to occur?
Yeah, Lieutenant Daly said that he'd do the talking, and she, based on the restraining order, Justin was supposed to get custody. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Well, I'll jump in. So you knew that there was potentially a child there?
Yes.
And that the child would be transferred from the defendant to the fiancé, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So where did you go?
So from there, I pointed out to Officer Houston and Lieutenant Daly the positioning of where the defendant had parked her car, which was at least 150 yards away from her house. And we all thought that that was very odd.
Objection. Motion is straight.
Overruled.
So where did you go?
We pulled up right before the house. The foliage was pretty overgrown, so we left our cars there, got out, and walked up to the front door.
Okay. At some point, did you come into contact with the defendant?
Yes, we did.
How did that happen?
Lieutenant Daly knocked on the door or rang the doorbell, and she came out.
Okay. Was she with anybody?
Her baby.
Well, where did you go?
We went into the family room. She went straight to a couch that's off to the left, and I kind of went straight. There was another couch, and I believe Houston was to the left of me.
Did you see and hear Lieutenant Daly interacting with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you saw?
He explained the situation, that Justin had taken the restraining order out, that we were going to have to remove firearms from the house, and that the baby, their son, he was going to be in Justin's custody for, I think it was 14 days until the next court hearing.
When Lieutenant Daly mentioned that the guns were going to be removed, did the defendant say anything about that?
Yeah, she said that they were located downstairs in the basement.
What happened after that?
I noticed her duty belt on the couch, so I went and checked that. There was no firearm in there, and I observed like a gun case on a mantle. I opened that up, and there was no gun.
There was no gun. Did she say anything in response to that?
Yeah, she reiterated the guns were downstairs in the basement.
What happened next?
She went to gather some belongings for their son, and she came up and handed me the baby. He was screaming. I was trying to calm him down. I believe she gave me his bottle, and I was trying to feed him, but I'm thinking it can't be too comfortable. I wear an outer carrier vest, and I have all my equipment in the front, so it was kind of hard to cradle him.
Did you eventually hand the baby off to someone else?
I did. I believe Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Now, do you typically wear gloves when you're on duty?
I do.
Were you wearing gloves that day?
Yes, briefly for maybe like 10 minutes.
Okay. Did you take them off once you were in the house?
I did.
Now, did Miss Fitzsimmons leave the room at all?
While I was with the baby, yes. Lieutenant Daly and Officer Houston escorted her around. I think it may have been a kitchen area. I never went back there, so I just basically stayed in the family room with their son.
Okay. Did, on a typical restraining order, service, would you let a person who is the subject of the restraining order walk around the house unattended?
No.
Okay. At some point, did they come back?
Yes.
Okay. What happened after that?
I handed the baby off. I was standing in front of her stairs, and she had stated that she had clothes upstairs for the baby, so I handed the baby off.
And so did someone go upstairs?
Myself and Officer Houston.
Okay. Where did you go?
Right at the top of the stairs, it's like it's a very small hallway. Right to the left is the baby's room. Right to the right is the main bedroom.
Okay. And so where did she go first?
To the left, to the baby's room.
And what did you observe?
I observed a crib. The back wall had bookshelves of sort, and there were just clothes on the ground.
Did you enter the room or did you stay on the outside?
I entered the room there.
Okay. What did you see the defendant doing, if anything?
She was wrapping up baby clothes, and she put them in a car seat. And then while she was doing that, I heard an older lady come in and start to yell at Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. Did that create any reaction from the defendant at all?
No. I asked her who that was downstairs, and she looked up and said she had no idea.
Okay. What happened next?
She handed me the baby seat and asked me to take it downstairs, and I told her no.
Okay. What did you do with it?
I put it on the ground. I said, we'll deal with that later.
What happened next?
She started packing a lot of books, and it's almost like this round basket with two handles. And I explained to her that her son's 4 months old. No need for all the books. You know, you're going to see him in 2 weeks. So.
What did she do with the books?
She handed me the basket and asked me to go downstairs, bring it downstairs.
And what did you do?
I told her we would deal with it later, and I put it down on the ground.
Okay. And you told her she'd see her son in 2 weeks?
Yeah, roughly. I said your next court date is on the 14th.
What happened after you put had that conversation with her and put the book carrier down?
At that point, Officer Houston had gone downstairs because of the commotion. So she said that she had to get more clothes out of her room. So I followed her into the room, but I never went in the room. I stayed on the, I guess the top landing, right before the door frame.
Okay. And did that seem to be a bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so if you walk up the stairs, you had been in the room on the left, correct?
Yes.
Now she went across to the room on the right?
Yes.
Okay. You said you didn't go into the room yourself?
No.
Were you able to see her?
Yeah, she was 3 feet in front of me.
Okay, and what was she doing?
She was wrapping up clothes, and she had paused, and she said something to the effect that these are dirty. And I said, listen, wherever the baby's going, I'm sure there's a washer and dryer.
Out-of-court statements, motion to start.
Overruled.
I said, wherever the baby's going, most likely has a washer and dryer, so don't be concerned. And then I could tell she was getting upset. She started to shake, and I said, listen, court date is in 2 weeks. It'll be over before you know it.
Did something happen next?
Yes, she was on one knee when she was wrapping up the clothes, and she pushed off with her left foot and lunged behind the door frame. So to my left, to her right.
Okay. Could you see what was there from where you were?
Not from my perspective, no.
Okay. What happened after she went behind the door frame?
She reappeared with a gun and pointed it right at me and pulled the trigger.
Can you describe or show us how she did that?
Yep, so when she came around the frame here, she came up and clicked.
Okay. Where was it pointed?
My face.
Okay. After it clicked, what happened?
I screamed her name. I was completely shocked. She had the drop on me. she began to
She had the what?
the drop,
Drop? What do you mean?
which means she had the tactical advantage over me.
Okay.
I drew my weapon. She was already backpedaling, and she was doing what we call a tap rack. Basically, when you do a tap rack, that's when your gun malfunctions. So when you tap the magazine, you want to make sure it's properly seated in the magazine well, and then you rack the upper receiver, or the slide.
Okay, I think the judge was writing. I'd like him to see this, if I could. If you could just, because you made some...
I'm trying to understand the lingo, too. Is it a tap, wrap, like a...
Rack.
Wrap.
Rack, yes.
Okay.
May he stand up so you can see what he's doing, Judge?
Yes.
So a tap, and a rack.
Okay. So tap on the bottom of the magazine?
Yes.
And a rack. Did she do that once or more than once?
She did it twice. So the first time she did it, it was slow motion. I could see her hand slide off the top of the receiver. She started moving her way around the bed, and she began tap racking again. And I was yelling at her, "Don't do it! Don't do it!"
And then what happened?
After she successfully got around in the chamber, her right arm started to come up, and I shot twice in rapid succession.
Okay. At her?
Yes.
Can you hold on one sec, please? Yeah, I'll set that.
What did you observe after you fired the second shot?
I saw her flinch. The gun went down, so I stopped shooting. She stopped her action, and then she went to the ground.
Okay. Where was she at this point?
On the opposite side of the bed, in between the wall and the bed.
What did you do next?
I covered down on her.
And what does that mean?
I kept my gun on her or in the area of where she was, because I couldn't really see all of her at that point.
What part of her could you see?
I think her legs, maybe. I don't really remember.
Okay. Did someone else appear at that time?
Lieutenant Daly.
Okay. And what did you see him do, if anything?
He came up, said, "Where's the gun?" I said, "She still has it. I'll cover you."
And so what happened?
We walked around the bed. I stayed lethal force on her. He rolled her and saw the gun.
Okay. Did you see the gun?
I did too. Yeah.
What happened with the gun?
He put it on the bed, and she was still conscious, alert, moving. I grabbed the gun. I moved it to the other side of the room.
Okay. What did you do next?
We immediately started first aid.
Okay. How so?
Putting pressure on the wound. We wanted to see if there was an exit wound, which there was. So we were trying to stop the bleeding. Officer Houston came running upstairs with a med kit. Lieutenant Daly started to wrap the wounds in gauze. And then Officer Court came into the room, and I ordered him to secure the weapon.
Okay. And did you see him do that?
I did.
Did you hear the defendant saying anything after she was on the ground?
It hurt, and I said, "Just keep breathing. You have a baby to live for."
What happened next?
The medics showed up, fire department, and we all got out of their way so they could start working Kelsey.
Did they transport her out?
Yes, they did.
Did you look for anything after she was removed from the house?
Before she was removed from the house, I walked out of the bedroom just to give them space. It was a very small room. There was a lot of stuff everywhere. Right to the right, there was some sort of, end table where she lunged, and it looked like a wooden box of some sort, and the lid was open on that.
Did you look for any damage out in the hallway at all, or the other room?
When I got out into the hallway, the baby's room had a door with little glass panes, And we noticed, Officer Core noticed it first. He said, this is damage. Did she get a round off on you? And I said, geez, maybe she did.
Okay, hold on. Sustained.
Did you notice the broken glass?
Yes, I did, but there was nothing on the floor. So,
at some point, did you?
Excuse me 1 second. Broken glass. Where was it?
so on the baby's room, there's a door. I believe it was on the baby's room, and it had little glass panes.
Right.
One of them was damaged, but there was no glass on the floor, Your Honor. So I chalked it up as old.
Why did you shoot twice?
She wouldn't stop.
Do you know if you hit her with the first one or the second one?
I didn't know. The second one, I could visibly see her flinch. The first one, no, she was still getting ready to raise her arm.
Sir, I'm going to show you a number of pictures.
Sure.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 6. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
That's the front of the defendant's house and the door that we entered.
Show you exhibit number 10. Do you recognize what that is? Is that the front door?
Oh, yes, that's the front door. The stairs are right to the right, yeah.
Sure. Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 36. Do you recognize what that is?
The stairs leading up. The stairs leading upstairs. So right to the right would be the master, and if you took a quick little left, the baby's room.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 39. Is that the baby's room that you were talking about?
Yes.
Number 38. Do you recognize what that is?
The baby's room.
Is that the container, I guess you will, of books that you were talking about earlier at the bottom?
Oh, yes. Right there.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 49. Do you recognize what that is?
That would be the entrance going into the master.
Okay, into the bedroom?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit number 51. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
That would be the box that was open to the left of the door frame.
Number 50. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Where were you in relation to this picture? Where were you when you first observed Miss Fitzsimmons pull out the gun and aim it at your face?
Right before the door frame.
Okay, so you backed up a little?
Yep.
Okay.
Probably right, whoever took that picture, probably right there.
And where were you in relation to the door frame when you shot your weapon?
I used part of the door frame as some sort of cover. and I was leaning up against it with both my hands. So my gun and my wrists would have been in the room.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number.
All set, thank you.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit number 53. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Can you tell us, and Judge, if I may ask him to get down to point it out to you.
Okay.
If you could, Brooke, can you tell us where Miss Fitzsimmons was? If you may, to show the judge where Miss Fitzsimmons was when she first tap-racked it, if you can.
Right about here. And then she started sidestepping, and I was telling her not to do it. And I shot approximately right here when she finished.
I have nothing.
All right, so it makes sense to stop for the day at this point. And we'll pick up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And witnesses, the folks that are on the witness list should continue to follow my order and rule. And that is not to watch any of the other folks' testimony. And you will pick up tomorrow morning.
All right. We'll stand in recess.
All right. It's going to be a 9 to 4 kind of thing. Hopefully they'll start at 9 tomorrow because they started much later than that. All right. Let's go through his testimony a little bit here. I thought that he was, according to Kelsey, he was her partner, and they experienced this trauma together, right? You guys, hold on. Let's hold on a sec. All right. Let's review this, because Cross is going to be something. Cross is going to be something else, because he's either somebody's lying, right? Somebody's not telling the truth here. So let's get to this. Somebody is not telling the truth. So, this is her press release, right? This is her press release. All right, this is her press release. Saying, I never pointed my firearm at the officer. Right? All right, here's what I want you to focus in on. I never pointed my firearm at the officer. That officer was not just a colleague, he was my friend. That officer and I experienced a very difficult and sad service together last summer. He's saying he goes through all of his training, joins SWAT, talks about stress shooting. They do sprints, they do burpees, they do push-ups. It's all to raise your heart rate. And then you're supposed to breathe deeply, calm yourself down, and then shoot. So they have shoot and don't shoot scenarios. They put up a target as they're clearing a house. All I thought was Men in Black for that with Will Smith. Let's see. So he got a call on June 30th. He says he didn't know Justin, but they met on one occasion. So that's kind of weird. You say you don't know somebody, but then you say you met them. That's a little odd. Okay. He didn't know Kelsey. She was on maternity leave when he transferred over. So somebody's lying here. Somebody's lying. Because she's saying last summer. So she's saying, so this was June 2025. So she's saying last summer she got a call, caused an officer to build a friendship So it's shared trauma. So she went through this shared trauma. I could have sworn it was Patrick Noonan. You guys are saying it was Houston? I don't think so. Legally Blonde. I thought it was Noonan this whole time. I thought it was Noonan that was this whole. I thought Noonan was the. I never heard that Houston was her partner. So far, we haven't heard that she was partners with any of these guys. This is just her statement. So we haven't heard other than her statement. Well, no, it has to be Noonan because she's never pointed a firearm at the officer. That officer was not just a colleague; he was my friend. So to me, that confirms that it was Noonan. It wasn't Houston because Houston she never pointed the gun at Houston. Debbie, defense can look that up. I would absolutely. I cannot wait for Cross. Widespread. She said. So she's saying she didn't tap and rack. All right, Wizard, have a good one. See you tomorrow. No, Legally Blonde, just based on what she's saying. She never pointed her firearm at the officer. That officer was not just a colleague, he was my friend. So she only pointed it at one person, and that was Noonan. So I guess that's where I'm basing it off of. Until we hear for sure, I mean, Cross is going to be. They have to ask on Cross. They have to ask on Cross. Were you ever partners? I mean, they have to have that on record. I mean, they have to know who her partners were. They have to have this. They have to have this on record. So somebody's doing some lying. Either Kelsey's lying or Officer Noonan is lying. So I think this is pretty easily verifiable. I think we can verify this pretty quickly, meaning not us, but the defense. And I'm sure they already vetted this and they already checked this out because they're not gonna let her put out a statement and then it's not true. You know what I'm saying? Katrina, you know what could have been helpful here? Body cam. Massachusetts invest in body cam. Well, I found an article where they received a bunch of $3 million in body cam. It wasn't them. It was somebody else. Hold on. I found that the other day when we were doing our deep dive yesterday. It was Norwood. All right, let's see. So this was from 2024, July of 2024. The Healy-Driscoll administration has awarded more than $3 million in grant funds for police departments across the state to begin or expand the use of body-worn cameras. A total of $3,070,985 will be distributed to 32 police departments, including 4 here in Western Massachusetts. Since 2021, the law enforcement body-worn camera program has provided nearly $13.2 million to police to implement body-worn cameras. Now, North Andover is not a part of this. North Andover is not a part of this. So they did not receive any grant money. So North Reading did and Norwood did, but no Oxford, Newbury, but no North Andover. There's not even an Andover. Yeah, so they did not receive. They didn't receive that $3 million grant. So that's a shame. Because boy, they could definitely we would know in an instant, you know. So anyway, so here's this. She's saying she never pointed it. I don't know if you guys read that or not. So somebody's lying. Somebody's not telling the truth here. So let's continue on. Daly talked about the plan. Her car was parked at least 150 yards away, and he thought that was odd. That was objected to, sustained. So they go through the what we saw on the surveillance already. Lieutenant Daly rang the doorbell. She came to the door with a baby. She went straight to the couch in the living room. Daly explained the situation to her. The baby was going to Justin's custody for 14 days, removed firearms. She said the guns were in the basement. He noticed a duty belt on the couch, also a gun case on the mantle. She kept saying the baby was the weapons were downstairs. So Kelsey handed the baby to him, baby C. He said the child was screaming. Then he handed it to Lieutenant Daly. I thought Houston had the baby. Wait. So then he handed the baby to Lieutenant Daly. Then Daly and Houston. Then he handed the baby off. Then he and Houston went upstairs. I thought Houston got the child. Hold on a sec. Oh my gosh. Houston goes downstairs. Baby was left. Courtney. Okay, hold on. So her mom came over, got custody of the child. All right, we knew that. Been asked for the firearms. So he's not really saying who. He's just saying the baby was left with Courtney, or baby left with Courtney. So hold on a sec. Okay, she opened the door, no contact. So Daly wasn't really saying. I'm not saying where Daly said what Kelsey did with her baby. He started to get fussy. Oh, Noonan picked him up. Okay, so she asked to gather items for her baby. He says the little son, baby there was starting to get fussy. So Noonan picked him up. All right, so Noonan is saying she handed him the baby. child was screaming. He's saying the child was screaming. And then he handed the baby to Lieutenant Daly. I don't think Daly ever says he had the child. I don't know, man. There's a lot of inconsistencies going on here. All right, so let's get to his actual testimony. He says she's packing a lot of books. He says there's no need for all those books. Child's only going to be gone for 2 weeks. She handed him a basket, said go downstairs. He's like, yeah, I'm not going downstairs. So she goes into the bedroom. She was about 3 feet away, right? She's about 3 feet away. And she's wrapping up clothes, and she paused and said something like, these are dirty. And he says, wherever the baby is going has a washer and dryer, so don't be so concerned. He said she started to shake. She was getting upset. So she was on one knee. She pushed off with her foot and lunged towards the door. She came out from behind the door, pointed it at him, and pulled the trigger. He says he screamed her name. He was in shock. She had the drop on me. So he drew his firearm, and she was backpedaling, tap racking the firearm. He said she did it twice. He said he saw her hand. First time he saw her hand slide off the top. She moved around the bed and did it again. He's screaming, don't do it, don't do it. Her right arm came up. Okay, so her right arm came up, so she's right-handed. So her right arm came up, and he fired twice in rapid succession. He said he saw her flinch on the second shot. And again, I mean, she's like 3 feet away. She's got to be more than 3 feet, because that bed is probably 3 feet. So she's probably about 5 feet. I don't know. I think they're going to definitely attack that. They're going to say, you're a firearms instructor, you're SWAT, and you missed somebody? You missed somebody? I don't know. I mean, they're probably going to go after that. They're also going to go after his training or his protocol. Well, he's saying that she aimed at him. She's going to say she had it up to her head. So who are we going to believe? Who ultimately are we going to believe? Are we going to believe Officer Noonan here, or are we going to believe Kelsey? That's going to be the question, right? Who are we going to believe? So Lieutenant Daly showed up. He said, where's the weapon? They both walked around the bed. Daly rolled her and saw that he saw it, and he grabbed it and put it on the bed. Officer Noonan grabbed the firearm and put it further away. They started first aid. They located an exit wound. This is when Officer Houston came upstairs with a med kit. He ordered Houston to secure the gun. Chelsea said, "It hurts. It hurts." What did Lieutenant Daly say? All right, Kathy's saying none. All right, so he's saying it hurts. What did Lieutenant Daly say? She said. What did he say that she said anything? So he's saying that she was saying, there's lots of he said, she said. So Lieutenant Daly was saying, I'm sorry, I want to die. And Noonan is saying, Kelsey was saying, it hurts. So one officer is saying, Kelsey's saying it hurts. Another officer is saying, I'm sorry, I want to die. Little things, right? Little things. Little things that make you question, like, what's actually happening here. Who do we believe? Who do we believe? She was on that tragic call with Noonan. That's the way I read it. That's the way I'm reading it. Daly said, Kelsey said, I'm sorry. Yeah, she said, I'm sorry, and I don't want to die. She says, I'm sorry. She says, I'm sorry, I want to die. So she's saying, I'm sorry, I want to die. Noonan is saying, it hurts. So, yeah. All right, Kathy, have a good one. I know, rock and roll. He said that, she said that, he said that, she said that, he said that, she said. How many saids can I get in there? All right. Nana, you don't believe Noonan? Yeah. Well, we'll get a poll going. We'll get a poll going, like how trustworthy is he? Debbie says just might have a hard time with the verdict. Oh, judge just might have a hard time with the verdict. Snugbug, thank you. Excellent coverage in chat. See you all tomorrow. Give me a spot on the chat sofa. No problem. Dreamhorse, from what your sister-in-law in law enforcement, they see traumatic stuff most days, part of the job. Kathy, there are too many questionable characters in this. Gimbers, this trial in particular makes our emojis worthwhile. So, all right, it's 4 o'clock here, guys. I guess we'll wrap it up. We will wrap it up here and let you guys go home. If you are a member, don't forget there's a new soundtrack. The new soundtrack is available for this trial and for other trials we've covered. Aaron made another great soundtrack. I'm going to get my notes uploaded, and Aaron is going to post those as well. Aaron's been doing a bunch of shorts, so she's been busy making a bunch of shorts. And did I say sister-in-law? Sorry, sister-in-law. Okay, sorry, Dreamhorse. Sorry, I read that as sister-in-law. So, Kaylee, thank you. Be sure to thank Aaron as well, you guys. Aaron does so much on the back end. You guys have no idea. She does so much work on the back end. So with that, we will say good night, and I leave you with little kittens here, little cuddle puddle going on here. So Roger he was neutered last Thursday, so he's recovered. He's recovered nicely. He's giving Houdini a little ear bath there. So, all right. Thank you, Widespread. Thank you for thanking Trial TV Live. That's Aaron. Aaron comes up as Trial TV Live, so thank you for that. Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate that. Debbie, thank you. Play on Crime. Have a great one. Catch you on the next crazy train. Miss Bree, thank you for thanking Aaron. Scott, see you tomorrow. Dream Horse, thank you. JMS, it doesn't make sense he would shoot her if she had to her head. Right, that's what I'm saying. Unless, she's got it and he's like, don't do it. And she just kind of like, just starts flopping around. I don't know. It's just really weird. Thank you, Alexa. Kaylee, thank you. Ambi, Gimbers, have a good night. Missy Russell, have a good one. Elaine, good night. Richard, have a good night. All right, I made lemon pound cake. I'm going to try and work on that video a little bit today. I have to work on it a little bit every day because it's going to take me a couple hours to edit it. So I want to get that lemon pound cake uploaded for you guys. All right, with that, have a fantastic evening. Thank you for joining us. Feels weird to sign off at 4 o'clock. We're used to going later. But anyway, yeah, thank you guys for joining us. Thank you to our mods for keeping our space in a nice, safe space, keeping it courteous. And I know we have varying opinions, and we welcome all opinions, and we just ask that you guys just be respectful of each other's opinions. And I think you guys have been doing that. Thank you to Aaron. And with that, we will see you tomorrow at 8:45. We'll start at 8:45 tomorrow. All right, have a good night, guys. Bye.